Just throw it up in the air, and by the time it comes down, the Chargers have the victory. That's it. So the Chargers, who were down at one point 24-10, crazy ending to the first half to make it 24-13. And then in the second half, they outscored Denver 21-6. You got Payton, you got Harbaugh, and I bet you these two guys get matched up for several years down the line.
All right, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to have a little bit of trouble this morning trying to parse my way through a couple of different emotions. One of them being incredible disappointment with how the game started to how the game finished, and a longer-term concern about what could present itself in the next couple of weeks. So that's one. The other is the emotion of they're fine. Because ultimately they are. The Broncos are in a place in which they've earned you're allowed to make a mistake. But that hurts. You had the chance to just put them away. And let's be honest, the Chargers offense is not a good offense. And they looked really good yesterday. They haven't been able to run the football. They ran the football against you. Justin Herbert wasn't putting up very gaudy passing numbers. They put it up against you. And you can pinpoint a couple of different mistakes. And I know what I'm going to see this morning is a lot of this stuff about refs and bad calls. And you had, no question, the short end of the stick when it came to whistles blown or not blown during that game. I mean, I know we can all take a look at, the Marvin Mims non-PI call that could have changed the game. We could take a look at Justin Herbert getting a 15-yard penalty on a love tap when he slid and then, faking essentially that he got hit in the helmet really hard. Like, we can do all that. But I think for the first time in a while, I was just really disappointed with some decisions that your head coach made. I thought that's what it came down to. Early in the game, first drive, camera pan, right over to Sean Payton on the sideline. He's calling a play. And what do we see at the top of his play sheet? In big, bold, capital letters, run it with 2 exclamation points. And he did that for the first half and completely went away in the second. It's like the second that game started getting close, he hit the panic button, and it turned into Bo Nix hucking the ball all over the yard again. You established a pretty dominating lead early in that game when you made a conscious decision to run the football. I was even a little bit leery at the idea that they were running the football with literally everybody. Like, one play, it's Estime, the next play, Javonte, the next play, Blake Watson, the next play, Marvin Mims. Like, just feed Estime the rock. Now, I'll give Javonte credit. I thought Javonte played a really good game last night. I do. But you had so many missed opportunities. And I think for the first time, maybe not the first time all year, but the first time that I can remember, at least as of lately, you got outcoached. I thought Harbaugh did a better job on the opposite side. He had a better read of the game. He had less panic in his decision-making. And his team executed better. And I'll tell you this. You still got 2 games left to win one. I don't want you to back your way into the postseason with, the Dolphins and Cincinnati both losing a game. But at the end of the day, at a minimum, it would still get you into the playoffs. Just that one hurts. And one of the differences in last night was pretty undisciplined. Like some bad penalties that you couldn't take at crucial and key moments. And you can point directly to them flipping the game around. You gave up a couple of first downs due to penalty. You had the penalty on the fair catch that led to something that hasn't happened in like 50 years. And which, by the way, that is now out of the rule book. What are we doing there? I mean, we're gonna do a non-rushed free kick, and that hasn't happened since 1976. Imagine this. Imagine you get pulled over by the cops, and they throw a charge at you that nobody has been charged with since 1976. Wouldn't you say, hey, double middle fingers here? How about we don't do that? How's that sound? What, do I not have a hitching post within 50 yards of my business? Is that what you're getting? Like, what are we doing? But you can point to stuff like that. You can point to a non-PI call on Marvin Mims. But in all of these cases, if you want to come in and talk about the ref stuff, and again, I think there were crucial moments where the refs either made a call or didn't make one that could have changed the game in the Broncos' favor, and they just didn't get it. Like, Broncos were penalized 7 times for 61 yards last night. The Chargers had 2 for 8. But let's take the Mims example. Marvin Mims, yes, was interfered with, should be PI 1,000 out of 1,000 times. I hate the underthrow PI thing. I think it rewards bad throws, but that's what the league does. I wish that they would take the route that they took last night with Marvin Mims, but they don't do that across the league. That's an automatic flag every single time, and it wasn't. But what's the main issue with the play? The main issue is this. Marvin Mims had his guy beat by like 8 yards, and you underthrew him so badly that not only did the guy get back in the play, he tackled Mims before the ball even got there. I mean, that's, to me, if you had to divvy out the anger properly, yeah, the refs get some for not throwing a flag. The main beef that I have is put the ball on the money, and that's 6 points, and it probably ices the game. But you got neither, allows the Chargers to come back, and now you sit here at 9-6, with 2 more opportunities to go to try and close out your bid for a playoff spot. But that game last night, I mean, now that I think about it, I was going to say it made a couple of teams in the AFC really happy. I take that back. They probably wanted the Broncos to win yesterday and beat the Chargers. But it can get nervous time in a real hurry. You know, you wake up this morning, I heard some of the talking heads last night after the game gets done talking about, well, the Broncos still have an 86% chance to make the postseason. It doesn't feel that way to me this morning. Like, I'm very, very scared about this Cincinnati game coming up next weekend. I think it's a matchup nightmare. And for whatever reason, the defense has not looked as solid over the past couple of weeks as they did earlier in the year. And I guess you could make the correlation to Riley Moss wasn't playing in that game. But, God, is that one guy that important? I mean, I know Abrams Drain went out, undercut a route, made a pick near the end zone earlier, whenever that was. Earlier in the game. Good play. But Ladd McConkey was open for a good portion of the night, especially on those little crossing routes. Herbert spread the ball around to a whole bunch of different guys last night. Few different tight ends. There was that giant number 42 guy, whoever the hell that guy was. Looked like a defensive tackle. But he spread the ball around to a lot of different guys and did it consistently. I mean, he was 23 of 31 throwing the football. I don't know. I'm just incredibly disappointed last night because every single vibe that you had early in that game was telling you this is exactly what you should be doing. Run the football, move the chains, keep time of possession in your favor. Like after the first half, the Broncos had 17 and a half minutes of possession, and it really evened out when the second half started. But you couldn't get a stop late. Those numbers, third down efficiency, the Chargers, they weren't 11 of 18, but they were 6 of 12. You just needed somebody to make a play in that second half, and you didn't get it. The decision to move this game to a Thursday, this is up to the team. And Sean Payton said, yes, let's do it to get some extra time, some extra prep time for Cincinnati. I wonder if any of that is a regret now this morning. I think that Payton looked at these two games and said Cincinnati's going to be the important one and made the decision to put themselves in a tougher spot this week to gain something the following week. But here we are. Chance to close out that game. Didn't happen. And I'm so disappointed because it felt like you were going to earn that win and earn your first playoff spot in 9 years. Again, all that's still on the table, but this is where just this morning, very reactionary. Even with a chance to sleep on it for a second, I woke up feeling the same way. I understand that you are still very much in the catbird seat. And all you got to do is win a game in the last 2 weeks. But if you lose to Cincy and you head into week 18 with like a do or die situation, it's going to be incredible nervous time. It really is. So 303-504-0925. A lot more to get to with that game. We'll try and roll through some audio as we go along today as well. Sean Payton after the game. It wasn't just the Broncos. It was the Nuggets and the Avs. The Nuggets, you want to talk about disappointing, good Lord. The Avs are disappointing too, but at least they came back 3 goals in the third period and got things done. The Nuggets can't lose to the Blazers. They can't give up 126 to the Blazers. It just can't happen. And again, we're sitting here kind of talking about the same thing. The Nuggets put up 124 points, and it's not good enough against a terrible Portland team. So, a lot to discuss this morning. But more about the Broncos. There is a masking of really important deficiencies on this team that the W's in the win column, I think, have hid. Talked a little bit about one yesterday. But there's a few more that I think got maybe a little bit exposed in this Chargers game that I want to get to in just a couple of minutes. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
Well, look, I mean, we had some attempts. Maybe the execution. I'll see the film. The first drive was the rhythm we wanted, the tempo we wanted, and yet, in the second half, we get some pressure looks. When they're playing from behind. So, yeah, we didn't sustain it enough, and certainly I got to look at each series. Hey, with some of these looks, what are some of the runs maybe we can still get to? We have plenty of work on the run game going into the game. I thought the young backs did a good job. We'll keep working those guys.
It's Payton after the game talking about why the running game didn't appear as much in the second half. That is it's a discipline thing. And I think there's a lot of things that have been masked through the winning this year. And it's hard to go this route because when you're winning, you just get to say it's kind of working. But I think we all can kind of understand there's things that can happen mistake-wise that can change. The perception of them change between wins and losses. And I'm not trying to play the result that now that it's a loss, this doesn't work. But I will say this. Mentioned this going into the game yesterday. Is there concern to be had about Bo Nix throwing 5 interceptions in 2 weeks and that flying under the radar because you won the last couple of games? Yeah, there's something to be said about that. Now, didn't throw a pick yesterday, but I think there's another thing that we can put in this category, and I think there's a level of hubris that Sean Payton has with his rookie quarterback that it feels like at times when running the football is the safer bet, even if you aren't getting, like a 5.5 yards per carry, having a sustained rushing attack can just put a pressure and a fatigue factor on a defense. And if you don't stick with it, you become one-dimensional, and then you can start to sit on things that a rookie quarterback is doing. And I'll give you kind of an example here. Bo Nix has 507 passing attempts with 2 games left in the season. Now, games still have to be played for everybody else. Currently, that puts him at the number 2 spot in the league. Mahomes is going to pass him this weekend. Rodgers is going to pass him. Geno Smith probably will. I don't think anybody else will. So that's top 5 in the league after 15 weeks of passing attempts for a rookie QB. It's a weird spot to have that. And I think a lot of this is maybe some ego to Sean Payton that he is going to force this into working. And we all, I think most people, I think you'd be stupid not to feel this way. That Bo Nix has proven that he should have your faith moving forward. He should have your confidence that he is going to be the starting quarterback here for a long, long time. But there's moments inside of games where I feel like Sean Payton is still forcing the issue as opposed to doing the thing that could maybe help him most, which is the rushing game is pretty effective tonight. Why don't we stick with it? And he has gotten into a really bad habit throughout the course of the year. Again, it hasn't burned them quite like last night did. But they'll run the football a couple of times and there'll be like a 1-yard gain. And then it's just like, all right, we're done with that. But you'll take 5 straight bad throws from Bo Nix and just keep throwing the football. Like the willingness to stick with it in the passing game is 100 times more than the running game. It just feels like there's no world last night where the run-pass splits should be 40-20. You know what I mean? They ran the ball 21 times last night. 3 of those came from Bo Nix on scrambles. So really 18. 40-18 in a game like that where you had control for an entire half, where you still had a lead at least early in the second half, and going away from it, like, it just doesn't make sense. And I think it's a stubbornness and an ego about Sean Payton to force that thing into working. That we invested a 12th overall draft pick in Bo Nix. We didn't do that for Audric Estime. So let's do that. Estime was running the ball really well last night, and so was Javonte. And you finished the game with 9 carries? Gus Edwards, he had a 43-yard run in that game, and it felt like a backbreaker when he did it. But here's Gus Edwards' numbers if I remove the 43-yard run. It was 13 carries for 25 yards. But they stuck with it. They really did. There wasn't a point in that game in which the Chargers weren't running the football, even when they entered, halftime down, 8 points? That's the killer, too. The bad taste in your mouth this morning just stems from the idea that you had the game in hand. You started off as well as you could start a game. 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns. You start the game with a 3 and out. You make life miserable for the Chargers offense. And you just couldn't capitalize from there. Couldn't find a way to sustain and end a drive in the end zone in the second half because it felt like just one of them would do the trick. But you go touchdown, 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 punt, punt to close out the first half. 21-13 lead after the stupid fair catch, personal foul, free kick nonsense. So it should have been a 21-10 game. All right, it's 21-13. It hurts, but it doesn't need to kill you. Start off the second half. You know what? You need a sustained drive to not give the Chargers momentum, and the Broncos did that. They had an 11-play drive that melted off, 6.5 minutes. Couldn't convert once you got down near the red zone, so it's a 41-yard field goal for Lutz. On that drive, by the way, there was a 4th and 2. You picked that up. They were faced with another 4th and short. It was 4th and 2 and 4th and 3.5 is not made the same. If he went for it, I think I'd understand the call, but he opted for the field goal. I get that one too. So you pick that up and you're back up 24-13. But since then, the Chargers come right back, bam, hit you with a touchdown on a 10-play drive. You stop them on the 2-point conversion, so you're still up at TD. But then it's a 3 and out. Give the ball right back to an offense that's starting to feel itself. They score a touchdown again. Now, you're having to play catch-up, down 3 points. And to me, the play that changed the game. If Bo Nix hits a wide-open Marvin Mims, who is going to walk into the end zone, I think at that point you can kind of take away the Chargers' faith. But instead, Nix underthrows him. He's very obviously interfered with, not called. You punt, and then just can't find a way to manufacture offense afterwards. It sucks. And a texter says that was a beautiful onside kick too. Yes, it was. That was a hell of a play by, I forget who it was on the Chargers. But to come up with that onside was a really good play. But it shouldn't have gotten to that point. So 303-504-0925. Get to a couple of texts here in a second. Just a complete disappointment. I'll tell you something last night. I was on Altitude After Dark. So it was me, D-Mac, obviously, Coach Sanford, Columbus, Raj, and Kreckman. And Kreckman and DMAC said something that I do not buy into. We talked about this for a second yesterday. But Kreckman and DMAC are of the mindset that everything that happens from here on out for the Broncos is icing on the cake. That they've already accomplished to them, in their minds, what the goal is. And the goal was, have you proven your quarterback is a franchise player? And can you outperform expectations? And they've done both of those, and that is true. I think moving the goalpost is a completely healthy thing to do, though. I think it would be stupid not to. Now, you can't move them too far. And I think where my head is at is a fair place to be. The Broncos right now have not earned what I consider to be something that will feel like a successful season. Let me explain. Let's say the worst happens. The Broncos lose to the Bengals, the Broncos lose to the Chiefs, and Cincinnati wins out or Miami wins out. And you miss the postseason. You can't make the house money argument if they miss the postseason. Because the feeling that you'll have of the complete collapse that you would have at the end of the season would override any good thoughts that came before it. Overall, if you want to take a 30,000-foot view and take the emotion out of it, is a 9-8 season just on the whole. A 9-8 season under a rookie quarterback who's played well this year considered successful? Yeah. But it is not going to feel that way. Not at all. And a texter says, to miss, come on, Brett, that's such low odds. I know it's low odds. I know what the numbers say. I know it's like an 86% chance they make the postseason right now. But it doesn't feel like 86 to me. You're certainly in the majority, okay? But 86% seems very high. Because let me ask you guys something. Defense over the past few weeks, I think, has shown some cracks. And the cracks are, if somebody leaves the lineup, especially in the secondary, you're in a world of hurt. And good Lord, can Riley Moss come back next weekend? Please. Because he obviously makes a huge difference. But this next game is against Burrow. They win this weekend, that team is going to feel like they can make the playoffs if they win out. And to beat Cincinnati, you're going to have to put up about 34 to 37 points at least. It's not quite the Broncos' MO. Going shot for shot, score for score. A lot of the times when they put up high scoring totals, they get turnovers and they capitalize on those. Burrow doesn't turn the ball over. The people that are trying to tell me, hey man, even if they miss, it doesn't matter. This season's already a success. I go, no, it's not going to feel that way at all. It's not. And I'm trying to balance this between freaking out too much. And I understand, like, some of the stuff coming out of my mouth this morning is just super emotional. Like, look, the game ended, what, Jesse? 9-10 hours ago, whatever the number is. Like, yeah, I'm still a little raw from taking an L. Jesse's even more. Jesse flew back. What time did you get in, Jesse? Your flight landed at like 5:15 this morning?
Oh, we landed around 1:40.
I mean, Jesse's as tired as anybody sitting here. But the emotion of it is just, it's brutal. Because especially you had it. That wasn't even a game where, you know what, if the Chargers came out and they won 27-7 again, or whatever, the dominant, what was it, 23-16 was the first game, something like that, even though it didn't feel that way. But if they dominated you again, maybe you could just be like, you know what, they got your number. They just, for whatever reason, Harbaugh knows how to game plan against Bo Nix or this version of the offense or, whatever. But you had it. You had the game. And I'm not here for perspective yet. Maybe that can come, midway through next week. But I'm incredibly disappointed this morning. No, because most games, the Broncos have lived up to the task. When they've had to make a play, they did it. And just didn't see it last night. The game was starting to creep out of their grasp, and almost every single time that's happened this year for this team, they've grabbed the rope, they yanked it back, and they've been like, don't worry, we got it. How many times have we felt that? The Colts game just last week, there was a couple of different moments where it's just like, can you make a play to stop this from snowballing? And they have. But last night, let a little bit of your grip slip on that rope, and the Chargers yanked it away. So a whole lot more to break down here. 303-504-0925. There was some good stuff that happened in the game, obviously. Very good stuff. But you can't help but look back at some of the killers. And there are a few plays that just completely flipped the feel of that game. And I think nothing more important than that underthrow to Mims. You gave up your first lead of the game. And then you have the opportunity for a guy running wide open downfield. You underthrow him, and just it's a mess from there. Just a whole bunch of wacky stuff that led directly to Chargers scores or keeping you off the board. Texture says the reffing was horse bleep, was it not? Yes, it was. But it also shouldn't have mattered. I think 1,000%. You're going to be hard-pressed to find, especially the moments in which some of these penalties were called and how much you got burned by those. It was pretty lopsided. But the Broncos were better. And maybe that's where the main frustration is. The Broncos were the better football team last night. And just let it slip. So 303-504-0925. Whole bunch still to break down with this game. Talk a little bit about the Avs and Nuggets. Thank God the Avs came back and won last night because it needed something. 3 goals in the third period. Break a little bit of that down as well next. I get to a few texts here. Can you explain the fair catch free kick situation? How did that happen? All right, well, here's how it happened. If you call a fair catch at the end of a half, you can get a free kick no matter what. That's the rule. Now, the 15 yards added on top of that just made it an easier attempt. So it can't be on a tee. It has to be held, but you get basically a kick with no rush. I guess this has been a rule forever. I don't know how this is the first time. I guess from what D-Mac said last night, it's the first time that a kick has been made since 1976. But I haven't seen this attempted before. So that's where I got confused. But it's bizarre, and it's a rule that should just go away. You know, the NFL adds rules. They don't really remove them. Again, this feels like one of those old-timey, like, Jesse, I'm sure we can look one of these up, where it's, if you don't have a hitching post within 20 yards of your house, then that's a fine. And it's like, nobody does that anymore. Is it technically the law or still in the legal system? Like, maybe. But that one was like a huge shift. Being down 21-13 and being down 21-10 are two completely different things, especially when the opposing team gets the ball to start the half. But there were moments in which the Broncos were pretty undisciplined. Like, that's a penalty. You can't hit the guy who makes a fair catch. And why are you going that aggressive at the end of the half anyway? They're taking that ball back to the house. Like, the time and situation, man. You should just be in contain mode. Make sure you box that in. You don't need to be aggressive and get the big hit before halftime. Just make sure that the guy doesn't go anywhere the second he touches the football. So really stupid to even have contact on that play. The other stuff about this was, again, the undisciplined nature of the game was pretty rare. The Broncos are usually pretty buttoned up in that category. But they took a whole bunch of penalties that killed you. That fair catch being one of them. Look, the Sternad personal foul thing on Herbert, I hate it. They're going to call that every time. Okay, so I'm not complaining about making the actual call. That's what the NFL is now. But it's pretty soft. And Herbert really, really threw in a few extra, like, name the most emotive actor that you can think of. And Justin Herbert was channeling his inner that. You know? Like, he reacted in a way where I'm like, why aren't the refs taking him off the field? He's acting like he got hit in the head really hard. Doesn't he have to go through protocol real quick if it really was that bad for you? But that play was a killer. And then obviously the non-call on Mims. Like, those three plays really, really hurt. And then there was other stuff. There was 3rd and 10 inside their own 10-yard line, and Justin Herbert takes off and runs for a first down. It's crusher. And make no mistake, guys, Justin Herbert was brilliant last night. Like, really good. And to beat a quarterback who's having that kind of day, to beat a quarterback who is playing at that high of a level for a night, you can't make the mistakes that you made. You can't go away from what was working, which was the running game. And you kind of did everything in the negative category to bring them back in it. So it sucks. And we'll get back to it in just a few minutes. I was even more furious in watching the Nuggets game because the Nuggets, again, are getting blown out by Portland, and it's taking a miracle fourth quarter effort late in that quarter to try and come back and win. You know, you're sitting there again towards the end of a game, staring down the barrel of a double-digit deficit. You know, started that fourth quarter, a 17-point deficit. They work it all the way back towards the end of the quarter with a Jamal Murray 3 that ties the game at 120. Porter then takes it off a fast break and gets an easy dunk to put you up 2. But then you give up a couple free throws to Anthony Simons. He makes both of those. Murray misses a jumper. You get an offensive board. Gordon misses a three-pointer. And then they close out the game. Couple of free throws later, Jokic makes a layup with, 18 seconds, 16 seconds, whatever the number was, to tie the game back up. And then Simons on a, you guessed it, layup, driving layup. Closes out the game 126 to 124. It's a game you can't lose. And the fact that the Nuggets gave up 30, 36, and then 38 in the first 3 quarters to that team is disgusting and cannot happen. I don't know what the deal is. They need to make a major change in, I think, their schematics defensively. You cannot tell me that KCP was this important. Like, he was worth 20-some points on defense by him being in and out of the lineup. Because if that is the case, then you should have paid him and said, damn the rest of the consequences for where that puts us salary cap-wise. But I have a really difficult time believing that he is that responsible. Now, the good news is, at least at the end of the night, it wasn't going well earlier, but the Avs jump out to a 1-0 lead. They give up 2 in the second period. You know, this is your big matchup. This is both goalies playing against their former teams because Georgiev got the start last night for San Jose. And you're sitting there after 2 periods saying it's 2-1 and the Sharks are up. This could really put just the capper on a poop-tastic night. But the Avs came out firing in the third period. Kiviranta was a stud to put them back in winning position. You get the amazing pass from McKinnon across the slot to Mikko at a really tough angle, who buries it on a power play. 2 power play goals last night, by the way, so good to see that change. But Kiviranta late in the game, 2 goals in a 3-minute span to put you up 4-2 and ice the game. So thank God that you got some sort of positivity last night from the Avs. But it's brutal. Oh, yeah, and here's the other one. I totally forgot to mention this. So I'm confused by this rule, by the way. I thought when you sack a quarterback, there's no horse collar. And when Jonathan Cooper got the sack on Justin Herbert, they called him for a horse collar. And there was 2 things working towards that. Maybe I just didn't know the rule, and you can't horse collar if he's outside the pocket, or I don't know what the rule is. But the other thing was Herbert's trying to stiff arm him, and he's got a handful of face mask almost ripping his helmet off. Now, again, those don't get called. It's why the biggest beef I have is the Mims thing, because as much as I hate the non-call on Mims, because that is called 100 out of 100 times. The underthrown deep ball where the corner runs him over is always a penalty. But I'm more pissed that Nix didn't just make the throw. I didn't want the yards. I wanted the 6 points. It would have been a walk-in. But that second half was just a terrible confluence of 2 things. You completely messed up your game plan. You had something that worked in the first half and completely went away with it, and that's a coaching thing. Audric Estime should have had 20 carries last night with the way that he was running the football. And he finished the game with 9. That is inexcusable. And the second thing is, you just got a short end of pretty much every call or non-call. And that's going to happen occasionally. But It was up to you to make that not matter because it shouldn't have. Weird free kick rule, non-call PI, horse collar on Jonathan Cooper, soft personal foul call. Like, yeah, all of those, I think you have some argument for beef with the way that refs called the game. Bottom line is, you had total control of it, and because of a philosophical change from your head coach in the second half and a really poorly thrown ball to Marvin Mims, it made all of those things way more prominent than they should have been. Talk about this more with Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
obviously, look, a disappointing loss. It was disappointing because there was a lot at stake, and we know that. We had a fast start, was encouraged by that. And then, uncharacteristically this season, we didn't finish or play nearly well enough in the second half, both offensively and defensively. Time of possession, the third down numbers, our rushing numbers fell off in the second half. Credit Los Angeles for fighting their way back in, and we didn't make enough plays in the end. So we go from there.
All right, I know there's always perspective that you should have, and there's always, hey, I know that didn't go well yesterday, but look at the big picture. The Broncos are 9-6. I'm not here for any of that. I'm pissed. Like, look, the game ended less than 12 hours ago, okay? So I'm still very emotional about this, and you let this one slip. This was a game, and I'll tell you why I'm extra mad. A lot of people talking about refs this morning. I think that's totally fair. You can have some beefs with them. I'm mad because you had a formula that you wrote down on your play sheet in big, bold, capital letters with 2 exclamation points. Run it. And you didn't do that in the second half. Like, the way that Estime was running the football, he should have got 20 carries. 20. And I look at those final stat numbers, guys, where the Broncos dominated the first half, and they still were, right there in the football game in the second. And you got 40 passing attempts to 18 carries with running backs, and I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Sometimes I wonder if Sean Payton is trying to show off his new sports car or if he's just trying to get from point A to point B. Sometimes getting from point A to point B is the easier. I mean, what are we doing? Everything was working perfectly. You were being praised for how you ran things.
Yep.
And then it all came crashing down, and it started with the decision at the end of the first half. Now, there are a lot of things that went wrong in this game. I didn't hear it, guys. I mean, Mojan, I'm sure you're in the same case. I had the game on. I was doing the Nuggets pregame. I went back and watched the whole thing afterwards. But as it was transpiring, I'm like, what is going on right now? Why are they bringing out a kicking? What, are they kicking off? What is happening? I had no idea what the hell was going on.
Yeah, so the rule is if you call a fair catch at the end of a half with no time left, you get a free kick.
But I don't think it has to be at the end of a half.
Maybe you're right. Well, maybe you're right about that. Maybe you can do it anytime you want to.
Yeah, you can do it anytime. If a team is backed up into its own end zone and punts it a 30-yard kick and you receive it at your 40, you can fair catch and choose to kick right there.
Yeah.
And take 3 points.
I mean, the real killer in all of that was a 15-yard penalty that was totally unnecessary because why are you even getting close to the guy returning the punt with no time left on the clock?
Well, because, listen, that was a bad error, obviously.
Yeah.
But these guys that's what they do, right? They work special teams, and then they do it every single time. They're taught to go hard, right? You don't ease off the pedal because there are 13 seconds left. You're taught to go hard.
Yeah.
But why even punt it there in the first one? Why not just run out the clock? Why throw on second down?
Yeah.
You don't have enough time to do anything. I think you're up 24-10. You're dominating. The win came when Drains intercepted the ball. That was the win. You won there. You won that possession. You won the half. You prevented them from scoring at half. You won.
And you're getting
the win.
And you're getting the ball back in the second?
And this is where the problem lies. I think Sean Payton thinks he's working with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is not Patrick Mahomes yet.
Can I ask you something, Moj?
You don't have enough time to move it down the field at that point.
Mojan, God bless you for being on the show this morning. I know you're super sleepy. We got somebody else. Jesse got in at 2 o'clock last night. He slept on the couch in the studio. So God bless both of you guys.
He's used to that, though, so it's really no big deal for him, to be honest with you.
Moj, can I ask you a question, though?
Sleeping in his car, sleeping on the couch, whatever it takes.
I think, Vic, what you said earlier is it was my theme for the appetizer. I think that there's an ego and a hubris to Sean Payton about his rookie QB, where he's going to, for whatever reason, I don't think it's a conscious I'm going to prove people wrong thing because he's done that already. Everybody, even if myself, I was very skeptical about the pick. I was very, very tepid on the idea that Bo Nix was going to be a guy that you can believe in. Guess what, man? You got me. I believe in Bo Nix. I believe that he's the quarterback of the future. But I think there's way too many times, Moj, where I looked this up. I'll give you an example. And then I'll shut up and I'll let you go. Sorry, Moj. So I know that he's played an extra game than all the other quarterbacks, but currently, right now, this morning, Bo Nix is second in the league in pass attempts. And I looked up, okay, after this week is done, how many guys will pass him? And he'll be top 5 by the end of this week in passing attempts. It's a rookie quarterback, by the way. And you had a running game that was incredibly effective last night. Again, Estime couldn't be stopped yesterday. So go ahead, Moj.
I just don't get it. I'm like, Vic, everything was going the way you wanted it to go. And all you really had to do, I mean, you've got a 14-point halftime lead in your fingers, and it's right there. And you just made the big pickoff at the goal line, and you've got everything going your way. And I just don't understand why you wouldn't just milk that sucker down to nothing. And even the thought of giving the Chargers the ball back, for God knows what reason, did not cross my mind. It never entered that field of play. And then you've got a punt, and then like you were, Vic, I'm in pre-pro here, so I'm getting ready for our game, right? I'm doing all this stuff and blah, 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 but it's on right in front of me. It's on my computer, right in front of me. I'm just watching the whole damn thing, and I'm going, wait, did he run into him? Oh, yeah, the left leg's clipped. Why the hell would you run into him? Well, how much time? Well, there's no time left on the clock. I said, wait. And then they get the free kick, and I'm like, well, they can either punt that or they can kick it. They can do whatever they want with that ball, and they elect to kick it from 57 yards or whatever it was.
With no defense. That was the kicker,
yeah,
excuse the pun, is that you had nobody to defend you.
There's no rush. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I tweeted out, I'm like, I've never seen that before in my life. Now, it happened in 1978. I was just a little kid. So I don't remember who did it or how it happened or whatever the case may be.
Who it was.
Believe it or not, Moj, I knew that rule existed. I just didn't know it was still alive. I didn't know they can still employ it. I thought with all the changes to the NFL, they did away with it. I didn't know it was still active.
Yeah, it's a byproduct like yesteryear. See, yeah, we're gonna kick them, right? We're gonna get the ball back. We're gonna kick it. We're gonna kick it for a field goal.
But doesn't it seem like a weapon to you guys? Like, why wouldn't you use that if you're a coach at the end of a half? Again, let's say it's a critical game. It's the end of the game, and your defense holds a team close to its own goal line. You're only down by 2. Why haven't we seen that before over the last 50 years?
If they punt it to you out of their own end zone, well, if it's a good punt, then it doesn't make any sense because
but even if you
get a fair catch it at the 50,
all right, Moj, even if you fair catch it at the 50, and you're in Denver, Colorado with altitude, and you've got 1 second left on the clock.
Yeah,
what are the chances of a Hail Mary or having your kicker go out and hit a 60-yard field goal?
Yeah,
and dude's got it teed up.
I mean, it's hilarious.
I'm like, oh my God! I'm like, okay. So even if the Chargers,
it wasn't on a tee. They're not allowed to have it on a tee. It's got to be a hole.
No. I mean, you know what I mean. He's got a guy holding the football. Yeah. Lucy and Charlie Brown type of stuff. But even then, I'm like, okay, well, the Chargers really come out not unscathed. Now they would have liked to have had a touchdown to make it, a one-score game, but. They get points that maybe the Broncos, they run the clock down and they hold them to a field goal there on that drive, right? If they get in the red zone and they hold them to a field goal, they come out kind of the same. They come out with some points and some momentum going into the room. It just, again, it was a tale of two halves, guys. I mean, the Chargers executed hella in the second half, especially the fourth quarter, and the Broncos didn't. It was just a complete flip of halves is what it was.
I'm not mad at the result, all right, because it was only 3 points, and everybody can say, well, that adds up. It was the momentum shift. It was the
100%.
They took what you earned, and what you earned in the first half was total domination. You smacked them in the face. They were powerless against your offense. You played stern defense. You stopped them late when they wanted to score. Yep. Again, you won. You got an interception there. Chris Abram drains. You got an interception. You stopped them. Take your win to the locker room. Tell your team, great job, and let's go. You don't have to go for more. There's not enough time to go for more.
Yeah, I think we talked about something yesterday before the game started, and I said there's something that the winning has been doing, which is covering up maybe some mistakes. And I said that in the context of Bo Nix throwing 5 picks over the last 2 weeks. And yes, you get the wins, so those aren't as magnified. But I think another one was what we're talking about here. There's some ego and hubris to Sean Payton when he's calling the situational stuff surrounding Bo Nix that I think in a game like this against a good football team can come back to bite you. Because here's the other thing. You talk about momentum, Vic. I was shocked at how dominating that first half was.
Yeah.
Like, you did whatever you wanted to offensively, and defense, they give up a couple plays here and there. Yeah, they did. But you know what? Herbert was on his A game last night. Herbert was really good yesterday.
Playing with a bunch of no-names.
Yep.
Bunch of no-names beat the Broncos. Again, Smart with 2 T's. Stone Smart with 2 T's. Bunch of dudes. Gaskin. I mean, a lot of dudes that you're like, what?
McConkey's a player, though.
Of course. He's a name that you recognize.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of no-names that beat the Broncos last night.
Did you say Gasket?
Gaskin.
Haskin?
Gaskin?
Hassan Haskins? Hassan Haskins.
The guy at the end
Jeff
of the game. You didn't even watch it.
Jeff Gasket. I watched the whole damn thing, you moron. I watched the whole thing.
Right,
Jeff Gasket.
What's his name?
Jeff Gasket. Hassan Haskins.
Let me tell you something. So the thing that bothers me most at the end of the half, and I hate to keep talking about it, is if you've got Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, or if you're in a must-move situation, you do it. You get the ball down the field. But you're not in that situation. And you don't have that quarterback right now. Maybe you will eventually, but you don't right now. Do you know by the end of that game, Bo Nix, average yards per attempt, 3.3 air yards. That's how many traveled yards the ball went. The second lowest air yards per attempt in a game this season. The second lowest. Only Bryce Young had a lower attempt per attempt. So you're not even throwing the ball downfield.
So
What's
run
crazy
it.
to me. Exactly. What's crazy to me is a couple of weeks ago, this team is, I mean, do you remember the Cleveland game? All they're doing is throwing the ball downfield.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing. Like, what is going on? Fireworks galore. How do they go from that to just everything's a screen again?
Could be the way that Harbaugh.
I don't know.
Could be the way Harbaugh schemed it.
Could be. The efficiency though on third down, the difference between the first half and especially the first quarter, for God's sake, between the first half and the second half on third down. I mean, the Broncos they picked up every damn third and long and a third and whatever. They're all over it, man, and then it just all went away. It just all disappeared.
The reason we're upset today, and I'm not going to get into everybody's brains this morning, but even if you're not a passionate fan, like I always like to use my wife as a reference because she's not a passionate fan. She just watches what's on television. I got home last night. She's like, "Oh my God!" She's talking about the Nuggets and the Broncos, and she's like, "We'll get into the Nuggets momentarily." She's like, "Oh my God!" and she's talking about the Broncos game, and I go, "Yeah, that's the reaction." The reason people are ticked off about the Broncos, the season so far, as we referenced yesterday, has been a win, right? You've already achieved and exceeded expectations. The reason this hurts is because you're dominating the damn game.
Yeah.
You can see it. You can feel it. You can touch it. A playoff spot can be had. You're dominating the damn game, and you're doing it in the most fundamental way possible. You're running the ball. I got one more item to add to you, and this is in the psychology department. What does it say when the head coach has to put on his play sheet, run the ball? When he has to remind himself to do it, when we can all see it, we've all been pleading for it. When he has to write it down to remind himself, what does it say his tendencies are? What does he want to do?
Hang on to that. I want to get back to it in just a second. You can get in touch with us on the Voice of the People, courtesy of the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. A whole bunch more to break down with this game next.
Hey guys, hustle bustle time of the year, right? It's the holidays. And if you aren't sleeping well, maybe your sex drive is MIA, you just don't feel like the guy you once were. Maybe it's tough for you to get excited about all the holiday cheer. If this does sound like you may have low testosterone, and it is the season to get yourself tested and check it out. How do you know that you have low T? Well, early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. And before you know it, you're like, man, I just don't feel right. I don't feel the same. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions with yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood. You're going to have your results within 30 minutes. And a Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review with you and make a diagnosis. You may not have it, but you may. It's only not, which includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit is absolutely free. You're going to feel better. Trust me, sleep better, higher energy levels, better gains in the gym is all going to come back to you. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call at 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. 720-440-7900. It's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Well, look, I mean, we had some attempts, maybe the execution, I'll see the film, the first drive was the rhythm we wanted, the tempo we wanted. And yet, in the second half, we get some pressure looks, when they're playing from behind. So, yeah, we didn't sustain it enough. And certainly I got to look at, all right, each series, hey, with some of these looks, what are some of the runs maybe we can still get to. We have plenty of work on the run game going into the game. I thought the young backs did a good job. We'll keep working those guys.
All right, so that's Payton after the game talking about the run game. Can I just say one thing real quick?
Yeah.
I want to put this in perspective for how effective I thought Estime was last night. You know what? I thought Javonte played well too. But Audric Estime had 9 carries for 48 yards.
Wait, 9. Think about that.
Well, here's the kicker, Vic. 9 carries, 48 yards. It's a 5.3 average.
Yeah.
His longest carry of the night was 9 yards. That's how much it tells you every time he touched the football, he was basically getting 5, 6, 7 yards a carry. Why is the number 9?
I'm looking at the numbers from the Broncos runners versus the Chargers, right? Gus Edwards carried it 14 times for 68 yards. He averaged fewer yards per carry than Audric Estime did.
Oh, and listen to this. Listen to this, Vic. Remove Gus Edwards' 43-yard run. He had 13 carries for 25 yards.
Yeah.
They kept feeding it because they know that you still have to have that to be effective on offense.
This has been a problem most of the season. I think sometimes a coach is so into his game plan, right? Well, they gave us looks. I heard that he said that twice. They gave us looks. Well, forget their looks.
Yeah.
I don't care what look they give you. I don't care about their looks. Do you care about their looks? Moj, do you care about looks? I mean, there are many mornings you give me a look. I don't care about the look.
Yeah, I don't care about the looks. I care about the quantity right now. That's what I look at. And again, I mean, look at the Chargers. Eventually, at the end of the day, they had 3 more passes than they had rushes. That's it. The Broncos had 21 rushes, but they had 40 passes. That's 19. I mean, just the disparity between the two. And I can understand if it's not working. I asked yesterday, Vic, I asked you, I said, hey, or I forget who I asked. I think it was you. Or no, it was Coach Sanford. Hey, when you get away from it then? If you need to keep feeding the rock, right? You need to toting that baby. When do you get away from it? When do you decide, as a coach, enough is enough?
Yeah.
And he explained, but it was working. It wasn't like it wasn't working. It was totally working.
Yeah,
sure.
And then you just said, you know what? I think I'm okay with that now. And Brett, I don't know I don't think it's a conscious decision that, you know what? This young quarterback has been playing pretty good for me. I'm going to show it off and show him how smart I am. I don't think it's that. I think he's got confidence in the young man, and he thinks it's the best way to win that football game at that point. And then by the time you get to the end of the game and you're trailing the way you are, you've got to throw the football, and it doesn't work, and you can't go vertical right now, and I don't know why that is. It's just that whole thing was a very frustrating exercise last night. Very frustrating. Now, the overall scheme, I still feel really, really good about their chances to get in, but they've made it scary on themselves because that game against the Bengals is now going to mean something, I think.
We can get to that in a little bit because I got a thought on that. I know what the percentages say for their postseason chances. I don't feel the way that the percentages say, so we can get to that a little bit later. But, Vic, you said, what does it say about a head coach that he has to write down, run it on his playbook? Uh-huh. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
And I love that you have to remind yourself, but you shouldn't even have to remind yourself.
Yeah.
And it was weird because he knows that the whole world can see that, right? He knows that.
I don't know if he does. I mean, I guess if you're when you're zooming in on it.
They're covering their
fine.
mouths because they're worried that cameras are going to pick it up on the side. Of course he saw it.
This coach is very aware of everything that goes on around him. He knows the whole world can see that. He knows. We're focusing so much on the run game, and I don't mean to make that the only issue, because the truth is, and I know Bronco fans are going to sit here and say, well, they got screwed on several occasions last night. And let me go through the 3 things that cost them the game. The BS at the end of the half, which stole all the momentum. Forget the 3 points. The 3 points, yeah. It stole the momentum. It was a bad taste going into the locker room. That's what it did.
Well, that wasn't a bad call. But yeah.
No, but I'm just talking about the BS that occurred there. All right, that's number 1. Number 2, 100 out of 100 times, that's a penalty, defensive pass interference, where Mims was waiting for the ball. Was it underthrown? Yes. Could it have been a touchdown? Yes. Fine. You can blame Bo Nix for underthrowing it. Doesn't matter. That's a penalty. The dude had his back to the ball. He grabbed the receiver before it landed. 100 out of 100 times, that is a penalty.
Yep.
I don't want to hear any. There's nobody that's going to call this show today and argue differently. Well, the refs usually let those go if they're underthrown. No. I don't care if it's a 10-yard pass. I don't care if it's a 100-yard pass. If the ball's in the air and the DB turns his back to the ball and grabs the receiver before the ball arrives, that is 100 out of 100 times a defensive pass interference. The end. They blew the call.
Even if he doesn't touch the guy, even if he doesn't even touch Mims.
Ramsey says, quit begging for a ref to bail you out. Begging?
All right, stop.
Begging?
Stop. We're just asking for normal calls to be normal calls.
That's a normal call. That's not begging. The guy was wide open. Was it underthrown? Yes. There are a lot of balls that are underthrown that result in pass interference. That is a pass interference, letter of the law. How you missed that is amazing to me. It's amazing.
I'll tell you this, Vic. I know you were talking about the end-of-half thing that happened. I think that play changed the game for this reason. Number one, you're 1,000% right. That's a flag every single time it happens. And I've long said I hate it. I would actually prefer what the refs did last night if they did that all the time. I don't want people rewarded for bad throws. So I would prefer that non-call happens every time, but they throw it every single time that happens. But here's the biggest complaint that I have, and you're 100% right about the refs not throwing the flag. That's got to be on the money. Marvin Mims was like 8 yards past his DB for a walk-in touchdown when you're down 3 points, and I think that could be like a dagger. Like maybe the Chargers felt like they were getting back in the game, they could win it. If you respond immediately after a touchdown with that play, you could crush them mentally. You cannot miss that throw. Like, he didn't just miss him, guys. Marvin Mims was wide open and basically had to sit there like a punt was coming in.
He basically stopped and just turned and waited for the football to get there, and then he got face guarded nonetheless. You know what? I can't help but think about this. Vic, you talked about momentum, and I don't know whether people believe in momentum or not, or real momentum, or whatever you want to call it, but you can feel it building, you can feel it dissipate. Jim Harbaugh was stomping around that sideline in that first half last night, and he was visibly frustrated. You could see it. You know exactly what it looked like to me? It looked like a coach, especially after the Broncos just drive down the field and score, drive down the field and score, drive down the field and score. But it looked like a coach that had lost 3 of 4 games and was in a little bit of panic mode, but certainly in a lot of frustration mode. That he's like, I don't know why we can't stop these guys. I don't know why we can't get off the field. Bo Nix and the Broncos are picking up every third and whatever. Yeah, they get exactly what they need on every time. He used his legs, did Bo Nix, on a couple of occasions, especially that one big run to pick up what it was, like 15 up the middle, that kind of thing. And in Harbaugh, you had him right where you wanted him. You could see it. I mean, he's pacing up and down. He's doing that, that Harbaugh thing where he kind of opens his mouth a little bit like that. I mean, you had everything going your way, and then it just gave it all back. I mean, it just, in that one fell swoop of failing to run the clock out, you gave it all back.
All right,
There's no doubt in my mind. The Chargers themselves thought they were dead in the water at halftime. I think they won. I think they were expecting the Broncos to run the clock out, and they were going to go down by 2 scores and go, oh, crap. And what are we going to do? And you gave them a freebie point situation, and they took it and they ran with it, man. They got life after that.
You got the BS at the end of the half. You got the non-call on the obvious pass interference, and this is I don't know what side of the fence you guys are on. Sternad cannot go in there when a guy's sliding. I get it. I understand. You cannot go after a quarterback when he's sliding.
I mean, he barely touched him, man. He barely touched him.
At some freaking point, the referees have to convene, look at the tape, look at the result. They have to see that was minimal contact, if any, made, and they have to use common freaking sense and say, you know what? We're not going to reward every damn quarterback every time they go down. I understand. I saw what happened to Lawrence, and that was awful. This was not that. This was not close to that. Yep. Should he have even made a move at the quarterback? Probably not. Did he even do anything that was close to damage? No, we all saw it. That was BS, and you guys know it. BS soft call that opened up another opportunity for the Chargers.
Yeah, you know what? Herbert throwing his head back like he got decked by a freight train pissed me off too. I'm like, I said this as I was watching the game to a buddy of mine. I go, if he's going to react that way, then you need to take him off the field and put him in concussion protocol. Go ahead and take a look. If you're going to rock your head back that far and start grabbing your helmet, then why aren't we checking to see if you're concussed?
They flop in the NFL too. Everybody's saying it. I know what you're saying, and I get it. They're going to call that 10 out of 10 times. That's an obvious. You can't do it. I'm just saying, let's use some common sense. That's all I'm saying. That was a huge play. Let's use common sense. Let's get the referees together. Hey, Mark, come over. Brett, guys, all right. Obviously, that dude slid first. He gave himself up. The defensive player took a shot at him. Let's go ahead and take a look at this and see how extensive that shot was. Let's take a look before. We don't want to pick up the flag yet, but let's just take a look. It's too big a call. It's too big a call. It kept the drive alive.
Well, and I want to, just as we're getting in the middle of this.
Before we get off of this topic, real quick, I would argue to people out there who are calling us soft or quit your crying or all this kind of thing, that I yell at the TV on a weekly basis in a lot of different games. It's not just specifically this Broncos game. To Vic's point, I see calls around this league all the time where I go, you've got to be kidding me. Because I'm just like you. I watch every damn game, right? I've got everything on all the time. I'm going, you got to be joking. There's no way that's a personal foul. I would love to see the mandate from the National Football League. I'd love to see the memos or whatever communication goes on between the league office and these officials, because they are clearly paranoid not to throw the flag.
Paranoid is the word.
They are erring on the side of Wimpus every single time.
And we learned a new rule, by the way. This league is so pro-quarterback, right? We learned a new rule. I had no idea that a quarterback is allowed to face mask the oncoming pass rusher. That's allowed.
Yeah.
You can grab his face mask, turn his head. Why not?
This is just, again.
That's allowed, right?
Well, you're allowed to stiff arm a guy in the face mask. You're allowed to do that.
You're
I know
allowed
what you're saying.
You can twist his head. You can do whatever you want. We saw it. We saw it last night. Herbert grabbed Cooper's head and said, here you go, a little twisty.
I was under the impression, by the way, if a quarterback's, you can horse collar a quarterback, I thought was the rule. Is that only in the pocket? There's some sort of specification where you can horse collar somebody. Maybe it's only if they're in the pocket and he was outside of it. I don't know. But I want to say one thing here is we're going through a lot of the game-changing type of plays and calls.
7512, you guys would cry if that happened in Knicks. You know what I would say? I would come on the radio the next day and I'd say, soft call. Soft call.
Well, one thing
That's what I would say. See how easy that is? Let me find, is there a play in the Broncos? Yeah, the Broncos got away with an illegal man downfield. Got away with it. See how easy that is? This isn't hard.
The Broncos I think it was the first drive, there was a helmet-to-helmet call near the goal line that I thought was stupid too.
Soft call.
Yeah.
I agree with you. That was on Watson when he ran down the right sideline.
Yeah.
Soft call. See how easy this is? It's okay if it goes against your team, for your team. I'm just calling out the officials in situations. No call on pass interference is worthy of get the hell out of the game. You shouldn't even ref another game. What are you watching? Whoever that official is down the sideline, you're an idiot. You're a moron. What are you watching?
Let me say something real quick on all of these. I think it's completely fair to acknowledge the Broncos got the short end of the stick on officiating last night. Okay, they did.
You think?
But it never should have come to that. Never should have.
It's not the reason they lost the game.
The missed
reason.
Oh, for sure.
A reason.
I'm just saying, missed opportunities that you had that you didn't execute, you getting away from your game plan the second half. Let's be honest here. Payton was outcoached in that game. He was outcoached. Harbaugh did a better job.
Yeah.
Harbaugh kept his game plan together. He kept his team together. They continued to believe. And Sean Payton, I think, sort of blinked at the end of that game. Stopping running the football was the biggest key to me on why you lost. And again, it's ironic that it happened on what I think is the most egregious refereeing decision of the night to not make the pass interference call on Mims. But Bo Nix has to put that in a place where Mims can get it.
Yeah.
Has to. I don't know what this is. He's done this the last couple of weeks. Remember, there was an interception in the Cleveland game that looked a lot like that. What is with the 500 ball a million feet in the air thing? Put some air under it, but make sure it gets there. Like, I don't even know what the plan was on the throw.
Listen, I don't. But you're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on the throw. The call should have been a PI. I don't care if he throws it 8 yards to his left. I don't care if he throws it 8 yards to his right. I don't care where the throw is. That was pass interference 100 out of 100 times.
But I see, this is where I guess you and me are just going to disagree. Because I know what you're saying, and of course that should be a flag. That should be 6 points is what it should be. Very easily should be 6 points.
If you're not getting 6 points, what's the next best thing?
Well, yeah, it's the flag. But it's, again, what I'm focusing on is like, it didn't need to come down to the ref making a call if you just executed properly.
Yeah.
They didn't.
The Broncos defense, meanwhile, the intermediate pass plays that came wide open for the Chargers. I mean, at some point you're like, okay, is anybody going to cover the middle? Everything over the middle, like 10 yards, was wide open.
Crossing routes and drag routes were just killing you. Killing you. That's it. McConkey. McConkey was open.
I was just going to say that
5 times by just running a little crossing route over the middle with nobody trailing him.
Lad McConkey is one of those guys where it doesn't look like he should be as good as he is.
Oh, he's good.
And I know that I know he's good. I know, but I mean, his name is Ladd. Ladd. Ladd with two. They got a Ladd with 2 D's and a Smart with 2 T's.
Mm-hmm. And they beat you.
It doesn't fly
twice.
in football, bro. Yeah, but bro, it's Ladd.
Hey, tell me,
Ladd.
How did it hit
and then
you
all of a
last
sudden,
night?
Ladd McConkey is wide open all the time. I mean, he's dragging dudes across the field, wide open. That's frustrating as hell. Just frustrating.
How did it hit you last night when they threw that graphic up that said both the Chargers and the Broncos are 1-5 against winning teams? Now the Broncos are 1-6 against winning teams.
Yeah.
They've beaten 1, and that 1 is Tampa, correct? Am I right about that?
Yes.
That's it. Yeah.
They've beaten 1 winning team all season. Now, can't help who you schedule. I'm a little scared here. I went from completely confident that the Broncos were in a good position to, oh, crap.
Well,
if Cincinnati beats Cleveland this weekend, they
will.
Yeah. I was telling you guys this yesterday. Like,
they're a 9 and 10 point favorite. Yeah.
Well, I want to get to that. Right now, the projections, if you heard ESPN, or not ESPN, Amazon last night, they said Broncos lose, but they still have an 86% chance to make the postseason. And I don't think that number's right. At least in my head, it doesn't feel that way. I'll explain next. All right, obviously a bummer last night, so let's cleanse the palate and take a look at some more football to the weekend. And how about the first round of the college football playoff, which starts tonight? Indiana, Notre Dame, and if you check out the Circa Sportsbook, Notre Dame, a 7-point favorite, and the money on that is even money as a 7-point favorite. Over under 52, you go to the games tomorrow. 9-point favorite for Penn State over SMU, 12.5 for Texas over Clemson, and 7.5 Ohio State over Tennessee. And you can find so much more on the Circa Sportsbook when you download the app and see for yourself that you are not going to find better odds anywhere else on any other sportsbook than Circa. So download the Circa Sports app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, obviously disappointing last night. Now,
You know what it is, too, Brett? We're all this way, and I put myself in this category. I've noticed, have you noticed, after a devastating loss, whatever it may be, whatever team, people are jerks. People are jerks. A lot of you are jerks. Present company included. I get that way.
You do. Yesterday you were a jerk. Your face was all. Can I back you up though on your face yesterday, and we got all over your bacon? Mike Golick Jr. sent out a tweet this morning at about 5 a.m. Pacific time. It was 6 a.m. your guys' time, so that's 44 minutes ago. No, my bad. An hour and 44. It's snowing in South Bend, Indiana. Did you see the line of cars waiting to get in to campus? It's got to be 2 miles long in a pouring snow in South Bend for tonight's playoff game. Those people, they love their Notre Dame football, so
great.
they're ready. They're already ready to go for tonight. So there you go. Anyway, his face looked stupid yesterday. He was being obnoxious about it, Brett. I'm just giving Vic a little bit of a pass here.
Let me say something here, and I fully acknowledge that this could be an emotional response. Again, when the Broncos play it like in the afternoon on a Sunday, for some reason it just feels like there's more to process, more time to process things, and you can have a little bit clearer head about it. But again, this game ended less than 12 hours ago, so I'm still upset. There was a feeling I had heading into that game where if they lost, I would start to get really nervous. Not to say that the Broncos aren't more likely than not going to make the postseason. I think we all kind of feel that way. It would take Miami or Cincinnati to win 3 straight and you to lose these last 2 now in order to miss. But I will say this. The prospect of Jamar Chase
Scares you, doesn't it?
playing against you next Saturday in what feels like maybe not must win, but I really, really, really would like to win type of game
Oh, man.
is really scary.
criminy.
And I was told last night by Amazon, no, the Broncos still have an 86% chance to make the post. I don't feel 86% about anything.
It's going
right
to come
now.
down to that KC game, isn't it?
It kind of
Vic,
feels that way.
God, I'm so glad you said that because I was just thinking to myself earlier.
It is.
They're going to lose in Cincinnati. I'm pretty sure of that. It's going to come down to friggin' Kansas City at home, and
Then you wonder if KC's going to rest people. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Now we're rooting as Bronco fans. You're rooting for KC to win this weekend.
You're damn right you are.
Because if they
You're
lose,
damn right you are.
Then they're not going to rest. They're not going to rest anybody for that last game.
They won't be able to because they're going to go for that top spot. They want everything to come through Kansas City, through Arrowhead. You're absolutely right, Vic. And so it makes this weekend's game even, I guess, more scary for me, for the Kansas City Chiefs. I want them to win. I mean, just win, baby. Get it done. Take care of it. Be done with everything. I mean, you got the Texans at home. They could lose that game. I mean, as thin the margin has been for them all year long, they could lose at home to a Texans team that's already, in the playoff picture and looking good in their division. And that would be the worst case scenario. Absolutely.
I want to make one more reference. I can't be hypocritical here. I love the brashness that is Sean Payton. I love that he's willing to take chances and go against the grain. And he'll take risks sometimes when you don't have to, but I would rather have a coach that goes that way than someone who's always scared of their own shadow. I would. Sort of the Dan Campbell approach, right, Brett?
What are you talking about in the context of what?
Here's what I'm going down.
Okay.
Here's what I'm going down. Sometimes he'll overpass at times when you just run the ball. You don't have to try and move the ball late in the half. But I would rather have it that way. I really would. I'd rather have it that way. The other situation is you're asked by the NFL, can you flex this game and play a second Thursday nighter? And I remember when they did it, I was like, well, that's cool. That's a guy who believes in his team. A coach who's like, yeah, we want a national audience. We want to be the only show in town. We want to show people who we are. And I love that approach, unless it doesn't work. And now you wonder if that's going to backfire. You wonder if only having 3 days to prepare for the Chargers is going to backfire. Because you're going into Cincinnati. Well, sure, you have a couple extra days to prepare for Cincinnati. What's that going to do for you?
Here's what's interesting. Regarding that decision, I think this is the only way it can be translated. Maybe you guys can prove me wrong on this, but I was trying to think of other things, and I can't just off the top of my head. By flexing this game to Thursday, was Sean Payton essentially saying the Cincinnati game feels more important than this game does? Like, we need the extra prep time for Cincy, not for the Chargers. Because I'll tell you this. There's two things that have been really bothering me now that I sit back and sort of look at this game. Number one, you were talking about you like the aggressive nature from your head coach. You like a guy who's got belief in his team. And, Vic, I do too. But you got to be that all the time. Because I'll tell you what bothered me last night. You're down 3. The Chargers' offense is in a groove. They're in a rhythm. You're at the 50, and it's a 4th and 5, and you punt it. For all the belief that you have in your quarterback and you have in your offense, why wasn't the belief there? There's only a few minutes left in the game. You would have to get a stop to give yourself another opportunity to get in field goal range with the defense was struggling at the time. Why didn't he go for it then? Anybody have an answer? You're at midfield. It's 4th and 5.
I have no answer.
You're down.
I have no answer.
There's
no
only
answer.
a few minutes left in the game, and the Chargers' offense is rolling. What's with the decision there? Like, if you want to be the aggressive guy and the brash guy who has belief in his team, then you got to do that in the crucial moments too. Or else it's mixed messaging. That one I didn't understand, and I didn't like. Because if that was the approach you wanted to take, then that would have fit more with just running the football like crazy. Because I thought it was a little bit bizarre, and look, it worked. So there's not a lot of room for criticism. But you guys remember the opening drive? First carry was Estime. Second carry was Javonte. Third carry was Blake Watson. Fourth carry was Marvin Mims. But it became pretty obvious that Audric Estime was your best back of the night. He's run the football well. Javonte ran the ball well, too. But there's a lot of just decision-making stuff that I didn't quite understand. And
well, you're down. Hold on a second, though, Brett. You're down, if I'm remembering correctly, you're down by 3.
Yep.
With 4.5 to go, and you booted all the way down to the Chargers. They were kind of pinned. What was it? Down to their, 11 or 10 or 9 or something like that. They're pinned deep there,
yeah, they're
right?
on 10.
Okay, so you're talking about, you're down 3. You put them deep into their own territory with 4.5 to go. If you just come up with a stop, you're going to get the ball back with an opportunity to tie this game.
And they had him 3rd and 10, and Justin Herbert took off for a 15-yard scramble.
Okay, so, I mean, I think a little bit of credit here. Sometimes the other team makes good plays. Even if did it seem conservative? I don't know, maybe. I probably would have done the same thing. Boot it deep, pin them in their own zone, and let my defense go to work. And sometimes, people always go, oh, my God, this goalie gave up this or blah, 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 blah. Well, sometimes the other team just makes hella good plays, too.
Yeah,
but Herbert made a hella good play.
My point in that situation, Moj, was you were going to have to get a stop regardless. Yeah. So whether they start at the 50-yard line or the 10-yard line, if you don't get the stop, they're probably going to get points out of it. Or the clock is going to burn out so much that you don't get the ball back at all.
You know what cuts deep here, and I think this is why Bronco fans are so enraged this morning. And frankly, a lot of you are taking your hatred out on us.
Nobody said anything to me.
Well, I'm having hell of a
time. Everybody's cool to me. I mean, all the texts I see are Moj and Brett. You guys are really cool. Hey, Vic. That's what I see.
Because they know I'm the
true. I could be wrong about that.
Because they know I'm from here. I'm a true fan.
Well,
I'm not an interloper. Anyway.
Hey, blankety blank. I've been here for 30 years.
Listen, I'm joking. Obviously. What do you listen to what I'm about to say?
I've been here more than half my life, bro. What do you
listen to what I'm about to say? I
listening.
think deep down the reason why you're mad, angry, and you're just one lash out Bronco fans deep down because you know that this is not the you know what this team is. You saw it last night against a winning team, and there's nothing wrong with that either. I know it's hard to take a step back. They're not ready yet. Now, could they still make the playoffs? Yeah, of course they can.
Yeah, but you know what? They are. They should have won that game.
I'm talking about the next step. And there's a
they're not a Super Bowl team.
Well, there are some people that you hold out that hope, right? You hold out that hope. You're like, let's go. They're back. They can win 12 games. They're not there yet. They're not there yet. A game like last night proved it. They're close. but they're not there yet.
That's what I'm talking about when I say I'm so disappointed this morning. And here's another thing. We can get to this in just a second. So I did the Altitude After Dark thing, so it was DMAC and Columbus and Kreckman and Raj and Coach and myself. So we're all just like airing out these grievances. We're all airing out our frustrations after the game.
Sounds like Festivus.
It was actually really fun. It was a fun time doing it. I had a great time. But here's the problem. DMAC and Kreckman both said something that you said yesterday, Vic, that I don't subscribe to at all. And I want to get to that in just a couple of minutes. We'll also get to the Nuggets and the Avs last night. Thank God that the Avs came back in that third period to give you something to be happy about at the end of that game.
You got me hanging on a thread. You got me hanging on a thread now. I don't like that. You got me hanging.
That's called a tease.
All these texts.
That Vic says
Dear
I'm
Motion
terrible
Brett.
at. I'm trying.
All these texts. Dear Motion Brett. We love you. Dear Vic, get bent. Okay.
That's fine. Usually Brett's teases are, we're back after this.
Yeah, that's my favorite one. Because I feel really, really weird about teasing anything else.
Guys, stick around for the next segment. We're back after
I got
this.
a thought on the Broncos game. The answer may
here's one
surprise you.
Well, you can write your teases down like some people do.
I just don't.
Here's
like
one
teases
from Garrett for Brett. Blank you, Brett. That was just a drive-by.
I started laughing at those.
I get the feeling that nobody is going to be immune this morning. Not even couch sleeping Jesse.
You shut up, angry Broncos. You leave my Notre Dame out of your mouth. If Notre Dame loses tonight, I might as well just end it this weekend.
Jesse, you put those nasty
he's gonna
feet
get a
on that
piece of
couch in
everybody.
there? Did you put your nasty feet up on that couch?
Oh my God! You better ask those questions.
I was fully clothed.
Oh boy. Very nice, Jesse. See, way to be courteous to your coworkers. All right.
Okay, come on, man. You got to treat it like a hotel
So
room.
again, DMAC Kreckman said something last night on Altitude After Dark. Vic said it yesterday. I don't subscribe to this at all. We'll get to it next. When we come back, I got a stat that's going to blow your mind. Ugh, I hate teasing. I hate it.
From now on, I want you to accentuate every tease like that.
I don't know how you say things like that and not feel like a D-bag. I don't know.
Like it's the end of the world. Like, I got something coming up that's going to change your day, the way you go about it, and perhaps your future on this planet.
I have audio from Sean Payton that will change your life forever. Next.
Seriously,
I
I
thought
want
you
you
should
to
be
do
pretty.
that.
Yeah.
Well, I got to
Should be pretty
stay in
used to
my
it by
car
now,
and listen
Brett.
now.
You should be all right here.
All right, listen. Here's something
Or just
that was...
threaten people. I got
Yeah.
something coming up next. If you don't stick around, I will steal your children.
If you do not listen to what I'm about to say, you will have to be checked for venereal diseases by your doctor.
Yes.
Okay? So you better listen. All right, listen. Something that was said last night as I was doing Altitude After Dark. Kreckman and D-Mac said this. Vic, you said it yesterday, and I disagree. They said after that game, as we were airing out some frustrations, they go, you know what, though, guys? This is all icing on the cake. The Broncos season is a success already. And I said, no, the hell it is not. Like,
Yeah, it
if
is.
you, no, hang on. You can take the big picture thing and say, if I would have told you at the beginning of the season the Broncos are 9-8, Bo Nix looks good, would you take that? Yeah, of course I would. But you know what? Things change. The standard now is make the postseason. If they do not, if they lose to Cincy next week, and they lose to the Chiefs in Week 18, and either Miami or Cincinnati makes the postseason, that is not a success.
Well,
yes,
yeah, if you look
I
at
have
it that
moved
way.
the goalpost.
Sure.
I have. I
Yeah.
admit it. But I think it's worth moving, considering where they're at.
I'm just saying, if you didn't know anything about how the season unfolds, like if I didn't give you any details of the season and I told you that the Broncos won 9 games, they won more than they lost with the rookie quarterback, what would you say? Back in August.
I would say that's great.
I'd say that was a good season.
All right, that's
yeah.
it.
I would say it's
Then
successful.
that's the argument. The argument isn't how they lost or when they lost or how close they came. The argument is if they won 9, lost 8 with a rookie quarterback, is that a developmental season? Yes.
Vic, you're correct. But the circumstances have changed, and they've changed because the Broncos have been better than we thought. They've changed because
Or have
Vance
they?
Joseph. Well, yeah, they have because Vance Joseph with a healthy and let me qualify this with a healthy defense.
Yeah.
Has done wonderful things. That defense is really good for most of the time. Now they've broken a little bit the past couple of weeks. They've been exposed a little bit, and not having Riley Moss in there because you can't afford to have injuries when you don't have the depth because of your cap situation and so on. But the goalposts have moved. The expectations have changed. The circumstances have become different, and you're sitting in a playoff spot. And so you could say, well, they've only beaten one team with a winning record, and the season's a success already. Okay, but when you're 9-5 and you've got it laid out in front of you, and you've got yourself a 3-game cushion essentially going into last night's game, you feel pretty damn good about. Listen, if you go on the road, even if they went on the road to Baltimore and got kicked, or went on the road to Buffalo and got kicked, I would say that's a successful season.
Yes, Moj.
But not making the playoffs now would be a hell of a disappointment.
I'll say this. If they make the postseason and they lose by 80 points in the first round, I'd still be like, you know what? Good year. Great year. You made the playoffs.
So for you, it's just about making the postseason.
They
That's
have to make the
All right,
postseason.
but see, but is that the barometer that you employed in August? That's all I'm asking.
But I reserve the right to
No,
change
it's
it.
not.
Well, you can't change.
Yeah.
You
Yes,
can't.
of course I can.
No,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, you can.
I'm the rule maker here, and I'm throwing a flag. You can't just change the rules. If the rule was, what is a successful season in August? What is it in your eyes in August? And I told Brett, you're a lot, man. You've gotten wider since then because it's not summer anymore.
Yeah.
A darker version of Brett. Brett, what do you want to see out of the Broncos this season that would be a success?
Here's
What?
the thing, though, Vic. That you absolutely can and should change expectations for things
Well, then what
when
are we
you're
doing?
in the middle of it.
Well, then why make a prediction in August?
Oh, hang on a second.
Well, then, you know what? Next time you ask me, next time I'm told, hey, what do you think's going to happen this season? I don't know. Talk to me in 3 months.
You say that anyway. But
exactly.
No. But here's what I'm getting at. You can have a thought for what you think a season or whatever, a life event, a goal. You can have a goal for something.
Sure.
But if you are outdoing your expectation and then you fall off a cliff at the end it's going to hit different
It is.
than
I'm
the
not
previous
saying you
assumption.
can't be upset about falling off that cliff. You guys are saying the same thing like when CU lost to K-State, or Kansas, I should say. That was upsetting because you got a chance to go to the CFP. That was upsetting. But again, I'm not talking about that particular game and that particular feeling that day. I'm talking about the season as a whole. As a sports fan, I'm not going to tell you how to think. You think however the hell you want to think. A lot of you are thinking crazy today. I'm just saying sometimes take a step back. Take a step back from that feeling of despair. And just remember what was going through your mind 4 months ago. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
How about this? I think this will be a more apt comparison. We all think the Rockies are going to suck next year, right? Yes? We all think the Rockies are not going to be a playoff team. Okay,
of course. But what if they're a 90-win team in August?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
If they are a team that's 15 games above 500 post All-Star break, and we're heading into September, and all they got to do is not puke all over themselves down the stretch, and they do that and miss the postseason, they have like an 8-game lead in the West, and they blow it with like 3 weeks left. Hang on, 3 weeks left in the season. You can do the thing where you step back and you go, you know what? Yeah. All said, it's a pretty good year. Nobody thought they could do this. But the fact that they made or they missed the postseason, given where they were, is going to feel a whole lot different. And you should change expectations based on evidence that you're presented.
Listen,
you should.
I'm not going to tell you how to feel. You can feel whatever. I'm just telling you how I feel and why I feel the way I do. And as a fan, like when in 2007, and the Rockies surprised everybody. Everybody. They surprised the hell out of us. They made a magical run to the World Series. The expectations weren't World Series that year. Nobody expected them to do what they did. And that made it even more joyous. That made it even more special. The fact that they overcame whatever obstacles you placed in front of them, whatever expectations you had, they exceeded those tenfold. And that's all I'm saying is you have your own personal expectations out of your team. That's it. And if they exceed it, great. The Broncos have already exceeded my expectations. Last night sucked. I'm ticked.
Well, good for you.
But they've already exceeded my expectations. That's
good,
all I'm saying.
Well, good
so
for you.
You think however you want to think.
Well, go sit in the corner and have a cookie and a coffee. Okay, I don't know what to tell you, Vic.
In the words of Sean Payton, I'll go have a cupcake.
Okay. Go have a mother trucking cupcake and just and enjoy the rest of your life. Take the rest of the season off because what happens from this point on with the Denver Broncos is of no concern to you. You're already satisfied. You've already had your soul satisfied. The rest of us will sit around and hope the Broncos make the postseason and give whoever they get in the first round a hell of a football game.
I hope so.
Okay?
I root for that.
So I give you permission. No, hold on. I give you permission, Vic Lombardi.
Yeah.
Brett, I'm sure you're with me here. Jesse, I give you permission to check out. Be done.
Yeah.
Done with the Broncos season because you're already satisfied they're going to have a winning year.
Do you think like 6071, is this your expectation as a sports fan? 6071 writes in, a successful season for the Broncos is winning the Super Bowl.
No. That's stupid.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Now, who said that?
You're an insane person.
Who said that? Who said that? When you find this, what's her name?
6071. I mean, that's if those are your expectations, if you're going to be upset and in the gutter because I don't know what to tell you. You're going to be really disappointed. You're going to have a lot of years of your life where you're going to walk around going, damn, my team sucks because we didn't win the Super Bowl. Are you crazy?
It's you know what? Here's why it's different to me. Before the season, I thought the Broncos were bad. They aren't. They're good. They're a good football team. And with that comes a different standard that you need to hold the team to. If they go down the stretch here and they lose 3 straight and somehow the impossible happens and they miss the postseason, which, again, as we're talking about this, I want to remind people, I'm sure you're with me, Moj. I still am very confident.
I'm not mentally prepared for that, Brett. I've already prepared myself emotionally for them being in.
Hold on. I'm saying I'm still pretty confident that they're going to make the postseason, okay? I still am. But I'm just saying in this hypothetical world,
Would you be more upset if they back their way into the playoffs, or does it matter to you? Like, if Cincinnati loses,
I mean, I'd be upset, but at least they got in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters, right? Like, what has to happen for the Broncos not to make the playoffs? Either Indy or Cincinnati would have to win out, right?
Yeah, who do the Bengals have in the last game of the year? Steelers?
Yeah, Pittsburgh, I think.
Okay. They are on the road at Pittsburgh. I still feel really good, man. I feel good.
So just to make it, I want to make sure I know your rules here. So if the Broncos don't win another game, if they finish with 9 wins, and one of those teams, it comes down to it and they lose and they back their way in, you're still
I
good?
wouldn't feel great about it, but I'm good. Yeah, because look,
okay, I feel good about it.
You put yourself in a
I'd feel
place
good
where you
about it.
earned the right to get that to happen. You know what I mean? Like they earned the right to back in, I suppose. So, but still, there's a standard that needs to be had, I think, with this football team. And, that's why I'm mad this morning. That was not up to the standard of what that football team is. And I think a lot of it was just very poor decision-making and very poor execution, which, when you get to this point in the season, can't happen. I can't have my head coach, who's an offensive-minded guy, having something that's working incredibly effectively and then just walk away from that in a tight game. I can't have you just not run the football.
I need to talk about that Nuggets loss last night at some point in this damn show.
I get it.
And I need to talk about the Avalanche win at some point. But it feels like we're all against each other right now. Vic, you have your own personal battle that you're fighting with people in the text line.
This is what happens. I'm telling you, you know it as well as I. When teams lose in this town, especially big games, everybody goes berserko.
I don't know how to feel about this. 5-4-6-8. Brett has proven this morning. The hell is it? Doggone it. Proven this morning that old guys working on a few hours sleep are really blanking stupid. Sheesh.
Wait, I've proven that?
Yeah.
How's that?
I guess that's in reference to me and Vic. And I don't get that at all. Why am I catching it straight? I'm being pretty damn reasonable today.
You are
Vic's
being
the one
reasonable.
you want to fight.
I'm being crazy. Yeah. You're
yeah,
right.
Vic's the one you want to fight there, 5-4-6-8. So don't, and just quit being as Vic said, quit being a jerk. Don't you lump me in with that jerk. I'm not being a jerk. He's being a jerk.
I'm making the case that when local teams lose, and this happens in every city, people get nuts. I mean, I try and stay off my Twitter when teams lose because all I do is argue with people. And it's on me. I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't argue with people, but I do it because I like to argue. But people get crazy. Like last night's loss, Bronco fans got crazy. They go from harmless, hey, everybody, let's watch the game, to I'm going to eat your children. I mean, it's that kind of crazy.
What's another thing, too? You haven't experienced a loss for like a month, so it's that newer feeling again, but it's also the way that it happened. It's that you should have won.
Yeah, it is. They should have. It's also a situation where, hey, man, we haven't been in this specific spot in a long – we haven't had the ability to get angry about losses like
pressure.
This in a long time. So it brings back all of those, my God, we could actually make the playoffs emotions, right? It brings those back, and those are on the forefront. And so that's why people are popping off like crazy, like Jiffy Pop popcorn.
Just got to tell somebody to shut his hole.
The place.
Sorry. I'm just going to respond. I mean, if you insult me, I'll insult you right back.
When we come back...
Wait, he told you to shut your hole, or you told him to shut a hole?
Whatever.
When we come back, we'll break down the Avs and Nuggets. Thank God the Avs finished off the night strong because I couldn't take all 3 losses last night. And if you don't listen to the next segment, then a ghost is going to kill you in your sleep. So stay tuned.
Hey, guys, hustle, bustle time of the year, right? It's the holidays. And if you aren't sleeping well, maybe your sex drive is MIA, you just don't feel like the guy you once were, maybe it's tough for you to get excited about all the holiday cheer. If this does sound like you may have low testosterone, and it is the season to get yourself tested and check it out. How do you know that you have low T? Well, early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year, and before you know it, you're like, man, I just don't feel right. I don't feel the same. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions with yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood. You're going to have your results within 30 minutes. And a Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review all of the results with you and make a diagnosis. You may not have it. but you may. It's only $9, which includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit is absolutely free. You're going to feel better. Trust me, sleep better, higher energy levels, better gains in the gym is all going to come back to you. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call at 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. 720-440-7900. It's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
All right, just because we're on the mad train this morning, let's start with the bad first and end with the good because I want to have a smile going into the next break.
Brett, you kept all those listeners, by the way, with the tease. That tease was incredible. Everyone stayed in their cars.
I don't want a ghost to kill you guys in your sleep either. I was just giving you a fair warning. Why? Portland? Why? 36 and 38 points in the first 3 quarters given up. Again, it's a double-digit deficit. Not just a double-digit deficit, 17-point deficit that you're starting the fourth quarter trying to battle your way back from. And you do it and take the lead late just to give it up at the end again with what? Oh, just, a straight line drive to the rack for, a game winner. So annoyed yesterday with everything.
What I'm about to say is going to get back to the Nuggets, and I don't care. The Nuggets make me sad. I'm sad. I disappointed and sad are the two words that come to mind. They play like they don't care. There's too many moments of just not even caring. Not boxing out. If you watch closely as a Nuggets fan, you'll notice they're giving up a ton of offensive rebounds to opponents, and they're getting second chance points. Last night, Portland had 21 second chance points. 21. That's why they lost the game. That's care. That's care. That's hustle. If you play basketball and the ball goes up, you box out the opponent, and you get your hands on the ball, and you hold them to one shot. When they have multiple shots, eventually they're going to score. It's the NBA. So the fact they lost at the buzzer, doesn't matter. The fact that the way they lost, one-on-one, when everyone saw that coming and nobody doubled off, nobody helped, they didn't blitz them, they just let them walk in, whatever. I can go on and on and on. I'm talking about being down 17 to start the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
I'm talking about being down 17 to a team that's lost 6 in a row, the youngest team in the NBA. I'm talking about losing another game on the road to a crap team. They go to Washington. Washington lost 16 in a row before they beat the Nuggets.
Yeah.
They go to Portland. Portland lost 6 in a row before they beat the Nuggets. It's the way they're playing. They're playing like they don't care.
I can't remember the last time I saw a team lose on a layup to the bucket with no time left. I can't remember the last time that's happened to anybody, to be honest with you. It's always a last-second shot or a three or whatever the case, the elbow. But just driving to the bucket and laying it in at the horn, that never, ever, ever, ever happens. And watching that last night, Vic, I'm so glad you said that. Brett, I don't know how to categorize it because it's more of a feeling than anything else. And you guys look back at the run of the Avs in 2022 and the Nuggets in 2023, and when a team has it, you know they have it, right? You can feel it, especially if you're around it, Vic. You feel like they've got a jam, they've got a gleam, they've got something that's esoteric that you cannot put your fingers on. But when they don't have it, for whatever reason, and they used to have it, that is a hell of a thing to witness, and that's exactly what we're seeing now.
But can I ask something?
They just don't got it, bro. They don't, for whatever reason, they don't.
No, that's the most important part. The last part, the for whatever reason. That's what's frustrating. What's the real change here? Like, I was trying to figure this out. The Nuggets have an obvious defensive problem, and a KCP can't be worth 20 points a game defensively by him not being on the roster anymore. It just can't be. Impossible. And so the question is, well, then what is it? And you want to put this on an effort and a 1-2 thing? Well, that's a problem, boys. We're over a quarter way through the season. We're almost a third of the way there.
You can't just turn it on. And that's the problem with this team is that they choose to turn it on in certain situations. In Sacramento, they're down. They turn it on. Last night, they're down 17. You're thinking, even at 17 points, I'm like, there's no way they come back from this, right? I mean, they're down 17. And here they are. They take a 2-point lead in the final minute. Here they come. Jamal hits a big shot. Russ Westbrook has a big swat. They're doing Nuggets things. And you're like, this team's great. And then, of course, at the end, they lose. And it makes you forget. It makes you just, because they came back in dramatic fashion, it makes you forget and ignore, wait a minute, why in the hell were they down 17 to the freaking Portland Trailblazers? That's the problem. That's the issue. The issue is you should never be down 17 to the Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah. And why are you down? Why are you down? Because you can't get a stop. And that's what, it doesn't even matter who the team is. It's like good offense, bad offense, veteran team, young team, 3-point shooting team, inside team. It doesn't matter. Every team has like 95 points by the end of the third quarter.
And you know what's worse?
Yeah,
what did I tell you guys yesterday? I told you guys yesterday, I like the roster the way it is right now. I don't like any of those trades out there. Just let it be. Maybe a secondary role. I think I'm going to change my mind. Because if this continues, they have to do something. If this continues, if this malaise, and that's what I call it, a malaise. That's what it feels like to me. It's like, nah. You tell me. I heard Coach Malone's comments after the game. If you think I'm harsh, I'm only I take a cue from the coach. If you think what I'm saying now is harsh, you should have heard Malone after the game.
Here's the issue with that, though, Vic. How many times can a coach pull that card before it's just white noise?
Let me ask you something. Did you watch the final?
Because he's
play
been
of the
upset.
game?
He's been upset multiple times this year, and nothing's changed. So
I want to let's just break down the final play. Mojan, I know you were doing your own game, and we're going to get in the Avs. Thank you for saving the night, Avalanche. But the final play, so you battle back, and you need a stop. There are 11 seconds left. Make a stop. It's tied up. Anthony Simons had been getting by guards all night. He'd been just streaming his way to the bucket all night. They give it to him in the backcourt. You knew exactly what was going to happen. They told you what they were going to do. They told you that because they're waiting for the clock. Simons was waiting with Russell Westbrook on him. Now, it's hard in the NBA to guard a guy one-on-one when he has a runway. He had a 10-yard runway to come right at Russell Westbrook. My first question is, why didn't they go out and force him one way or the other? Don't give him that runway. That was my first question. Number 2 question was, where was the help?
yeah,
What was everybody else doing? Why is this guy going one-on-one and no one is collapsing? Wow, we don't want to give up a 3. Who cares? You're losing. Would you rather give up a 3? Let me ask you. Would you rather give up an open 3 or a dude driving unimpeded to the goal?
see, Vic, when you said, yeah, the last play, whatever, I'm more concerned with the other stuff of how they got to that point, a 17-point lead in the fourth quarter. And it's like, yeah, I agree. That's the main concern. But also, the game's on the line, and it was that easy to get that bucket. That's insane. That the game is on the line,
Yes.
and it's an unimpeded layup.
Where is the help from the person that sits next to him? There are 3 guys who just watched that play. And I'm looking at them going, what is going on?
Yeah.
If you go back and you watch it again, the Blazers just cleared out that whole side of the floor, man, and drew everybody to the far side of the floor. It should have been very apparent what the game plan was in that situation, and that's what makes it so disappointing. It's not just that you lose, but that you lose that way on a layup with no time left on the clock.
The coaches are not without criticism, Moshe. The coaches, because the coaches said that was the intent, to not double off, to not do that. Well, I think they were wrong. I think you go blitz Anthony Simons, you get the ball out of his hand. I don't want it in his hands. He'd been killing you all night.
Hey, listen, man, and I'll say this. I think there is a lot of criticism to be thrown towards Malone. I've said for a few different things, like I don't like his resistance to at least try things with bench guys. Like Sarge still is not playing ever. And so you've just decided after like 5 games of seeing him that he can't play, which is bizarre to me. But we've discussed that stuff. If the continuing sort of criticism of a team is this, Moj, hey, didn't show effort tonight. Defense is about effort. It wasn't there. There's a lack of care. Well, that falls on the coach. The coach's responsibility, if nothing else, is like, I need to get some motivation. You can't be a third of the way through the season still talking about there's not enough care on defense.
Yeah, Mark Rycroft has a good comment from time to time about different guys in the National Hockey League. And he'll say something along the lines of, that guy's got a torn rotator cuff.
I like
right?
that.
I mean, or motivator cuff, torn motivator cuff. That, do you really want it? I mean, once you win, it's like such a feeling of relief and a feeling of accomplishment, and it should be. I mean, because, winning the championship is the ultimate. But once you've done that, do you ever want it as much again? Mm-hmm. I mean, the reason the Bulls win 6 is because you've got Michael Jordan, and he did, and he's pulling everybody along, and he's, if you're not along with Michael Jordan's game plan, then you might as well go jump in the lake, right? I'm not accusing guys of not caring, but it sure seems to me like the motivating factor for this club, I don't know what it is. I don't know what would get them to be the Denver Nuggets that we know and love. I don't, on a nightly basis and extend defensively and want to play. But that's a want to, Vic. That's a want to.
Yeah.
The Portland Trailblazers shouldn't be scoring 36 and 38 points in a quarter on you.
It
shouldn't be happening.
It's just not scoring, Moj. I take yourself back to, and I know this is different because it's the playoffs, the Lakers series, the Miami series. Do you remember how hard it was for opposing teams to get a bucket? Do you remember the Nuggets went all out all the time. It was just hard for teams to score on them because the Nuggets were just, man, they were greedy around the rim. They wouldn't let anybody in. It's so easy to score on Denver right now. It's so easy. It looks like just a walk in the park. Anybody can do it anytime. So, Moj, if anything, this changes your perception because normally you and I fight about this. The Nuggets are playing New Orleans this Sunday. The road trip continues. You think the Nuggets win that game? Are you going to play that this is the NBA card with me? Or
What?
is it
Like, what
No,
do you, if I made you.
all bets are off now. All bets are off. I don't. I'm to the point now, Vic, where I thought they would play their way out of it by Christmas, but they haven't. So I don't feel good about it.
New
I don't
Orleans
feel
has
good about
the worst-
anything. I mean, New Orleans, they got the worst record in the league, right?
worst record in the Western Conference? And
Western Conference. Well,
yes.
Wait, hold on a second. They've only got 5 wins. Who the hell has less?
Washington, a team you lost to, that had lost 16
that's
in a
right.
row
The
before
team
you lost to them.
the team that lost 16 in a row. That's my bad.
I'll make
crying
this
out loud.
I'll make this really easy. The Nuggets aren't a
If
very
you go
good.
to New Orleans and lose that game, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Hang on.
Jump in the lake myself.
The easiest way I can put this: the Nuggets aren't a very good basketball team. They could get better after Christmas. They could, but right now they aren't very good. Yeah. Like, I would hate to be a Vegas odds maker making the line for a Nuggets game. I would have no idea what to put that line at.
They're 14-11, so they're better than average. But you look at the way they won some of those games, and came down to final shots. Other teams
like
missing
every
final
game.
shots. Every game is just a roll of the dice. It's a roll of the dice. Well, let's wait till the fourth quarter when they wake up. Well, you know what? It's almost the first of the year. Wake up!
Hey, and guess what you can't do last night? You can't say that the bench was the reason why you lost. The bench was okay. They were fine. They kept the score pretty even.
All right, Moj, help me out. First shot on goal against Georgiev goes in, and I'm like, okay, they're going to score 8 on him tonight. And then all of a sudden I turn around, I'm watching Broncos and Nuggets, and the Sharks are up 2-1. What happened after that?
After the 2-1 score or after the first goal of the game?
After 2-1, because they were up 2-1, and I'm starting to get nervous. This could be an 0-for-3 night.
They could have been up 3-0 after one. I mean, maybe they should have been, too. They just didn't bury a couple of more really good opportunities.
Yeah.
A sense of frustration kicked in, and the first Sharks goal, it's just a blast, and it's off the pad of Blackwood and right to a guy who never scored his first goal of the year in Carl Grunderson. Hi, I'm Carl Grunderson. And anyway, he blasts it home. It's a 1-1 game, and then Eklund turns around on a broken play that I thought he played with a high stick, but they say the stick was not above the shoulders. It bounces, a turnaround, bam, and right through the 5-hole, so it's 2-1 game. And the Sharks are putting shots on you, and Blackwood had to make some really good saves, but that's a team that can score goals. I mean, they're a up and coming, they're starting to find themselves a little bit of the San Jose Sharks in a rebuild. And I thought that there was frustration. I thought that the Avs looked frustrated at times, but they stayed with the game plan. And here's 2 things that went really well last night. Power play, 2 for 4, 50%. All right, you happy with that, boys?
Yes. Thank God.
Okay.
That last one,
Penalty
by the way,
kill.
that pass from McKinnon and that finish from Mikko was pretty damn slick, dude.
That's world class. It's so high end. McKinnon dusts it off, waits, and he waits for the lane to open, and he sauces it over for
just
the tough
a
angle,
crack.
top shelf. An unbelievably good play by both those guys. So you get that power play goal, then you take advantage late. Kiviranta comes in, but this is a Georgie game, and it doesn't make me feel good to explain it this way. But you said it, Vic. Which shot did Val Nichushkin score on? What number was that in the game for the Avalanche?
The first shot of the game.
That's correct. How many times have we seen that on
this season?
Right?
Bunch.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
The third goal, the Kiviranta first goal, you know what that was? That was a muffin. That went off the bottom of the cheater and the top of his pad. Didn't get his glove hand there in time. And a 3-on-2, Kiviranta keeps it himself, and he rips it off Georgiev and in. That was one we've also seen before, have we not, out of Alexander Georgiev? It doesn't do me any joy to describe it like that. But the Avs took advantage of a goalie that we've seen do that in an Avs sweater. Now he's also been excellent. I thought Blackwood was, again, excellent last night against his former team.
Yep.
And the 2 goals he gave up, he could do nothing about. Well, I take that back. The second one, it caught him by surprise, but it was a quick turnaround blast by Eklund in a broken play that, you typically don't see a guy just pivot and fire from right there, but he did. So give the guy credit. But Blackwood made some unbelievably good saves, and you put it away late, man. You do what you got to do. You put 3 on him in the third period. You skid out with the 2 points. You got the Ducks coming up tonight.
Moj, Blackwood's save percentage since going to the Avs is around 940. You take that?
Oh, my God.
You think?
Yeah. He and Wedge would have both been awesome in that regard. Yeah.
And you were previously
I just
praying
think,
for somebody to get to can you just give me a 9? Can the number start with a 9?
Is there any Avalanche fan listening to my voice right now, anybody out there who would even remotely think about undoing both of those trades right now?
No.
Anybody? Okay, then stop smoking weed, put it
Well,
down.
I don't think anybody's saying that. I mean, I saw a whole bunch of Forgievs come up yesterday.
Well, okay, so if anybody is thinking that way, let me again offer some advice. Stop, put the spleef down, okay? And say that the Avs now have the solid goaltending, so when they have an off night or they're getting frustrated or whatever it may be, you've got guys who are between the pipes that you feel good about. You're giving yourselves a real good shot. And no team since the start of the 2019-2020 season, no team has been better in the back-to-backs or certainly game 2 of the back-to-backs than the Colorado Avalanche, and I like their opportunity tonight here against the Ducks. I really like it.
By the way, I like the Avs nickname that they came up for their goaltending room. The Lumberyard?
That is good.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Pretty good.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Hey, can I tease the next segment?
Sure.
Please do, because I'm running out of gas, bro.
Because I wrote this one down because you ran down.
Oh, man.
When we come back at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, a simple sports tell that can help you earn millions of dollars in disposable income.
You teased that like you were on the news.
Yeah, I don't.
It wasn't a radio
like an
tease.
Infomercial, and I don't even think it's true. Ain't nobody's gonna come back to that because they think
You
you're
know what
lying.
I want? I want the.
It doesn't even sound plausible.
Here's what I'm going to start to do. I'm going to go to random websites, okay, and I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of the news articles where they have the what is it called, the targeted advertising stuff.
Sure.
You seen those? You won't believe what these child stars look like now when we return.
And I always click on them too. I always click on them. I just do.
Macaulay Culkin looks like what?
And it takes 18 slides to get to the one you want.
And 15 viruses get thrown into your computer. Yeah.
Right. When we come back, all you lonely dudes out there, I'm going to give you a surefire way to have relations over the Christmas break when we come back.
Oh, yeah, that's that
I miss
Waffle
this
House
song,
song.
man.
It's Waffle House. Keep it
Way to
up.
go,
Keep it up,
Jesse.
Jesse. Louder.
This makes you smile no matter what happened last night.
You know, I know that people are like, oh, what, you like the boy band music? Like, some of it's good. I enjoy the Jonas Brothers. I think
love
they're
it.
good.
2,
Blast it.
3.
Yeah, give me
How
some,
can
Jesse.
you not like
Do
this
it.
song? Seriously.
Like, this is great.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. Do you, and this applies to all the listeners too, many of you that hate me, and that's fine. I'll wear that hate. If you want to sit on my therapy couch, I'll wear it.
Not just the listeners. You know?
That's fine. I'll wear it because I know how angry you all get after a loss. I'll wear it. That's fine. But I want to ask you, like tonight, my team plays a big game, and I was invited to go to the game, mind you, and I'm a sissy. I ain't sitting in the snow, and it's already snowing in South Bend. Snowing. And it's supposed to be cold as hell. I ain't doing it. Do you guys want to see me in pain? Like, are you openly rooting for Notre Dame to lose so that only so you can turn around and mock me and make fun of me? You like that's really mean if that's how you are, if that's how you act. If deep in your heart, your intent, you have no stake in this game at all, but you just want to see Indiana win so that I can feel pain. Think about that. Think about your humanity. Think about what you are as a human.
Listen, Vic, that's if you look at it from a realistic point of view, that's a pretty sad state of affairs for human beings, right? To take joy in other people's pain. Now, that being said, earlier this year, when they lost to Northern Illinois at home and Marty O called in
and reveled in my pain.
And reveled in your pain, to see the look on your face and the anguish that you went through was kind of funny, man.
Hey, here's the thing.
And so we're in agreement then. Most of you people listening, you want me to be hurt. You want me to, because tonight I would be very hurt. I mean, forget what happened last night. If you accentuate that by losing, I don't know what to tell you.
Let me explain something to you. I think being a good friend means you pull for your buddies' teams. Okay, I do. I think that's something like
I pull for the Lions. I pull for the Lions. You know I do.
Yes.
I'm happy when the Lions win because I care about you.
I think that's a good friend move. But I will say, Vic, when you cheer for a team that your friend despises, it makes it really hard. And Notre Dame is one of those teams like the Yankees or the Lakers. Sure. Like if I had a buddy who's a Lakers fan, which I don't think any of my friends are Lakers fans by choice, but if I had a buddy who was a Lakers fan, I don't think I could be like, hey, I want your team to win tonight. I don't think I could do it. And I would take joy in his pain. But it depends on the team. Like, if you were a fan of Indiana, Vic, I think everybody would be rooting for you like, hey, I hope your team wins. Go Indiana.
Yeah.
I mean, look at some of these texts coming in. I hope Vic and Notre Dame puke all over themselves tonight. Everyone hates Notre Dame. Vic, you are a problem. I mean, it's one after another. And it's just sad that you hate. I mean, you listen to this radio show. You want me to feel that much pain. I've had a painful life as it is. I've had a lot of pain. I've endured pain. Why do you want to? Why do you want me to endure more?
I'm trying to slow you down here because nobody wants to see you have pain. The problem is, I think that people want to see Notre Dame have pain, and then because they do, that means that you're going to have pain. I don't think it's specifically generated at you. It'd be like, look, I don't want the Dodgers to feel any joy. And if you happen to be a Dodgers fan, and the Dodgers, they're going to win the World Series again. Who am I kidding? But let's say they got knocked out or didn't make it or whatever, and I was happy about that. If you were sad, that's just a byproduct of me being happy about the Dodgers getting the shaft.
But admit it, though, there are people out there that are like, oh God, I wish I could see how painful that guy is right now.
Hey, listen, my little Sac State Hornets, they never hurt anybody. Well, they did beat CSU a couple years ago, but that's beside the point. But they never hurt anybody, man. They're a little Sac State, a little FCS, a little Sac State. The amount of people who have texted in horrible things about the Hornets, and I'm like, I think it's just because you want to hurt me. Yeah. Like the Sac State Hornets have never hurt anybody.
See, here's the
including
difference.
Rams fans who realize they shouldn't have lost to Sac State the way they did.
You're insignificant. Your school's insignificant. Nobody cares.
That's what I'm telling you. And yet people still take the opportunity
nobody cares
to take shots at them. I know, that's my point. So maybe there's part of you that is correct that people they just want to take gratuitous shots sometimes.
Let me give you something. I heard an audio clip from Sean Payton after the game.
Okay.
That it's not something super egregious, but it did bother me. Jesse, if you can play this, he was asked about why Ladd McConkey was getting open for a good portion of that game last night. Here's what he said.
We dropped coverage. We dropped coverage tonight 5 different times.
I mean, it's sort of surprising, right? You haven't had that many.
Look, in a short week, we got to look closely at, why are these things happening? But 5 different times we had free runners. And you can't have one of their top receivers not covered.
Here's the thing. Not super egregious. But, Sean, you are not allowed to say anything about short weeks. You chose this.
I agree.
This was your decision. You cannot blame anything, lack of game planning, anything with, short week, we got to... No. You chose to put yourself in this situation. No excuses, short week.
And I don't mind the choice. I want to go back to what I said. I like a coach who's willing to put his team out there. We want to be on the national stage. Let's go. We want to develop a young quarterback. We want to be known. Let's put ourselves out there. You did that willingly, knowing that it could backfire. It could. And it did.
Mm-hmm. But are you guys with me? Like, look, he didn't emphasize, hey, it's because of a short week. But I don't even want to hear it mentioned in any reasons why things went faulty, because you weren't assigned the game. You were asked, do you want to play this game? And you said yes. So I can't hear that as any sort of even quasi-excuse for anything that went down last night.
Yeah, but can I explain one of the problems with last night, too, that has my brain hurting a little bit? And it's the fact that I just kind of felt like we were past what the Broncos gave up last night in the second half. I thought the Broncos had matured beyond that point. When you're all over a team and you've got a 24-10 lead, right, and you're really sticking it to them, and you make that pick on the goal line, and you're going to deny them points before the half, and you're going to carry a 2-touchdown lead into the locker room, and you don't do that, right? You barf it up.
It was a barf
on the fair catch and the kick, and then in the second half they have your number, especially that fourth quarter when they're all over your bacon. I thought the Broncos had moved past that. I thought they were a better team than to allow that to happen. Now, again, right now it's still damn good. I'm confident they're going to make the postseason. I don't care what the percentages say. I feel really good about it. Yeah, I am. But at the same time, I felt like they were moving beyond that as a group, as a unit. I didn't think there were many gag, at least against like teams, like opponents, which is what the Chargers are. They're a like opponent. I didn't think the gag factor was there anymore, and the gag factor came out. And that's disappointing, too.
When they went up 21 to, was it 10? I'm sorry, I'm getting my scores all mixed up. Yeah, 21-10. And they were moving the ball at will.
I think 21-10. I said 24-10, 21-10, my bad.
One of the reasons Broncos fans, we are all frustrated today is they go up 21-10, and I tweeted this. I said, wow, the Chargers are powerless against Bo Nix in this offense. Sean Payton can dial up anything, and anything is working. Screen pass for 19, go ahead. Mims down the sideline, go ahead. Yeah. Over the middle to Vele, go ahead. Estimate
quarterback scramble up the middle for 15,
everything
no problem.
They did worked, everything. And you're watching this game and you're saying, gosh darn, the Broncos are for real, boys. I just want to know how a team that looked like that team, goes from that to what? They can't even move the ball. Everything's a 3-yard pass. How do they go from complete, they look like studs, to they couldn't move the ball? How does that happen in one half?
I don't know. It's obviously there was something that shifted in the second half with the way that Jim Harbaugh went about the defense. But also, you went away from what was working. Like, feed Estime the rock. And on top of that, the frustration that you feel this morning, I think, is partly because of this. First of all, you haven't lost in a while. It's been a month since you suffered a loss. Over a month because you had a bye week mixed in. The second thing is, this is the first time in a long time, guys, that it felt like the Broncos let go of the rope.
Yeah.
They've had it before where it's like it gets tugged.
That's it.
But
That's it.
they're able to yank it back in their favor. Like the Colts game last week had a lot of those moments where it's like, it's about to get away from you, and then they'd rip it back and be like, no, we got control now.
That is a great analogy,
They were
Brett.
in
That's a
control,
really good one.
and they lost it and couldn't find any momentum again.
Which is why that, and I'm going to harken back, and you guys are all going to look at me and say, oh, that's just an excuse. That's why those calls, fair or not, affect the outcome of a game.
Sure.
That was a PI. If you get a flag there, you get points at least. Something. You get something. And that's something you can build on. If the Strnad play doesn't happen, you hold them to 3. That's a huge momentum turn in a game. And it happened twice in the second half.
Hey, Loretta sent a message in. Loretta, what freaking game was Mosher watching? It was never 21 to 10 and a half.
Mosher was watching the
You're
Avalanche
right,
game. He was calling.
Yeah, Loretta, I misspoke, and I apologize for that. What I don't need, Loretta, on this Friday morning when I've had 2 hours of sleep here in Southern California is you on my ass.
Wait. Wait, Loretta's your nemesis. Isn't that your nemesis,
I've
Moshe?
heard you go after Loretta before.
Yeah, you and Loretta, you guys are beefing.
You know why? Because she's got a smart mouth.
All right.
That's all I need this morning is Loretta just curb stomping me to death because I misspoke. Thanks, Loretta.
We'll get back to the game in just a second. 303-504-0925.
I got another one for you.
Yeah.
Up next on Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
Stop doing it like it's a news program.
Well, this is the only way I know how.
Come on, dude. What are you, Benjamin?
Let me just do this and hit the commercial break after I read this, Jesse.
I'm getting really pissed now.
Up next on Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane, one of your long-lost relatives will leave you thousands of dollars in a family trust, but only if you stick around for the magic that awaits, a magic password after this timeout.
Wow, wordy. Really wordy.
That's way too long.
I am seeking legal action. I'm dead serious. This is criminal what's happening tonight. 3 sporting events on around the same time. Broncos, Avs, Nuggets. How are we going to enjoy each event exclusively? What if you don't have 3 screens? What if you don't want 3 screens? This is wrong, which is why I may call Dan Kaplis to take care of business. Dan Kaplis helps people keep going when they suffer a serious injury. And this is an injury for me. His 40-year track record, historic success in high-stakes personal injury cases tells you all you need to know about Dan and his law firm. Because high-stakes injury cases are fought at a different level, and Dan Kaplis Law has proven he will go toe-to-toe with the biggest and the baddest insurance companies have to offer, and he'll win. That's why Dan Kaplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. He accepts righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. So give him a call today. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. He's got law offices in Denver at the Tech Center, Loveland, Greeley, Fort Collins, across the Front Range, or you can hit him up at dankapleslaw.com. To all of you sending me personal texts now, wishing for my team to lose to see me suffer. For example, 8849. I like when Vic's smug ass suffers, and that suffers with a Z. Just understand, I will make note of all of these personal texts. You better hope my team doesn't win, because I will respond to each and every one of you.
Not on this show.
As loudly. I will be, if you think it's bad now, if you think I'm smug now, you do not want to be around me.
Yeah. I also got this personal thing going on with Loretta.
You guys.
What I don't need, Mosier,
I know,
is you
dude.
making false statements. I'm pissed, so take it this morning. So, yes, I will be your punching bag.
How out of
Loretta,
all
I
of the people on the show,
apologize.
the youngest person on the show, happy birthday to my beautiful baby self.
What is your birthday? Everybody,
Yeah, I
everybody,
forgot
hold
about
on. Hold on, everybody. Today is Brett Kane's birthday. And you know what I love about you, Brett? You don't make a big deal out of that like some of you people in your generation. You don't ask for the day off. You don't ask for a week off. You don't ask for a party. You showed up to work today because this is what you do. And then in the third segment, you just casually mention it's your birthday. Well, I love you, Kaner. Thank you.
My beautiful baby self. Happy birthday.
How old are you?
35. So this is what I was getting at. Out of all the people on this show, you would think the 35-year-old would be the one with his nose buried in his phone,
God,
yelling
I
at
knew you in your
texters,
20s.
yelling.
I knew you in your 20s, bro. And look at you now, man. Kid.
Yeah, but hang on.
Old, aches and pains. I love it.
Hang on. You would think that out of all the people on this show, Jesse's actually 72 years old. He just looks like he's 32.
Yeah, well, he paints his beard and his hair. He paints everything.
Jesse just gave me, it's a beautiful, the Christmas card just gave me a beautiful Christmas card, and there's 18 children on here, by the way. Here's the thing, though.
Oh, I got my cards for you guys. I'll bring it in next time I'm in studio.
Out of all the people on this show,
I don't care.
Out of all the people on this show that you would think would have their nose buried in their phone, yelling at textures back and forth all day, I'm the only one on the show who doesn't do it. I'm the only one. Moshe gets pissed off with Loretta. Vic fights with everyone. Everyone.
I'm just a fighter.
You don't catch a lot of strays, though, Brett. I catch strays because of Vic. Like osmosis.
But see, I grew up.
Strays.
I guess I grew up different. If you insult me, I'm going to insult you right back. I can't. I'm just not wired that way.
Do you guys remember the first year of this show? There was this same guy every day would send one text to the show. Yeah. Different times, but he'd send one text.
Hated your
guts. He said, Brett sucks every day. Mm-hmm. And I actually looked back through his text thread. He didn't text another show. He didn't text another thing to us. It was just, I hate Brett.
That was me.
Well, then that's fair. But I'm like, if that was Vic, this guy is all of a sudden, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
You are a better
can't
man.
Ignore it.
You're a better man. I just find it ridiculous and almost it's unsavory that most of you attack the old people on this show. I think it's ageism. And frankly, I'm going to go to HR.
Hey, did our signal go out? People are saying our signal went out. I don't know. I hope we're okay.
It did for
let me say this.
30 seconds.
Okay, let me say this. It's been a long time. Yeah, people say we're off the air. It keeps cutting out. Well, we'll figure it.
We're figuring it out. We got people working on it.
We got top men, top women. It's been a long time. Oh, okay. It's been a long time since we've had the think about it this way. If you want to be optimistic and not pessimistic, feel about it this way. It's been seemingly forever since we've had the opportunity to feel angst over the Denver Broncos in a loss like this.
Yep.
After Week 15. You know what I mean?
And that's a good place to be.
It's been a long time. Yes.
To feel pain?
It's been a long time that you get to Week Vic.
Would you rather feel pain?
That you get to Week 15.
You know what? That's such a good point, Moshe. You are pretty much an amateur psychologist this morning. For all Bronco fans that are feeling pain, would you rather feel this or be apathetic like you have the last 8 years? Apathy,
no, I'd rather.
Right?
You know what? I'd rather feel pain because it knows I'm alive and I've got a dog in the fight. That's what it is.
We've been
alive.
numb. We've been watching.
I'm alive.
This time of year, we've been watching and just look at the rest of the league.
No, this time of year, you know what we were doing?
Teeth in our mouth.
Hey, here's how this season could have gone if it's what we thought it was going to be. We could be here on December 20th. Happy birthday to my beautiful baby self. We could be doing this. Hey, guys, the Broncos are projected with the 4th pick. Do you think Travis Hunter is going to be there? We could be doing
my
that
God,
show
I know.
right now, as
Yeah,
opposed
that
to being
would suck.
angry over a loss. We could be doing that show.
I would much rather be griping about not running the football at the end of the half and giving the ball back for a 57-yard free kick that has not been performed in 48 years. I'd much rather be doing that than going, do you think the tackle from Bama can help? I mean, enough of that crap. Man. Sean Payton, George Payton, the Walton Penner group, they're delivering Bo Nix, everybody. They're delivering the goods right now, man. They're delivering caring football. They're delivering meaningful football. Next Saturday is going to be a joy. I mean, all week long, hell, I don't know where you guys are going to be. Brett, you're going to be gone. Vic, I don't know what your story is. But next week, we're going to be talking about that game as almost like, a must-win type of situation, because what you don't want to do is go into a Week 17 scenario, or Week 18, but Game 17, against the Chiefs having to win the damn football game.
By the way, Brett, are you – happy birthday again. God, just to see you all grown up, right in front of me, I'm prideful. It's like a child.
I mean, you didn't even have an offspring when we first got together.
You didn't even have facial hair when you first showed up here.
No, you didn't, man.
A beautiful
Barely
baby co-host.
From now on, by the way, Vic says you can't steal it, but I want everybody to. When you say happy birthday to somebody, just say beautiful baby and then their name.
Well, I did it to my 26-year-old.
I know.
You're doing it to your infant.
I think about that so often now. Whenever somebody says something about a birthday, I just think about Vic going, happy birthday to my beautiful baby boy who's 26 years old. And I can't stop doing it
did
now.
a couple years ago. It was a couple years ago, a 21st birthday baby, Dante, baby boy.
The point I'm getting at is I got you guys something for Christmas, and I want to give it to you. Are you going to be here next week, or are you going back to
I'm
to
off
Nebraska?
all next week. I'm
You're
in
milking?
Nebraska.
You're milking
I'm
next
milking.
week. Mosier, you going to be here? Were you?
Most of the week, yeah.
Jesse, you here next week?
I'm off on the 27th.
Wasn't planning on it, but I guess
I've got to
I'll
go
come
see
in.
my folks.
Jesse's going to be asleep on that couch over there when you walk in here.
But contingent on one thing. If Notre Dame loses tonight, I'm not giving you anything.
Okay.
Fine with me. I don't need anything, man. Unless it's like a dozen Pro V1s, you shut it.
How long is this road trip, by the way? You guys have been on the road for what feels like 8 months.
Yeah, it's 27 of 34 days that we've been on the road when we get home. It'll be 27. I know. We had a 4-gamer 9 days, 5-gamer 9.5, 10 days, and now this one is we're staying overnight tonight after the game so the guys can actually get some rest on the back-to-back and sleep. So we'll come home tomorrow morning. Man, it's just we left Sunday and get home Saturday. So that's a week, bro. That's another week on the road. It's been a lot. Yeah.
I want to go back to what you said, though,
If you want some good stuff, though, there's no road trip longer than 5 days from here on out through the end of the regular season. So the Avs are going to set themselves up in a pretty good spot, yeah.
I want to go back to something you said, though, because I do think this is important. Like, the frustration that's felt this morning is a good thing, okay? It means you expect your team to do better. And there's something about that has not existed over the last 9 years. Like, when the results would come and they lose a game like this, because they've lost plenty, okay? You didn't have this feeling because it was expected, because the Broncos weren't very good and aren't supposed to be very good. I feel the way I do this morning, and the nerves that I feel for the next couple of weeks are only there because I think they're better than what they did last night. And the first half, how about this? Agree or disagree with this statement? Said this earlier in the appetizer. I would have preferred, just as far as the way I feel this morning, that game looked a lot more like the first go-around than what happened last night. Because at least, if it was like a repeat of their first matchup earlier in the year, here's what I could tell you. You know what? The Chargers are just better. They got your number. Yeah. They're just a better team for whatever reason. Last night, I think you're better than they are. And you lost.
You know what else ticks me off? There were so many great plays made. Like Drew Sanders. This guy had a freaking Achilles surgery just, like 2 weeks ago? The guy's cut. This is unbelievable. This guy's back in the game, and he's making massive plays late.
Yep.
Massive plays. And you're sitting there just waiting for this. And it's all for naught because you lost the game. It's all for naught. That 21-10 lead, just the domination in the first half, You could feel it, man. The entire country's paying attention to the Denver Broncos again, right? You're on the radar again. Look at the Broncos, and you give it all up.
Yeah, but here's the good part, Vic. It's not over, man. You've got plenty of opportunity now to get it all back. You've got plenty of opportunity to get the national
Yeah, but your
attention
confidence
and
takes
the
a hit,
belief and
Moj.
all that stuff.
Moj,
Yeah,
come on.
it does.
Your confidence takes a – I mean, Bronco fans deep down, after watching that game last night, you know, right? Brett, you know. You're like, okay.
I know what?
You had all these visions after the first half, like, gosh, man, this team's serious. And it's just the way they got handled in the second half. It just makes you –
You know what, though? My thought on who the Nuggets are, I don't think changed at all after last night.
Nuggets or Broncos? What are you guys talking
Sorry, Broncos. My thoughts on the Broncos last night didn't change at all. I think they're still the same team that they were beforehand. Like, I've always thought, especially in a weak AFC, they're a team that takes care of opponents that are worse than they are, and you're still kind of awaiting the equal level to better than you category. And that's why I feel like last night should have been a win and you blew it. The Chiefs game should have been a win and you blew it. So it's like, can you find late game moments to put a game away as opposed to leaving it up for chance to where a bad call can affect you big time or bad execution on a player or two can affect you big time. And they aren't beyond that part yet. But they should be a playoff team. They are one of the top 7 teams in the AFC. Yeah. They are.
Here's an example of how you lose matters, right? How you lose matters. 7630. Great reminder. Thanks for following me on Twitter, by the way. I just unblocked a couple people. Anyway, Vic, you put up a video last night saying it's okay if the Broncos lose. And I did. I put up a video saying, gosh, house money here, baby. You're playing well. You're going to make the playoffs regardless. But I want to go back. I should have said it's how you lose. It's how you lose. Because if you lose, let's say the Broncos lost the same way they lost the first time to the Chargers.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I know. It's how they lost last night. The game was theirs. It was theirs. A couple plays here and there in the game, it's yours. And it's how you lose matters. It just does. Like how the Broncos lost versus how the Nuggets lost. I'm more upset with the Broncos loss because there were a couple plays here and there. I'm sad at the way the Nuggets lost because they just played like they didn't care for a lot of time.
Well, in the Broncos game meant a lot more.
Sure,
a lot more.
Obviously,
yeah.
Obviously, in the world of what game matters more, a game with a playoff spot on the line is always going to matter more than a December NBA game. Clearly,
but you're right. There were so many things going in the Broncos' favor, and I'll tell you this. We can talk about this more after the break. When you look at the way the defense has kind of been gashed the last few weeks, so the last 3 weeks, it's been this Chargers game. Guys, the Chargers put up 34 points. That's not a good offense. It's really not. Last week, Colts were this close to putting up 20 points in a hurry on you if Jonathan Taylor doesn't drop the ball for the end zone, and then Cleveland scored a whole bunch of points. Now, since he's coming to town next weekend, and they have Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow.
Oh, it scares the hell out of me.
And that is a freaking terrifying proposition.
Wait. I thought that game's in Cincy. You said coming to town.
It is. It's in Cincinnati.
I was just saying.
I was going to say that.
The general thing, yes. Yeah. Of like you're facing them.
You better be 100% accurate this morning or Reddit's going to jump your ass.
Hey, the back and forth on text line right now is hilarious.
I mean, what the hell?
Somebody says to Moj, you look like crap, Moj, and that's not the word he used. To which Moj responded, well, thanks. I got less than 2 hours sleep. What's your face look like? Send a pic. Guy sends a pic of George Clooney. You people are the best. You really are. You're the best.
5'4", 6'8". At least I have an excuse for looking like a catcher's mitt. What do you got?
You're picking on the old people today. They're picking on the old people, man. It's unfortunate. It's really not. It's not cool.
When we come back, if you don't continue to listen,
boys, the bottom line is they're going to be fine. Everybody, just take a deep flipping breath, please. I'm begging you.
When we come back, if you don't continue to listen, Krampus will steal your toes in the middle of your workday. Okay, that's a threat.
Who will steal your toes?
Krampus. He's like an evil Santa.
The bad guy.
So you better listen.
They got that crap going on. Is that Norway or Finland?
Fine. If you don't listen, then you'll get decapitated. How's that sound? You better listen.
Not good.
All right. Back after this. Let's go around the room. What play changed the game last night? The singular moment that you think impacted the game the most was blank. Vic, you start.
Come again. I'm sorry. I'm issuing you a happy birthday on Twitter, and I want you to see this slowly. But
Okay.
what was the question?
The singular moment that changed the game most last night was blank.
Free kick. The free kick for a field goal.
That changed the momentum, but I'm not sure it changed the game like the Strnad play or the PI. The PI and the Strnad play. I get it, but you still had the lead at halftime. You still had the lead. The PI took points off the board because it put you in field goal range automatically, and the Strnad play gave them 4 points. And we haven't even talked about the horse collar face mask. I mean, the quarterback's allowed to grab your face mask apparently, but you can't do anything back. Then, how about that 2-point conversion that tips off like 7 different guys?
I mean, well, that there's 2 things that we haven't talked about that I thought were just incredible plays that hurt you badly. That was one of them. That tipped catch from Josh Palmer in the back of the end zone was insane. Do you know what else was? That onside kick was a beauty.
That was nice.
And that was a hell of a play.
Great catch by that dude. But when you have to resort to the onside kick,
I understand.
Game, right?
But I'm just saying, like, that's a hell of a play by him because that could easily bounce off his face mask.
Okay, I didn't make notes last night. What was the score when Strnad was whistled for the personal foul and that gave them a touchdown essentially because that they were going to go field goal there? That was a huge
I have to go back and
play.
look.
Huge. And I know what many Bronco fans are going to say to me when I mention this.
27-24. That drive gave the Chargers the lead.
All right. Here's what I'm going to say. Was it the proper play by Strnad? No. Should he have done that? No. Should he have even gone at him? No, because the quarterback already gave himself up. Now I'm going to talk like a football player, which I'm not, but I'm going to give you their reasoning. You know, they're in the moment. The instinct is to go after the ball carrier. He's coming at you, you go after him. He didn't even hit him. He gave him an elbow to the face. It wasn't even hard. It wasn't that hard. We all know Herbert flopped, correct? He flopped.
Well, I mean, he sold it. He got touched.
Flopped.
Yeah, he sold it.
He got
big
touched
time,
and he
yes.
flopped. So both things can be true. Strnad shouldn't have gone at him. I get it. But at the same time, really? Really? I mean, if this is what football's become, where you're going to give the quarterback that kind of an allowance, the same quarterback who was face masking your pass rusher while the pass rusher grabbed him on the collar.
Yeah.
So what are we doing? At what point
Vic,
does the defense have a chance?
I agreed. Vic, I've been preaching this for years that they've erred beyond the side of caution. They've gone way over in all this quarterback stuff. All the you can't even touch them. You can't breathe on them. If you have onions for lunch and you breathe on a quarterback, it's a personal foul. It's ridiculous. But look, man, to me, the mismanagement of the clock at the end of the first half, it gave the Chargers hope. They actually went to the room with hope where they would have gone with no hope. 21-10. You're down a couple scores, and you're like, okay, we're playing like crap, and our quarterback just threw a pick, and you're not feeling good about yourself, and Harbaugh's pacing up and down the sideline. You could see a genuine little skip in his step after they had that free kick for a field goal, Brett. You could see that he was like, he handed his headset off, and he was feeling kind of pretty good, and he goes to the room, and so they actually had something to hold on to at halftime. To me, that was it right there, because obviously, you guys can look at it, the second half was a totally different football game. Totally different.
Well, I'll say a couple things. By the way, the penalty on Cooper that led to the touchdown, that touchdown throw by Herbert was insane.
Yeah.
Cross his body, firing a bullet.
And he paid the price, too.
Yeah.
He paid the price.
But I think everything you guys are saying is a fair answer. I'm telling you right now, the drive after that, if Bo Nix puts a throw on the money to a wide-open Marvin Mims, I think all of that can get erased.
Okay.
I do.
Again, that's another scenario, and people are going to say, cry me a river. That's what I'm getting right now. It's another scenario where both things can be true. Should the throw have been better? Yeah. Somebody said earlier, well, that just proves Bo Nix doesn't have the arm. Are you crazy?
He's got the
we
arm.
saw him in a
It was
game
terrible
against
throw.
Cleveland. Are you crazy? We've already seen him this season make 50-yard pinpoint passes over the middle of the field. Stop with that. He doesn't have the arm. It's just a bad throw. A guy's afforded a bad throw. He had a bad throw, okay? He has plenty of arm. He's already proven that. But both things can be true here. It was grossly underthrown. It was also a gross miscall. Should have been a flag.
Yeah. Yep. But I am far more concerned with the not being able to hit that throw because that turns into 6 points, not just a penalty. And look,
Which
the
could
momentum
also turn into 6 points.
What I'm saying though, Vic, the momentum shift that you had, because at that point in the game, the Chargers just got their first lead. They're up 3. If you can bury them right back with a 50, 60-yard touchdown pass, like that's a killer. That's a killer for confidence and momentum in that game. And you just missed it. And then you didn't get the benefit of having the flag either. I said this at the beginning of the show. I will maintain this for the rest of my life watching football. I hate that that's a penalty. I hate rewarding a quarterback for a terrible throw. And that's what it was. It was an awful throw by Nix. But it's called every single time. Every single time that's called. I hate it, but it is. I wish the NFL operated in the way that they did that last night. I wish those weren't rewarded.
You know, I hate it more in college ball because in college ball, if I'm a DB and there's a deep pass, I'm gonna tackle the receiver every time if you're behind the play because it's only a 15-yard penalty, right?
I prefer that.
At least in the NFL, it's a spot foul. But in college ball, if somebody beats me deep, I'm gonna go all out and tackle them. I just cannot believe some of the plays. It was 2 or 3 plays that result in a loss. It really is.
Well,
it really is.
Well, it's that, and then I'll maintain this, too. It's an overall philosophy. Audric Estime is ripping off 5.5 yards a carry, and he finished the game with 9. There's no excuse for that. At any point in that game until the last 2 minutes, Moj, were the Broncos out of it? Hell no. They were in position to keep the clock in their possession. You know what they did when they ran the football in the first half, by the way? Your defense that was starting to struggle, especially in the middle to late in that game against Justin Herbert, you kept them off the field. You had 17 and a half minutes of possession in that first half.
You know, my brother makes a good point on that overthrow, or underthrow, I should say. He's had a tendency this year to overthrow his receiver on those plays. He's done it to Troy Franklin several times. Would you rather have your quarterback underthrow it or overthrow it when the guy's wide open?
I would say probably
Answer the
underthrow
question.
because you get the chance of a PI.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's also the chance of the ball getting picked.
Well, I'm going to ask you again. Would you rather have an underthrow or an overthrow on a deep pass when the guy's wide open?
You know what? When it's Mims, I'd rather have the overthrow because I think it's really hard to overthrow that guy.
Okay. I'd rather have the underthrow in those circumstances, especially if a DB's chasing. Go back and look at it. This is not – you can't argue the point that was a PI. You can't. You can't. That official should be – and this is what bothers me too. You know, you get these last 2-minute reports in the NBA. How do you walk away from that game and you have every official on the field and nobody sees that? How is that possible?
I don't know. It's not possible, Vic.
How is it
clearly
possible?
Saw it. Vic, they clearly saw it. They just didn't call it. They saw it. They just didn't throw the flag.
How is it possible that Estime gets only 9 carries?
Well, that's in a lot
is
of
that
this.
possible?
A lot of this goes back to I disagreed, and he's had a nice little run here where I think it's been hard to criticize a lot of things that Sean Payton has done. Last night, I think there was a boatload. I hated that he went away from the running game, especially from Estime. I didn't like that he didn't go for it on 4th and 5 late in that game. You're at the 50-yard line. You're going to need a stop anyway. And if you're going to do this thing where you're having faith in your quarterback the entire game, and that's why you went away from the running game.
But you pinned him deep, man. The odds, well, I don't know what the odds are, but you pinned them deep. They started at their own 10. They would go 6 plays and 90 yards for a touch.
You had that feel, though, Moj, like Herbert was starting to find it. He was starting to find it. You had that feeling.
Yeah, you also remember that Gus Edwards gassed you up the gut, right, for a big gainer and that kind of thing. I mean, not all, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, it was only a 6-play drive. You just get a stop and you're in good shape, man. You get the ball back with time on the clock, you can tie it. The whole thing is just disappointing. That's all. The whole thing's just disappointing.
What'd you think about the officiating overall? Good or bad? Good calls, bad calls. What'd you
I thought
think?
it was crap. I thought it was crap. Overall, I thought it was
I
crap.
think any objective viewer of that game would say Denver got the short end of the stick. Okay.
I'm not trying to justify one team or the other. I'm just overall officiating.
Overall, I didn't think it was a very well officiated
Me
game.
neither.
Overall.
Again, you had a commanding lead and it shouldn't have gotten to the point to where we're talking about a couple of calls too.
And I know we're going to have all next week to talk about this. It's the beauty of sports. There's always another game, unless there's not. The Broncos can show me a lot if they can rebound from that and suddenly put on a good – I mean, you got to put on a good face. If you can go into Cincinnati and win, I'm back on.
Well, yeah.
But if you go to Cincinnati and get embarrassed, right, which that offense is capable of embarrassing a lot of teams. If that happens, how worried are you going into the final week of the season?
I'm worried.
I'm horrified.
I'm worried because that means you have to beat Kansas City at home. But at the same time, the Bengals will still have to beat the damn Steelers, right?
Yeah, dude.
But you're in a situation now where you need help. You need help, right? The Broncos, they still control their own destiny, win a game. They control it in so many ways because if one of these other teams, if Indy or Cincy loses one of the last three now, right? It's one of the last three. They still, if they lose one, you're in. You're in. Yeah. This is all for naught. This means nothing.
I still can't.
If they went out and you lose out, both those teams, you're out.
I still can't believe that Sean Payton had run it in capital bold letters with exclamation points on his play sheet, and he didn't run it in the second half.
Do you think he knew that national television had that in its – I mean, every camera had it.
Well, are you asking me, is he aware or was it intentional?
Was it intentional?
I don't know if it was intentional, but he's aware that they're going to
I think it's intentional.
Could be. But it makes it more embarrassing when you don't do that in a position where you should have. By the way, talked a lot about the game, a little bit about Nuggets and Avs last night. Can I get to one story that's been out there for now 2 days that I was going to bring it up the first day, but it was so bizarre and it read so much like an Onion article that I didn't want to say it in case it was fake.
Oh, by the way, I keep saying Colts. It's the Dolphins, the other team. My bad. It's the Dolphins that can still catch, not the Colts, correct?
Yeah. The Colts are out with the Broncos because the best they can do is 9-8 and won the tiebreaker. Yeah. So it's just Cincy and Miami that's chasing you now. But it's this story that I swear to God, I thought it was like an Onion article. And I guess this is true. The Athletics got a pretty good track record on reporting true things. Diana Rossini's got a pretty good track record on reporting true things. Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets, he nixed a trade between the Broncos and the Jets this offseason where they had a deal done and in place and agreed to trade Jerry Jeudy to New York. He went through and vetoed the trade. As owner of the team, he goes, I'm not going to do this. And the reason behind this is because his teenage sons who play Madden told him that Jerry Jeudy's Madden rating was low. That's a real thing that happened.
Okay. You know how these – I'm going to vet out the story for a second. I'm going to give you a little – you claim not to be a journalist, right?
I'm not. That's why I'm going to The Athletic and Diana Rossini.
I understand the source. I understand. I'm not taking anything away from Diana or The Athletic. I've been doing this a long time. I know exactly who gave them that information. You
Joe
know
Douglas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when they say sources, Joe Douglas is ticked off that he got fired. Joe Douglas went to the reporter and gave him all this information about Woody Johnson. Does it make it true, or does it make it Joe Douglas saying this?
Let
me ask you that.
Hey, it doesn't mean it isn't true.
I agree, but does it make it factually true? If you had to bet your life on it, is it true, or is it just Joe Douglas being angry that he got fired?
100% true. And you know why I think it's 100% true? Because the Jets are an absolute dumpster fire. That's why.
But even
you could tell me the McCaskey family vetoed a trade for Patrick Mahomes for a seventh-round pick, and I'd believe it because they're a dumpster fire in Chicago. They're a mess. So everything I think I know about the Jets and the disaster that they are leads me to believe that. I mean, listen. It sounds incredibly, I don't know if it's true, Vic, it sounds incredibly plausible. Incredibly plausible.
That's also an incredibly
incompetent.
specific thing for Joe Douglas, assuming he's the source, to throw out there and have it just be made up. It's pretty insane to even think of something like that. Yeah. But let me give you a couple more from this story. When the Jets traded Zach Wilson to the Broncos, Woody Johnson asked the team to trade pick number 256 instead of 257. Because he wanted to keep the Mr. Irrelevant pick to draft their own version of Brock Purdy. That's why he wanted to keep it.
So he willingly traded a better pick?
I mean, it's a spot higher, but he wanted the tag of Mr. Irrelevant so he can do the Brock Purdy thing.
That's all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it seems
look, it's the end of the 7th round. Come on, man. Who cares?
Whatever.
In 2022, Mike White, who was playing quarterback through broken ribs at the time, he played poorly. The Jets lost, officially eliminated him from playoff contention. After the game, Mike White got in the locker room and threw his helmet out of frustration. And Woody Johnson said, "You should throw your helmet. You bleeping suck." Said that to his starting quarterback at the time.
He seems a little off kilter, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was only a starting quarterback because they had so many injuries, man. That's why. I mean, White wasn't and Zach was doing his thing. I mean, White wasn't the answer to anybody's prayers.
Could you guys imagine the show?
It's kind of funny, though.
Imagine the show we'd be doing today if the Broncos didn't lose a game with a huge impact, and instead we had the Woody Johnson Jets ownership group and this story came out.
My God.
What would this show sound like? When I'm saying
Holy
to Vic,
cow.
Vic, the owner of the football team that we love here in town is not signing guys due to Madden ratings. Your thoughts?
I don't play video games.
Yeah.
I don't even know what impact everybody always talks about these Madden ratings and everybody's always in what does that mean? Who does Madden ratings? Like who's in charge?
You'll see them at training camp. They have guys that go out to camps and do evaluations of players. It's really stupid. But
so does it make you more powerful on the game or something? What does it mean? What does it do to you? Does it give you more muscle or something? What is it?
Okay, you played the beep boop game. What is that called? Atari back in the day?
Yeah. Moj and I are Pong and Frogger experts.
Okay. So imagine your Pong slider moved faster than the other guys.
Okay.
It's the equivalent of that.
So it gives you some built-in advantage.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. And Jerry Jeudy was a slower Pong slider than Mike Williams at the time, who they elected to trade for instead.
Moj, remember when you and I played Madden and it was a complete crap show?
Yeah. Total disaster. I didn't even know what the buttons did. It was just
we sat there. We did a video
you threw a touchdown pass on me. Yeah, you hit me.
I didn't even know
what
what buttons I was in. So many buttons. Chill out on the buttons.
Cater.
Seriously. Do you need 7 buttons? Do you need 7?
No.
Just give me a freaking joystick and 1 button.
Sorry, I'm distracted because I'm watching First Take right now, and they have a triple box of Stephen A. Smith, Desmond Howard, who is live on set at Notre Dame, and then Cam Newton, and they all look like they're in different eras of time.
They're all wearing different outfits.
Like Stephen A. looks like he's in current time. Desmond looked like he's gone back 50 years, and Cam Newton looks like he's in an alternate universe.
Dude, I got like 6 of my buddies that are at the game, and they all just sent me. They're tailgating already. And it's snowing, like those huge flakes of snow, huge. And I can't tell you, I can't tell you how happy I am that I'm not there. I just can't do the cold. Like all day, you're going to think about that. They're going to be there tailgating right now in that cold all day into tonight where it's going to get much colder with snow.
What helps with that? Whiskey.
Oh, I'll be asleep then. How do you stay awake if that's the case? Like those people.
You be a man.
I'm not a man.
Brett,
I don't know how you people do this.
Man. You better hurry, Brett, because I'm fading fast.
Yeah.
You look like
Mosier, to quote my great friend Loretta, You look terrible.
Hey, do you need a tax break? I mean, do you really? Did you know that the year-end tax breaks on electric vehicles are unbelievable? And right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, they've got everything lined up ready to go for you in terms of EVs, including the awesome Mustang. But you got to take advantage of it right now. In terms of EVs and that tax break, it's the most wonderful time of the year. So if you're thinking about that, you're thinking about getting an electric vehicle for 2025, take advantage before the new year. Get the Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield, or you can just go online and shop at your leisure at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. This is a great, great dealership. Family owned and operated. It means something to me. It should mean something to you. It means they do it right. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, drunk text here in a couple minutes. Again, sour mood this morning. I've been in one all morning. I can't get over it.
I want to keep doing the show. I'm like reinvigorated. I know it's been a bad morning for Denver sports fans, but God, I'm into it. I like to revel in this for a while. So the only way to get it out of your system.
It's just, it was right there, okay? We could have had a couple of weeks here where we could chill. And then we could talk about, you know what? If you win this game, then you could get matched up with this team in the postseason. But now, I said this about 5 times today, that little percentage of postseason likelihood thing, 86%, I don't buy that. Like, I'm nervous, man. Like, I think the Cincy game is a really, really difficult matchup that's hard for the Broncos to kind of keep pace with. I think a lot of what happened during that game, like a lot of the issues that maybe the Broncos had been masked by some wins where, remember the amount of times we talk about, man, yeah, the Broncos won, but they didn't run the ball all that much, and they kind of went away from it. And it was like, that was a minor detail because it was a W, and so it's like it didn't have the impact that maybe a loss puts a magnifying glass and a spotlight on some things. I think there was a lot of Payton decisions that left me puzzled, and that was one of them. The other one was what I think your main thing from last night, Vic. Why are we calling timeouts at like 15 seconds left and you got to go 40 yards for a field goal? What are we doing there?
There are some results that occurred that you're emotionally invested and you get emotionally upset. But let me ask you guys, just from a strategical, schematic, just a rational point of view, what is the one thing from that game last night, the biggest takeaway that upset you most? I've got mine. I'm going to save mine until I hear from you guys. The one thing that says, damn, didn't see that coming, that sucks.
Well, it felt like the Broncos regressed a little bit, Vic. That's what it felt like to me.
But you're talking a specific,
I want a
moment?
Specific, not a moment, but a specific takeaway from that game.
Okay. Well, I thought they regressed in a lot of places. The inability to push the ball down the field.
Okay, now you're not getting specific. I want specific.
I'll be specific. I got specific. It's greed.
That's not specific?
No, you're giving me you're giving me an archive of the game.
I got you. Let me set the table. Greed. I think Payton got greedy in multiple ways. I think he got greedy at the end of the half. I think he got greedy by not giving the ball to Estime and trying to throw the football a lot in the second half. I think it was greed.
All right, Moshe, without giving me play-by-play of the game, what's your takeaway that upset you most?
The fact that they got away from running the football, is that specific enough?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that's a good takeaway. That's a good takeaway.
The fact that they couldn't push the ball down the field through the air.
See, now we're getting a multitude of factors.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
For me,
it's all encompassing.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing, and the fact that they were completely outplayed in the second half of football.
Here's the thing that upset me most going into that game. We praised them for this. We kept hearing about this. This is the best defense in the NFL. Best defense. Look at the stats. Best defense in the NFL. They didn't play like it.
It's freaking me out.
That's my biggest takeaway. My biggest takeaway is against a team of no names, of smart with 2 T's, a bunch of dudes, you got your ass beat in the second half defensively.
Yeah, by the way, who's Tucker Fisk?
Don't know.
I don't know.
That dude? That dude looked like a defensive tackle catching passes.
That guy's huge, yeah.
Yeah.
And what scares me about that, again, stats can lie. Stats are liars. Freaking liars. We go into this game talking about this is the best defense in the league. If the Chargers can do that in the second half, what the hell are Burrow and company going to do?
Well, your one hope is this.
I know.
The one hope, because there's a very obvious change here, and I can't believe it's this drastic. Riley Moss means a lot to that defense, though. He means a lot. And thank God you had Surtain on the field at least last night. But I thought Abrams' drain was okay. He had obviously the really good play before half where he jumped the route, picked the ball off near the end zone. Like, that was nice. But just as a whole, this defense looks a lot different with Riley Moss not in it. And hopefully, with a little extended mini bye-week thing, he can be back for Cincinnati because you are going to need him. Because we all worry about, like, Jamar Chase. It's not just Jamar. They also have, like, T. Higgins. They have Chase Brown in the backfield. It's pretty damn good back.
Hey, man, what station is that game on next Saturday?
I have no idea.
It's like an afternoon game, right? So 1:30 is ABC usually.
Yeah.
ABC,
It
NBC.
says NFL Net. NFL Network. NFL
Oh, really?
Net.
Oh, maybe it is.
Is it only on NFL Network?
I can't track all these things anymore. I don't know.
What about it?
Doing, man? I'm just trying to lay it out. I don't know, dude. I can't think straight right now, man.
I got this
I'm
text.
just gonna shut up. I'm shutting up.
We got a group text at 2:59 a.m. because I heard it buzz. Shouldn't have the phone that near me, but I heard it buzz. Thanks for waking me up, Moshe, at 2:59 a.m. From Mark Mosier to the group radio. Had to land at LAX. Just got to room. If I make it in the morning, it will be a miracle. I'll do my best, but I'm blank, blank, blank exhausted, boys. So kudos to you for making it through the show, even though we got this text. When you read this text, Brett,
if we weren't on TV, I would flip you double birds right now.
Brett, when you got this text, did you do the same thing I did? Did you just roll your eyes saying, okay, he's not going to, okay, typical text from Mosier. He'll be there.
Yeah. I also would note to you that Jesse slept on the couch and we didn't get a text from him. He just did what he had to do. You know what I mean?
Listen, nobody would be mad at you, Mosier, if you didn't make the show. Totally understood. I'm a wuss. There's no way I could do what you're doing or what Jesse's doing. You guys are more man than I am. But we all knew that this text meant nothing. Just so you know.
So what you're saying, typically, if this is a pejorative, I would usually bug out in a situation like this, and you'd expect me to bug out.
No.
But the fact that I actually do the show every single time on 2 hours sleep, you're still
some of your best shows, by the way.
Yeah. Again, I admire your ability to work through a lack of sleep. It's amazing. I couldn't do it. I would have missed it.
I couldn't do it.
But you want a pat on the head is what you want out of this text.
No, I don't. What I want is for Brett to get the friggin' drunk take so I can go to bed.
All right, go ahead. You know what'll wake Mosier up? A nice brew and some food from Lariat Lodge. Go check him out this weekend. Do it before the holidays.
Oh, I would love that.
See?
Oh, my God. I'd love to be sitting down for lunch today.
One of those beautiful locations, Evergreen or Littleton.
Yeah.
Go check them out. Lariat Lodge. Drunk takes, clips throughout the week with Swim Down Half Speed. Makes it sound like we're hammered. Jesse?
The only reason this is what elite athletes do with their spare time. They handle balls like this.
Britney Spears. No.
Don't you dare do that.
He's not an elite athlete.
Good to know. Good to know. Jesse?
It's so much fun. Tickle time, Dems, tickle time. Would you like to tickle me? Because I'd like to tickle you. For about 45, 50 seconds a minute before, I don't know, the audio guy in my truck finally hits the switcher to turn you off of me.
What was that about?
We were
in
doing
his ear.
our game, and you and Dempsey at halftime playing tickle fight. It was all over me. I couldn't get rid of it.
By the way, that's exactly what your post-game and pre-game shows sound like, Vic.
Just a lot of laughter.
Oh, Dempsey. What's next?
I think Russell Westbrook is their
better.
best. I think Russell Westbrook's their best perimeter defender.
I agree. Yep.
Well, why is that a hot take?
Well, because
He's 36 years old.
yeah, and he's not valued. I think he gives opposing guards the business to the point where they're shocked and stunned that why is this old man all over me? What is going on here right now?
You know what he does better than I think anybody else? He can work through a screen about as good as anybody.
I think that isn't that what Belichick's girlfriend says? Oh, God.
Well, you know what? It sounds stupid now because there was
Russell
Russell Westbrook one-on-one against Anthony Simons last
with
night.
Anthony Simons,
Yeah, it's a bummer. What else, Jesse?
Hey, watching the Capitals play hockey is like watching a tractor pull. You know, it's like grind down, the dirt flying everywhere. That kind of thing. Get that, you hook up to that sled with like your tractor,
Okay,
right?
no, I'm
You
not.
start
I'm
digging
out
into
on
your-
this too. I'm also out on this. Don't think that I'm your ally here. I'm not.
Mosier, your face looks like that sound.
You know what's great?
I completely agree.
One of my favorite things is Mosier makes a noise. He goes, "Rah, rah, rah, rah," and then he goes, that kind of thing. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, people, they always say, yeah.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mose Lombardi, and Canes, where you can
Hey,
find the
People,
podcast.
the people that go,
Mose, you gonna support me tonight, or you with me or
yeah,
against me?
I go Irish. I'm
you with me or
baby.
against me, Kane?
Yeah, Signetti's get a little too big for his britches.
guess what,
He'll
Vic?
find out tonight.
Signetti wins. Google him.
We're on the same team, man. I love you. You don't love me back?
Have a great weekend.
Happy
got you,
birthday, my
baby.
baby boy co-host. Happy birthday, my little baby boy.
All right. Talk to you Monday. See you.
Bye.
I'm here to tell y'all today that on your Colorado sports trifecta, the state will sweep today. I've got the Broncos on the money line.
Can he bang it through? On its way, it is. Yep.
Made history tonight.
Yes.
I've got the Avs on the money line.
Colorado are the comeback kids. UL Kiviranta, after Mikko Rantanen tied it, gets the game winner. And Blackwood gets the revenge win over his former team by a final score of 4-2.
I've got the Nuggets on the money line tonight.
Now 6 seconds. Portland looking for a game winner. Anthony Simons, 2 seconds left. Here it is. Jumper. God! At the horn! That's the ball game. Portland wins by 2, 126-124.
Put them all together in a little plus 311 package. All three of the teams are coming out with wins tonight. I got the Broncos 20, the Chargers 16, and the Broncos in the playoffs. And that's how I ruin your day. You're welcome. Spot the lie. I told you yesterday I was going to ruin it. Nostradamus I am. Just fade Raj. That's how you do it. So, and listen, I thought I was on the right track. The first half. What a first half that we watched last night for the Broncos. They ran the ball through the first 3 possessions. They scored touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. They had a perfect 50-50 ratio from passing to running. They were on fire. The Chargers couldn't stop them. Audric Estime was running at 6.5 yards per clip in the first half. And then for some reason, when the Broncos fumble their way out of the first half and they give up a 57-yard free kick, the question is asked on television to Sean Payton, hey, we see your notes on your game sheet, and it says in big black lettering with 3 exclamation points behind it, run the ball. And from that point on, Denver rushed the ball 8 times. 8 more times in the second half. And they get boat raced. That felt like an unacceptable loss after how it started. And how did it change, Coach? In what way, if you're Sean Payton, do you go, all that stuff worked, let's try something new? It was baffling. Baffling last night.
Raj, in other places of employment, if your coworker pisses you off, you can show up and give them the silent treatment. What I'm learning right now in my new career is on sports talk radio, giving your coworker the silent treatment doesn't work. And I hate every bit of it because, of course, the hockey guy, he gets his way in what? A meaningless game, 27 of the season in an 82-game season? The Broncos needed to win that game. And your freaking Jinx got us.
I am King Jinx. Although D-Mac called me Prince Jinx this morning because I did get one game right. One game. They had it, dude. They had it. It was the perfect game plan in the first half. They ran Audric Estime. They ran bubble screens. So when I said through your first 3 drives, you were 50-50, perfect balance between pass and run, there were 5 separate screen plays that were part of those pass plays in your first 3 drives. So you could technically say, if we're calling the screen game an extension of the run game, Coach, you ran the football more than you passed it in the first half.
I know we were trying to actually pivot away from the Raj curse.
No, it's real.
Jinx,
it's a real
the
thing.
king of the jinx.
I screwed up.
Can we make KJ? Can you join in a blood oath with hopefully my coworker who I thought about giving the silent treatment on a 2-hour radio program?
You didn't want to talk to me last night on Altitude After Dark.
I was just looking down the whole time.
You didn't say a word to me.
I just looked down for 2 hours. It was classic. I actually went back and rewatched it last night. I was up till about midnight rewatching it because it was hilarious, and B, I wanted to be like, ooh, did I say anything real bad? I think I was okay. It was a little unhinged, but can we make a blood oath, the 3 of us on the morning sprint, that from here on out, we don't lump in multiple sports from the Denver area into a guarantee? Can we make that?
No parlays?
You can do what you want with your own situations. Like, that's your money. That's your, angry wife for making bad bets. Like, you're cool with that. But just in terms of just putting it out into the universe and affecting the particles that do ultimately lead to fair catch free kicks before half. Because I think that the particles that Raj created on this program, they carried on over there to SoFi. And they snuck underneath that little canopy. And they went in there and they told Sean Payton, we should throw the football here, 40 seconds to go. Instead of just taking the beautiful 11-point lead into halftime.
Harbaugh was ready to let you do that. If you ran the football in the first 2 plays just to go into half, you're getting the ball back, right? You're getting the ball back.
You are getting the ball back.
And you had scored touchdowns on 3 of your first 4 drives in that game. You're getting the ball back. So if that trend continues, at very worst, you're up by 2 touchdowns when you get the ball back in that second half. At best, you're up by 18 points. And for some reason, you try and go screen. The second one falls incomplete, and then you decide.
The first one was gross. Because you had already run that screen, and you're like,
it wasn't doing it. It wasn't doing anything. It made no sense.
And you could argue that screen itself, the first one that was completed to Javonte Williams for a negative play, it was tackled in bounds, am I right?
Yes.
And then the next snap was 17 seconds, like the official snap from 41 all the way down to 17. I mean, that play in and of itself, you could just say, oh, it was a run play. It got negative yardage. So then you can just be like, okay, the first play call wasn't necessarily the bad call. It was the second one when you throw the incompletion. And the third one when Jim Harbaugh bangs a timeout. That's where it went really awry. Because if you would have just run it the next 2 plays, I don't think even then you're going to exhaust the clock.
It made no sense to me that those were the 2 pass plays that you were trying to make. If you're going to throw the football there and you're going to try and make something happen, throw the damn ball down the field. Because clearly you're not shy about doing it. And I know Bo didn't throw the football down the field in this game, but he has the second most passing attempts in the AFC this year. Joe Burrow's only thrown the ball 20 more times than he has, and I know Burrow hasn't played this week. But Bo Nix has the second most passing attempts out of any AFC quarterback this year. What are we doing? What is happening?
So last night, Raj, I started out at a really fine establishment, took my wife on a date to a biker bar in Weld County. It's a great spot. A lot of Broncos tradition there. You can tell there's some people that have gone through a lot in the last decade, had some glory days prior to the last 9 years. We're in that watering hole, my wife and I, and it's all good vibes. And then my wife just towards the tail end of the second quarter says, honey, I think I just want to watch the rest of this game from home. So that's my story. That's where I'm going to take my accountability, because the game completely turned on its head when we decided to leave. So I'd love to hear from you, Shop Mazda Texters.
How did you screw the Broncos?
How did you screw up the Broncos last night?
How was this
KJ,
your fault?
what'd you do? I know you did something.
Well, I insisted on not watching the game. That's how I screwed the Broncos. Because the Broncos needed my energy. They needed me to be there listening. They needed me to be in my home.
What
comfy.
were you doing? Watching Christmas movies on the Hallmark Channel? What were you doing?
Avalanche.
Oh, you were working.
Yeah. So
you brought the one win.
I did.
Your presence brought the one win.
I did, but
did you have the Nuggets game on?
Nope.
There it is.
So
it's
there
KJ's
you go.
fault. It's not Raj's curse.
It's KJ's fault. That's what I'm trying to explain to everybody. Hey guys, Raj, you've lived in misery for the last 12 minutes. We're taking it off of you. I will wear the crown for the rest of the show.
All right,
because it is my fault.
You can wear the crown, but the fault of this game falls squarely on Sean Payton's shoulders. There were 3 separate pillars of crap that cost the loss last night. The largest of which is your head coach. Numbers 2 and 3 were personal fouls, murdered you, absolutely killed you. End of the first half, running into a fair catch, can't do it. Puts Dicker at a 57-yard attempt instead of a 70-something yarder. If they were to actually try that, they probably would have just had Herbert end up, throwing a ball down the field for a Hail Mary, and that thing gets knocked down, and you go to half up 11, you get the ball back. That's the first foul. The Justin Sternad foul after Herbert decides to slide, and I know Herbert has an acting job there, unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable.
And it'll get called every single time in today's National Football League. It will. So if you want to argue that call and say it's stupid, then just don't watch pro football because they're going to call that.
Horse collar tackle from Jonathan Cooper, although Cooper was the best linebacker in the game for the Broncos.
He was
awesome. Very good. Nick Bonino was a ghost.
Well, you know why he was a ghost? Because he's getting some serious field credibility and respect across the entire landscape of the National Football League, and he's commanding game plan specific protection answers, which is like slide the offensive line to his side, have an extra chipper, be it the running back or the tight end. He is that good, and that's what you get paid to do. And guess what that does? It opens up opportunities for other dudes like Drew Sanders, who, by the way, had a sack last night. That's good news. I'm going to be positive today. Drew Sanders, man, he hadn't played yet for the Broncos.
On that same exact defensive drive, the one that ends in a 19-yard touchdown pass to Davis and that weird little circus catch 2-point conversion, the Broncos had 3 separate penalties. They had penalties on back-to-back plays that killed them, right? That's my second pillar. And the third one, I know it was pass interference. The ball that was missed to Marvin Mims was an unacceptable underthrow. Marvin Mims was as wide open as a wide receiver has been for the Broncos this year. And that ball was underthrown by 10 damn yards. By 10 entire yards. If that's thrown properly, it's a touchdown for the Broncos, and it drastically changes the game. I know it was pass interference. Those are my 3 pillars. Sean Payton, you screwed up in the second half. The personal
Give me the run
fouls
stats again in the second half, because you brought those up last night and it was mind blowing.
They ran the ball 8 times for 21 yards in the second half.
And how many of those were Bo Nix taking off on a called pass? I think it was at least 1.
Bo had 2 attempts in the first half on the ground. He had 3 overall.
Okay,
so he only scrambled
7
once.
running back design carries in the second half. Is that right?
Correct.
And then I believe it was 10. Was it 10 in the first half?
10 in the first half.
And you were cooking.
You're cooking 6. You were averaging 6.5 on the ground.
But what's the word I keep getting?
6.8 on the ground in the first half.
What's the word I keep coming back to? And I talked about it all week about the ground game. It takes a what?
Commitment.
Yes, you were committed for the first half. And guess what you did in that commitment? You built a nice lead. You built the confidence back of your quarterback who'd thrown 5 interceptions in back-to-back weeks. And then you just get away from it. Why? And that's the question that everybody's asking the Shot Mods' text line right now. Why? I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. But I do know who does know the answer. And that's Sean Payton.
The 6-3-1, it's my fault they lost. Started watching at halftime. That's when they started losing. Then I flipped over to the Nuggets and started watching them. Then they started losing. Then I turned over to the Avalanche game, and they gave up 2 goals. That's Nate from Cheyenne. Will says I had an ill-advised extra fourth quarter beer. Never do that. I feel like cheeks today.
I've never heard of an ill-advised fourth quarter beer. That was actually my problem. I didn't have a fourth quarter beer.
The 1404. I'm normally at home with my Broncos shirt on, but had to work in Salt Lake. My fault. The 480. It's my fault because I put my 8-year-old son to bed at halftime. Tim, you screwed up. It's not Sean's fault. It's Broncos country's fault. All of you.
And I feel that way. I do. I know it's really
is King Jinx.
You know, I was in a bad state last night, man. Real bad. I knew I had to wake up at 3:50 a.m. And I stayed up until like midnight, 12:30. I rewatched the Altitude After Dark podcast. I watched it just to kind of live through the emotions that even the 6 of us felt. Man, what a night that was.
Mike texts in, I not only left the bar at halftime, I bragged that all I needed was the over because obviously Broncos +3 was going to hit. It's on me. I get it. Left my in-laws to watch the game at home during halftime. It's my fault, Riley. Oh, yeah, Coach, you were in rare form last night, and I'm going to keep you in rare form because as we do after every Broncos game, we are going to go through the big play replay.
Do we have to?
The post-mortem is next.
Is your message still, you got what all you want still in front of you as you move on here?
I'll give you the message when we have a message, but right now look, we gotta make the corrections in this game, right? And then we get back to getting ready to play Cincinnati. So we got to find a way to get the 10th win. We know that. So, but I wasn't worried about messages after that game in the locker room.
Sean Payton, his post-game presser. Broncos fall to the Chargers on Thursday Night Football. Alex Ryanemi, Coach Mike Sanford here on the Morning Sprint. Join us, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person in 1 hour. And help ease the burden of the loss for Coach Payton last night. Tell us why it was your fault.
What's the message? What's the message?
I'll give you the message when we have a message. But
what is the message? What's the message?
I'll give you the message when we have a message.
All right, I'm waiting for it.
And Justin took
just like at one point, he was wondering what the question was, as somebody was actually going about asking a question.
Justin texts in, I took a different path home that I haven't done in well over a month, but it's much easier to blame Raj. I agree. I will be your scapegoat today. Don't you worry. Do not worry whatsoever. But as we do after every Broncos game, we go through the big play replay, and it is time. We're going to tell you the ones and break down the plays that made this football game. And it starts with...
You know what? You got to be ready to put as a coaching term here. Sorry to interrupt you there. It was a terrible job of my part. But we used to say on film sessions after a bad day, bad game, you got to put on your ACJs.
What is the ACJ?
Your ass-chewing jeans.
Ass-chewing jeans.
So put on your best pair of ACJs, and let's go to work, Raj.
At the beginning of this game, it's not time for chewing ass. Like, at the beginning of this game, the Broncos looked great. They ran the ball, 10 plays, 72 yards. They take 6 minutes off the clock. 7 of the 10 plays are runs. 43 yards rushing, a touchdown for Magic Estime, and it's a 3-yard punch.
Estime is the running back. They give it to him, and in he goes for a touchdown in behind Ben Powers. So that drive consumed almost 6 minutes. And the Chargers, who were burned for over 500 yards last Sunday by Tampa Bay, start the same way tonight.
That's exactly right.
They use Estime. They use Blake Watson multiple times in that first drive. Javonte Williams looked fine. There was a 13-yard gain on 1st and 15 to set up that 3-yard run. They looked the way that we wanted them to look.
They looked the way that I was talking about for the last 4 days leading up to this game, Raj. Lean into the ground game. Audric Estime, physical runs. You realize that Audric Estime, in that awesome start to the game, he ended up having a plus 15 rushing yards over expected. That is elite for a guy that only carried the ball 9 times. That means that for what the play was designed for, he got 15 more than just the baseline of what it was designed. That is really good. So guess what that tells me? Keep giving it to him.
That's the message. Keep giving him
There's the
rock.
message.
That's the message.
I learned the message.
It should have been it the whole time.
Thank you, Raj, for speaking on behalf.
I got you. The Chargers end up answering. You have an 8-play, 70-yard drive. They take 4.5 off the clock. Vidal rips a 19-yard run straight up the middle on 1st down. They're punching on the ground as well. Despite
that Vidal run was huge. Because the very first series was the 3-and-out, and it was Broncos' identity. There's a lot of bear fronts, which means you're covering the interior 3 offensive linemen with either down lineman or a walk-up linebacker, and you're playing tight man coverage behind it. You're junking up the front. You're doing your thing. And Greg Roman, who I worked with, I knew the answer was going to be, we're going to get big. And the Vidal run was a jumbo personnel, Scott Matlock, the 300-pound fullback, 2 tight ends, and they ran open side power, which is open side gap scheme, and they bust a run. And so all of a sudden, I saw Vance Joseph and or Sean Payton. I don't know what the communication is on the headset, but they panicked, and that's where the zone started sprinkling in.
The Broncos end up tightening down, 3rd and 2. They've got an opportunity to get off the field, maybe even just hold it to 3 points. But Herbert hits Palmer on a 24-yard crossing route, and those crossers killed the Broncos the entire game.
And those were all against zone coverage.
Yep.
Because the linebackers are fit to be man run stoppers, which is downhill. That's how they're programmed that way. So those linebackers see a guard pull and they fill in the gaps. And if you're playing a too high shell behind it, there is a 16-yard cavity in the middle of the field with run action and then that intermediate crossing route. And that's what kept happening over and over and over. And it was awful to watch.
Sets up a Gus Edwards 1-yard touchdown run, tied at 7, but the sky's not falling. You still feel as though the offense is looking great. Nix underthrows Troy Franklin on second down, but 3rd and 9, pump fakes the hell out of Derwin James, uses his legs, get 11 yards, gets the first down. It was perfect. It's exactly what you want to see out of Bo early on. Then you hand it off. The next play, what is it? It's a 9-yard run from Audric Estime. Everything's working. You get a pass to Vele. You get 2 receptions to Cortland Sutton. It sets up play action in the red zone for Michael Burton.
12th play of the drive. Burton, the fullback. Williams is the running back. Fake to Javante. Nix rolling, looking, throwing, caught, touchdown. Michael Burton, the fullback.
And Sean Payton's got the heater working tonight. He's got it going tonight.
Goal line, play action, find the fullback, and that was coming after a bubble screen that got a first down on, I want to say it was 2nd and 1 or 2nd and inches there, that Marvin Mims ends up reaching across, doesn't get the goal line, but sets up a new set of downs. It's all because you had the perfect balance, 11 and 11 on 22 plays, pass to run. What was wrong? Why move away from that stuff? It was perfect.
It was awesome. It was great to see. It was great to see Bo Nix get into a rhythm early in this game. And we had talked long about what was going to be the best path forward for Bo Nix to respond from a play calling standpoint. And it was leaning into the stuff that he was doing as the Bobot. Checkdowns, quick game, screen game, quick play action passes to the fullback. It's great. Awesome.
Broncos take a big lead there on the second touchdown of the game. They hold the Chargers to a field goal to make it 14-10. That was that 3rd and inches. Zach Allen makes a great push. It's a 2-yard loss from the Chargers. They have to settle for 3. You're still up by 4 at that point. And then we see what was my favorite drive of the game. And that was 6 plays, 70 yards, 2:30 off the clock, 3rd and 11 after a Ben Powers, his second false start of the game as that point. He checks down to Javante Williams. Javante Powers threw for 12 yards, knows exactly where the marker was.
One of my favorite snaps from Javante Williams of the season because he was so decisive. He was violent as a runner, and he played to the strengths of being a bowling ball type back. It was awesome.
Knew where he needed to get to. The very next play, Marvin Mims nearly goes nuclear.
You're right. Chargers with no rush last week. Baker Mayfield barely had a shower after that second half. Wasn't touched. Same thing tonight. Meanwhile, this is Mims down the sideline. Mims stays in bounds. Being chased all the way to the 3-yard line by Derwin James. Finally stops him. 55 yards.
Just a simple bubble screen. Marvin Mims does the rest. The perimeter blocking was fantastic. I love that this was back to some of the original 2-back sets that we saw early on in the season where Bo Nix was finding some success off the play action, off the bubble screen, and then the outside zone, the wide zone handed off. It was a great package using Marvin Mims as that joker role, lining up in the backfield. Bo Nix seeing if the linebackers were going to run with Mims or stay committed to the run fit, and they stayed in the box. He flips it out there, easy read, great play call. Marvin Mims showed off why he, I think, is trending towards being your best weapon on this team.
Sets up another perfect play action pass. It's a 6-yard touchdown to Devon Vele at the back of the end zone. The Broncos lead 21-10. There's still time for the Chargers to march down the field, right? You were expecting them to punch back. They start marching. The Chargers end up having to punt. The Broncos have to punt on that next drive, their first one that doesn't end in a touchdown. So the score stays the same at 21-10. And then we see Justin Herbert drive them the entire way down the field. It feels like they're going to punch one into the end zone. And who else but the guy stepping in?
KAD, baby.
For Riley Moss. Chris Abrams drain picks one off on the goal line.
1st and 10 from the 26. Herbert dances in the pocket, fires, intercepted at the goal line. Chris Abrams drain, who had a great game last Sunday against Indianapolis. And the rookie out of Missouri with a giant play here.
Chris Abrams drain, I loved it. So he's playing off the top, a little bit of a hip chase with the double post concept, a very universally used red zone concept in the National Football League, in college as well. And I love that he just sees it, kind of baits Herbert, and then uses his speed and athleticism to break on the football. I think there's some talk right now about the fact that Chris Abrams' drain doesn't allow the Broncos to play man coverage. That is the furthest thing from the truth. Chris Abrams' drain is a tremendous man player. He's a rookie corner that there's some issues with some of their zone coverages and some of the issues there. Also, the reason that you got away from playing man coverage was because of some of the big chunk runs that were ripped off. And that's a real issue. And a team that does lean into gap schemes and big people, lots of tight end, fullback type sets, it is something that does put some fear into a defensive coordinator.
At this point, you're expecting the Broncos to run the ball a couple of times, go into half, up 11, get the ball back to start off the third quarter. As we've mentioned, they don't do that, and then this debacle ensues.
Darius Davis, who's dangerous, is back. Chargers trying to set up a return. Fair catch is called for. He goes down. Ball is loose. And whatever happens here with the flag down, the clock goes to 0-0. And the Broncos think
they should get an untimed down here.
Terry, what are you seeing here?
It is fair catch interference, and it's a 15-yard penalty. We'll get an untimed down, and LA will have two options. They can either snap the ball or they can do a free kick for a field goal.
So Dicker, 3 years now, solving Charger kicking woes for several years prior to that. Can he bang it through? On its way, it is. Yep.
Made history tonight.
Yes. There you go.
There are some statistics, and I'm not going to throw out a made-up stat, even though 78% of all statistics are made up. And I made up that statistic as well in making up that stat. There are some very strong statistics about clock expiring end of first half points, what that does in terms of the outcome of the game. And I felt it. I felt it right then and there. Game went from 11 points with the football coming out of the half to now it's a one-possession game. And yes, you could say it was erased by a drive that we'll get to here in a second. That play in and of itself was the turning point in this game. Because momentum, it exists. Because you know why it exists? Because we're human beings and we have emotions. And we go into the locker room as players, as coaches. And when you give that up, and you give it up in such dramatic and really bizarre fashion, that 3 points, that free kick that I didn't even know about, to be honest, and I'm a football guy.
No clue that was even a rule.
It doesn't exist in college, at least best of my knowledge. I've never seen it. It seems like a rugby rule. You're in the locker room after that, in the Broncos locker room. What's the vibe? Probably not great. Probably there might be some finger pointing. There might be some passive aggressiveness, and there might be some yelling and screaming. What's the vibe in the Chargers locker room?
We're right there. We're right there.
It's like
that first half.
He really gave that to us?
No doubt that first half didn't go our way, but we are a drive away from tying this football game. One drive. That's it. You just hope that the momentum swing that happened last night isn't a fulcrum in the year. You hope that this momentum swing doesn't bring the Broncos from, again, I was overconfident this entire week. I was so overconfident in this team that I got gun shy going into the game. That's how confident I was in this team to go win this game. I expected it. I did. I told you all week that I expected them to win this football game. And now I'm on the opposite side of the spectrum now. I don't understand how that was allowed to happen. I don't understand how you don't run the football. The lack of awareness to run into that player.
The question that I've been asked is, why does this rule even exist? And the lazy explanation is because it was in place in the 1940s and the NFL said, you know what, let's just not change it. I think that's a bit lazy. I think the original intent of the rule and why the rule continued to stay in is because if you're playing backed up football and you're on the -1 yard line, the other team should be potentially rewarded by pinning the opposing offense into their own territory so deep. So then the fair catch, if it's say a shank punt, you should be rewarded for the possibility of being able to take the free kick and kick the field goal. Because the game has always been about field position. The game has always been about defend my goal, attack the other person's goal. And so I think that's the spirit of the original law rule.
57-yard field goal puts the score at 21-13 at halftime. That's your first half. We'll get into the second half. And if you think we ended up this one on a negative note, just wait until Coach brings you through the big plays of the second half on the other side.
Your thoughts on some of the penalties? You touched upon Traymon Smith. There was Sternad.
That obviously
Cooper.
cost us personal. I mean, look, that final game go-ahead drive, what were there, 3? There were 3 penalties in that final drive. And look, it keeps continuing, so we got to do a better job coaching because it's not like it's new. And so it'll cost you. It'll cost you in games.
Well, let's start the second half off with that one. Sean Payton talking about the Justin Sternad late hit on Justin Herbert. Unacceptable. And it leads from what would have been a non-back-breaking drive. You would have held him to 3. And then it turns into another Edwards rushing touchdown.
Herbert stepping up, away from pressure. Here he goes again. Slides to a stop at the 11. Gets hit at the end of the play, and there's a flag. Justin Sternad came in late.
Yeah, it's late.
That's going to give him a first down.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Defense number 40.
Yeah, I think any time.
Half the distance to the goal.
But this is a better look at it right here.
Stuff that's in your control as a football player, but it's so hard. It's just so hard with this slide. There is a problem in the National Football League.
How do you legislate it?
I don't know. I don't freaking know. And the way you legislate is that you play soft. You play softer on the defensive side of the ball. And you just sit there and you know what? You want to know how you fix it from a coaching perspective? You just break down and chop your feet and have foot fire. And just when the quarterback's near you.
You know the lady that looks like a bird in Home Alone 2 who works at the Plaza Hotel?
I love Bird Lady.
Bird Lady?
Yeah, she ends up being a great character.
No, actually, no, not Bird Lady. Nice
Birdman?
No, she's a receptionist at the hotel, but her face kind of looks very beaky. If that makes sense.
Yeah, beaky. Yeah.
She's the one who, when Kevin McAllister is trying to run away from the rest of the hotel staff and slides through her legs.
Yeah, she broke down. That's
what she was doing. She was doing little tippy toes, little tippy taps.
For all you old high school, football players and coaches, the old quarter eagle drill. That's what you need to teach all your running or linebackers and safeties to do when the quarterback breaks.
Just
free.
let him slide through your legs.
Right here. Foot fire. All right. Quarter eagle. Got it.
Don't count your tips in public, Cedric. So that's the first play that I looked at that it's unacceptable because it takes what would have been a 3-point drive for the Chargers and then it adds a touchdown, right? 6-yard touchdown run. The Broncos lead instead of 24-16, they lead 24-19. Failed 2-point conversion. Bizarre play call from Harbaugh with a seemingly hobbled quarterback. He tries to go designed quarterback draw from the 2-yard line. He gets stuffed. I thought that was the point where I went, okay, like Herbert can't run. It wasn't foreshadowing.
No, it was not. Justin Herbert is, I just recently read a tweet from Tyler Columbus, and stay tuned to PhD to listen to his take, but he talked about that it's very evident from a physical attribute standpoint that Justin Herbert is a Lamborghini.
He's a different dude.
And he also said that Bo Nix is a Toyota Camry.
I think that's a knock on.
But
on
it
Bo.
wasn't. I read the spirit of what he was saying very clearly, and it was that it's a really good point A to point B. Like there's nothing wrong with the Toyota Camry.
No, but Bo ain't a
vehicle.
Camry. I think there's still a very large difference.
Like, is he a Chevy Tahoe?
No, I think he's like a BMW 3 Series. There's still a massive difference between a BMW 330ci and a Lamborghini Murcielago. BMW 330ci is still a damn nice car, right? A little convertible, coupe action. It's going to zip around. You're going to look nice.
See, I know that a Lamborghini is like a luxury vehicle, and I know a Toyota Camry is just a really good vehicle, period. Like
Toyota Camry feels like you're calling him
little, like smaller.
No, it feels like,
I mean, Lamborghini's not big.
I'm saying not big. Calling him a Toyota Camry makes me feel like you're saying Bo Nix is who's the O'Connell in Las Vegas.
I feel like we're throwing shade at a great vehicle. I love a Toyota Camry.
He's sexier than a Camry. Come on.
I'll tell you what. My wife had a Honda Accord stick shift when we met. I learned to drive stick shift on that bad boy.
You ready to think lesser of me as a man?
No. Yeah, I am ready. I don't think I'll
Is your opinion already low enough at that point?
I think this could be a glow up for you, Raj.
I can't drive stick.
That's okay. It's okay, man.
I feel like less of a man because I can't drive stick.
It's okay.
I really do.
I can. Not well.
All right, Sternad leads to what may have been one of the more impressive touchdown throws that we've seen all season. That pass in the corner of the end zone from Herbert to Davis. You get that 2-point conversion, little tip-tap circus catch. But the throw that he made to the corner of the end zone as he's being tackled to the ground was sensational, Coach.
Sensational. That was arguably the most high-level arm slot change, momentum going left, finding the open second play receiver. That was a phenomenal play. Phenomenal play.
Score ends up being 24-19. No. That's the one that actually gives the Chargers the lead. 27-24. Chargers take the lead there.
That was a momentum swing too.
Unbelievable pass.
Because
unbelievable
the
pass.
aesthetics of the throw, the play, Justin Herbert, is he healthy? Is he not? He looked pretty healthy right there.
He sure did. And then this is the play that I thought, and we were talking about this in Altitude After Dark, where if you can't find a player to put the blame squarely on, the blame should go on the guy who orchestrates the game. And the blame goes on Sean Payton today. But there is a play in which a Lamborghini makes this throw. Bo Nix misses Marvin Mims.
Play fake. Going deep. Has a man, and it's going to be broken up at the very end. Intended for Mims. Tarheem still was able to get back there. High floater. Gave still enough time to get back and make the play.
It was high in the air, but it was late, and that's why the ball was underthrown. That's a touchdown if he sees it and gets the ball out early. Because it's late, it gives still a chance to catch up on it.
Raj, I'm going to do something that I didn't want to do this morning. And I'd said that I wouldn't be critical of Bo Nix from here on out, and I'm not going to be. I'm just going to recap a memory that I can't unsee. And it was the Combine, the National Football League Scouting Combine in Indianapolis. I'm in the third row. I am halfway between where the receivers start their routes and where the go routes are being completed. So just, a lot of people call them fly patterns. It gets cringy to call it a fly pattern. A 9 ball, a lot of people call it a 9 route because that's in the numbering system on the tree. It's a 9 route. There were many similar visuals when Bo Nix threw the go route at the Combine, where you have receivers that are digging, running, and they're doing it right. They're peeking up for the football. They're looking up. They can't find the football. Why? Where was the football? It was way behind them. J.J. McCarthy didn't have a problem with it. Michael Penix Jr. didn't have a problem with it. And I'll tell you who sure as hell didn't have a problem was that Milton cat from Tennessee, which he stinks, but he's got an absolute howitzer. I don't care about his stupid arm. He's not a good quarterback. That was my concern. And in that moment, it's a pass interference. Like, letter of the law, it's pass interference. As a coach, as somebody that has designed plays, it is so hard in college football to get guys wide open, schematically. And it was a double move with no safety help over the top, which is what you get by scheming up a particular look versus a particular coverage and safety structure.
He was open 7 yards into the route.
So open. Okay. The NFL is 10 times harder to get a guy that open than college football. And when you as a coach call a play and the stage is set, you even watch the Lane Kiffins of the world, Davis Webb. Well, he'll throw up his hands like prematurely. And when that isn't a touchdown, the person that is really angry inside, whether they say it in the press conference or not, is the person that called that play. And I guarantee you Sean Payton's pissed about that.
It was a shame, right? Because we talk about momentum swings in this game. The momentum swung all the way to the LA side at the end of that first half. You're down by 3 at that point. You can snag all of that momentum right back with that type of play. They haven't been scared about throwing that football. And for some reason, for the first time I ever watched the Amazon Prime Next Gen Stats broadcast, and they broadcast that at an all 22 from behind the quarterback's head the whole game. And it was it put my mind in a pretzel because
true or false, were you watching that play?
Yes.
With the end zone all 22.
I scared my wife because I saw Mims make the double move. And I went, ah! I shrieked because I saw it. I was like, holy crap, he's there. All you have to do is just flick your wrist and it's a touchdown. And for some reason, it was an underthrown ball. We've seen Bo make these throws. We've seen him at least give the wide receiver a chance. I guess
he technically gave him a chance. And that's what when I was coaching the quarterback position, the worst thing that you could do is throw that ball out of bounds. Period. Like that is almost like a unforgivable sin.
Yeah.
The second worst thing you could do is actually what Bo's done a little bit this year, earlier in the year, where he saw somebody open, typically it was Troy Franklin, and he red lines, meaning max effort throws. And I think it's because of the trust of the arm that he overthrew some wide open dudes.
Well,
and that's the second worst thing you can do.
Talking about red lines, remember the play in the first half? They end up scoring right after it, I think, where he zips one to Javonte Williams from like 9 feet away from him.
I think wasn't that in the second half?
No, it was first half.
Okay.
I'm almost positive it was first half. It was a play action pass. He's got Javonte wide open for a touchdown. I believe they score the next play.
It didn't affect the outcome of the game.
But it was one of those. You know what it was? It was directly after the Mims screen pass, and you could feel the adrenaline building up in Bo.
Yeah.
And he freaking fires a 98-mile-an-hour seed.
High too.
You didn't need to. It could have been picked.
Tip balls or pick balls.
They score next, and I wonder if that type of play made him a little gun shy throughout the rest of the game because he didn't really throw the football down the field from that point on.
So you and I both talked about the actual aesthetics of the throw, the overthrow or the underthrow to Marvin Mims. When it left his hand, I thought it was going to hit the canopy at SoFi Stadium. and I think Al Michaels perfectly defined it. A high floater. That's what it felt like.
I was waiting for the ball to come down.
Come down to earth, please.
You know what it was?
I'm wide open. I am currently naked in the secondary of the Los Angeles Chargers.
You know when you're in a baseball stadium and you see a pitch that's hit and you think that thing's got to be hit 465 to dead center.
And then it ends up like what?
Can of corn.
Yeah.
Center fielder doesn't have to move an inch.
Comes up.
Just Andrew Jones at walking. All right, that's the end of it. That's what it was. I was just waiting for the ball to come down. It happens to come down in the outfielder's glove instead of for a touchdown. It was nuts to me.
I agree with this. This is a really good text. I do agree with this because I think Bo Nix has shown in this season the requisite arm talent to be successful in the National Football League. Cody on the Shot Mazda text line, keep them coming, 303-504-0925, one price, one person, 1 hour, said watching Bo Nix this year and watching his deep throws, he gets too much in his head when he throws it. I believe that. It's like one of those things he's just like, I'm going to hit this one, I'm going to hit it. And when you overthrow as a quarterback, you overstride. And typically when you overstride, the ball goes whoop straight up in the air. And you throw either a duck or it's loose or it just has too much air time. And that I totally agree with that text because I do think he has the physical ability to do it. I do.
Momentum killed. The Broncos punt. They then get the ball back on the 50, 4th and 5. They had gone for it on 3rd or 4th down 7 times at that point from 5 yards or fewer. And they were successful 5 of those 7 times. Sean Payton decides to punt the ball with under 5 minutes to go at midfield, and then the game gets iced.
3rd and 10. That's McConkey. Herbert has to get away. Herbert's going to keep it. Herbert's going to pick up the first down. Does it again with his legs. Chargers want a personal foul at the end of the play for a late hit. Don't see a flag. 3.5 to go. Nice hold. Edwards into Bronco territory. Still rambling. Still rolling. Loses the ball at the end. Was he down at the 30-yard line? And they're saying yes.
16-yard scramble on 3rd and 10 from inside their own 10-yard line. The next play, a 44-yard gash, and the game's over.
Iced, sealed, game, set, match. And this is a tough pill to swallow because right now you got swept by the Chargers. I thought you had to, this season, take the next step in year 2 of Sean Payton by being the number 2 team in the AFC West coming out. And it's looking like that is not going to be the case.
Broncos fall. They're not guaranteed to get into the playoffs. Still a very good chance they can back in this weekend with a little bit of help. We'll get into so much more about this game. We'll talk about how the Nuggets blew one to an 8-win Trailblazers team. The Avs scored in the first shot of the game because, well, Alexander Georgiev was playing for the other team. That and so much more on the second hour.
Hey, Colorado, you need to get away after that one last night. Actually, 2 of the 3 last night. I got the place for you. It's Coach Mike Sanford. Get up to Loveland Ski Area. Clear your mind. Clear your head. It's just 53 short miles away from Denver. You don't have to deal with the Eisenhower and Johnson Tunnel. You can just get straight up onto the slopes, skip the traffic and the lift lines, and head straight to Loveland, where the slopes are filled with people. Slopes are filled with snow, not people. Loveland Ski Area offers skiers and riders 1,800 acres to explore. Give an experience this Christmas and holiday season. Give the gift of snow. Season passes are still on sale at skiloveland.com.
Sound off today on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They are in your corner. All you got to do is go to that mobile app, scroll to the bottom, hit the little microphone button, leave us a voicemail. KJ will play it on the air. Again, that's on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. It's the morning sprint talking about the Broncos' Thursday night loss to the Chargers. We had the Nuggets fall to a very bad Portland team that had lost 6 straight. They now have 9 wins on the season due to the Trailblazers. Last-second layup with hardly any help on the backside. Joker peels off. Anthony Simons gets around Russell Westbrook really easily.
Seemed really easy.
This was a 17-point game, 17-point lead for Portland in the fourth quarter. They battled back. Like, don't get me wrong, the battle back was great. The defense, something is weird with this team, man. Something's off.
It's off. It's very off, and I don't like it. And it is the only thing that has been incredibly consistent about these Denver Nuggets is Michael Malone preaches defense, defense, defense.
And they've been horrible on defense.
And they've been horrible on defense, and it really doesn't matter. It could be the worst team in the NBA, or it could be the best team in the NBA. You don't exactly know what you're going to get on the defensive side, but you know that the worst team in the NBA can score 120 plus on you.
And now I understand all of these trade rumors, and unfortunately, the only way that you can make a big shakeup is by trading just one player. There's one guy that you can trade, and that's Michael Porter Jr., right? If you want to make a big shakeup to bring either a big player in or a couple of mid-level players that can help out the bench, MPJ is the one guy that has to move out, right? Especially if you want to move on from Saric, or if you want to package Zeke Naji in that deal, you have to move on from a big-time chip. And I always go back to this offseason. I'm not necessarily saying that like Jamal was the guy that had to have been traded, but extending him this offseason when you had an extra year on that contract, it handcuffed you. It handcuffed you because there is only one person that you can make this move on. And then you have to find the perfect trade partner, right? If you have 2 of those chips, Jamal and or MPJ, it opens up the field to what you could have traded for at this point. The team backed themselves into this corner where you have like 3 options. One is figure it out internally with the team that you currently have on the roster. 2, trade Michael Porter Jr. Or 3, make a coaching change. Like that's the only 3 things that you can do right now. And it's because you backed yourselves into a corner in the offseason by extending a player that didn't necessarily need to be extended this offseason. I'm not saying like Jamal was the guy that needed to be traded right now, but you don't even have the option to dangle that out to a team and see if there's a trade that arises that you might like.
The coaching change isn't going to happen anytime soon.
I'm not calling
this is
for
an
that.
NBA champion in the last 2 years head coach. And I get that there are franchises that do asinine things. The Denver Nuggets franchise doesn't do asinine things. But I will say this on the coaching piece of it. We led the segment talking about I talked about the one thing that's been consistent about the Nuggets is anybody can score 120 on them. Doesn't matter what they have on that side of the other team that's on the other bench, they can score 120 points. When the message is defense, 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 either it doesn't matter to the players or the way that you're communicating it is just not settling in. It's not sinking in through the identity of who this team is. So as a coach, you have to look at yourself in the mirror. Do I need to present it in different ways? I mean, the one thing Michael Malone has done is he incentivizes defense.
Malone was pissed last night.
From a celebratory standpoint, like in the locker room, they don't give out an MVP of the game. It's the DPOG. It's the DPOG chain. Well, I mean, that was great in the run towards the finals. Did you change it up? Something else? I don't know. But right now, the message is not being received by the roster with any form of consistency.
Losses to Portland, to Washington this year. It just feels like these are teams you shouldn't lose to. You have a loss at New Orleans. You're taking on a Pelicans team that is not good on Sunday. That's a game that you should expect to win. You should be overconfident going into that game. Now I'm not.
So I don't really understand the NBA coaching. I don't understand NBA coaching in general very well. I do know it's a lot of ego management, personality management. There are some schematics clearly. I just don't know it because I haven't done it. But there is, like in football, if this happens, you look to the coach who is the defensive coordinator. In basketball, do you look to the person that's responsible for the schematics of the defense, for the motivation of executing those schematics, or is that something that comes from the head coach? I don't know.
Is that a big enough change to like you'd be moving on from, Adelman or Saunders? Is that a big enough change?
Do you know which one is responsible
Not
for the
off the top of my
defense?
head.
I'm sure Demps would know, but
would you have to move on from Popeye or Ryan Bowen at that
does
point?
it really move the needle?
I don't think it does.
I mean, it seems like it's a buy-in right now. It's something that's inherently inside of the hearts and souls and minds of the players.
3 options. And that's the one that's you're going to go forward with that option. That it is buy-in from the team. And that hopefully by the time that Christmas rolls around, when the NBA season, typically starts, to use that cliche, the NBA season doesn't start until Christmas Day, that the malaise that this team is playing with through the first 25 games of the season is gone. And you haven't fallen so far out that you're just looking at a 7 to a 10 seed at that point for a team that has championship aspirations. And you should, with the best player on the planet in your team.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Please, KJ.
Do you guys think there's like a fracture in the brotherhood? Do you guys feel a vibe of like there's like one side of the locker room thinking one way and the other side of the locker room thinking one way? Because I think I can kind of feel it at times. Like you can hear it in the media, like little sound bites this year. You can kind of tell there's like one side of the locker room who's thinking one way, and then there's like this new group of nuggets that's like, these guys, they don't fit into what we usually do.
All right, KJ, let's just have a real conversation. Let's peel back the onion, get down to the stank. What is the big personality that's here this year that wasn't here last year?
Russ.
What is Russ known for in the media? Like awesome energy, awesome team guy, reverberates the message, repeats the message of Michael Malone. On certain teams, when you have the guy that's just always being pointed at by the head coach as the model and you're praising the model,
you start to resent that player a little bit.
I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
If you're an incumbent.
Just throwing it out there.
Russ wasn't the problem last night. Russ was fine.
I'm not talking
Russ
about
poured 19 and off the bench.
But we're talking about a fracture. We're talking about personalities. This is different than production. Personalities in a fissure that might exist inside the locker room.
You can't change that because of. All right, what you're saying without saying is that there is a very, very big disconnect between the mindset of Jamal Murray and the mindset of Russell Westbrook. And you backed yourself into the corner where the only change you can make would be moving on from Russell Westbrook, who has been way more than what you anticipated him being.
I agree with
Russ
that.
is a fit.
2 days ago, I'm advocating for Russell being on the starting 5, like for the rest of the year.
So what can you do?
I don't know.
Move on from the guy who's given you greater return on your investment than you anticipated in the offseason? That sounds crazy to me.
What do you think, KJ? About what or do you have any other theory about some type of divide in the locker room?
I agree wholeheartedly with what you said. I think the real struggle we have here is we have a star point guard who is often emotional, and he is ebbs and flows. He is valley some days, he's mountain other days. And then you have a backup point guard who is a future first ballot Hall of Famer who is go and consistent all the time. With that being said, the only resolution you have is to try to pair those two personalities together in the starting lineup. And then from there, I think it has no choice but to attempt to work, because if it doesn't, then you have your answer. You can't keep playing this game of, sometimes it works and then sometimes it doesn't. You need to go all in on seeing, does it work? And then there you can figure out, okay, by the trade deadline, I need to move somebody out.
Like, at least the Avs had the ability to make the trades. And I know that the CBAs are vastly different, right? Like the NBA handcuffs you in terms of aprons, and when you sign guys to max extensions, you can't trade them during that season, which I think is ridiculous. Like the coddling of the player contracts from that standpoint, I think is something that needs to be changed in the next version of the NBA CBA. I sign you, that's fine, but I can trade you at any point. Get out of here. Like, at least the Avs had the opportunity to go address the problem that was on the roster, the goalies, and look what it's done. In the 3 starts that Mackenzie Blackwood has for the Avs, he's averaging a .935 save percentage. Did you watch any of that game last night? I know we were watching Broncos. I went back and I watched the rest of that Avalanche game and fell asleep to it. Mackenzie Blackwood is the freaking truth. The Avs look fixed. They look fixed because the front office isn't backed into a corner.
And they got to play against Forgiev.
Alexander. Yep, he was Forgiev last night.
Right on Brandon. It was beautiful.
First shot on goal goes in under the pad off the end boards from Nichushkin on the power play. And then the goal that decides the game essentially is Joel Kiviranta's first of 2 goals within a 2-minute span. 2-on-1, and he fires one that he was trying to make a pads pass off of to the guy who was driving the net on the far side. It hits off the top of Georgiev's pad, goes under his glove, and into the back of the net. And you could just see the San Jose roster go, ugh. Like we saw countless times this year with the Avs and Georgiev. It was so cathartic after that Broncos loss. So cathartic to see that.
Was the 4th an empty netter?
No.
So he really was.
He was for
Alexander.
For Giev. And I know San Jose sucks, but like,
yeah,
it was.
I'd take any win
What
at this point.
I had a great smile on my face.
I missed the game because I was actually I was actively beating my head against the wall at the end of the Broncos game.
NFL notes are coming up next. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. This is the Morning Sprint.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day on the morning sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL following a Broncos Thursday night loss with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, start us off.
The biggest story coming out of last night was why did Sean Payton go away from the running game in the second half? They only had 21 yards rushing on 8 carries. That's after having 89 yards rushing in the first half on 13 carries. Sean Payton addressed after the game why they went away from the running game.
Well, look, I mean, we had some attempts, maybe the execution, I'll see the film, the first drive was the rhythm we wanted, the tempo we wanted. And yet, in the second half, we get some pressure looks, when they're playing from behind. So, yeah, we didn't sustain it enough. And certainly I got to look at, all right, each series, hey, with some of these looks, what are some of the runs maybe we can still get to? We have plenty of work on the run game going into the game. I thought the young backs did a good job. We'll keep working those guys.
So after that first drive of the second half, where you did see, I think it was 3 or 4 called runs by Sean Payton. Next drive. So this would be second drive to start the second half. 1st and 10, run it for -1, and then short pass, punt. Third drive. 1 run, 1, 2, 3, 4 passes, 1 run the next drive. You just got away from it at that point. I think the opening drive of the second half, you felt it. There was a rhythm, there was a flow, and then it just got wonky.
Ostame, left guard, 7 yards. No, Ostame. Audric Estime.
I like the nickname.
I like that.
Stumbled upon something.
Watson, right tackle, 2 yards. 3rd and 1 from the 39. A pass short right to Franklin for 18 yards, gets the first down. Then you have that aborted fumble that gets covered by Mims for 2 yards. You pass. On 4th and 2, right? You go for it on 4th and 2 there and find Cortland Sutton in the middle of the field for 5 yards. You run it for -1 yards with Estime, and then incomplete field goal.
Yep.
So you not only got away from the run game, you were also going for it on 4th down in that situation to get yourself closer. I understand not going for it on, I suppose, 4th and 3 from the 23, because you kind of have like a guaranteed 3 points there. The field goal that would have been taken prior to the 4th and 2 would have been a 53 or a 54-yarder.
At which Will Lutz has been.
He's been money, but it's certainly not guaranteed, or at least thought to be guaranteed.
It's just strange when you go for a 4th down conversion, you get it, and then you're faced with another one. You're already in field goal range, and Will Lutz, I look at a 52-yard field goal as automatic for Will Lutz, just based off the stats of this season.
4th and 3 felt like you probably should have gone for it again, and it wasn't the last time that Payton decided not to go for it on 4th down. And the other one happens under 5 minutes to go. The ball's on the 50. You are there. I know you have all 3 timeouts, and the defense had been good enough, but not great. And you didn't feel like the defense was anywhere close to creating the pressure requisite for another turnover on Herbert at that point, or at least another sack, because they were kind of starting to roll right there. Why not go for it on 4th and 5, under 5 to go, down by a touchdown?
Well, and we're also we've been rewired and programmed with the modern era of analytics football, where we just see
go for it.
And in fact, you have a number based off the data that it takes into account weather, opponent, situation, time on the clock, all the different factors that tell you how much do you need to get on that 3rd down to go for it on 4th down. And that does play a role into your 4th down decision making. And in the instance late in the game, it was set for you based off this new analytics methodology that we now watch a game expecting to go for it on 4th. The stage was set to go for it on 4th.
And I ran through the box score pretty quickly. By my count, prior to the 4th down and 5 at the end of the game, the Broncos had 7 different opportunities of either 3rd down or 4th down and 5 or fewer yards. They were 5 of 7 on those opportunities. So they were successful, and they had already gone for it on 4th down and short and had been successful, the 5-yard gain to Cortland Sutton. It made no sense in terms of the flow of the game. And that's why you look at Sean Payton and how he coached this thing. Sean coached the Broncos into a loss this week. He didn't coach the game as the flow dictated. It made no sense. I don't know what he was trying to prove.
It's interesting because I think this game, if you continue the first half and it just keeps matriculating that way, I think that both Bo Nix and Sean Payton are continuing towards the conversation of Offensive Rookie of the Year and Coach of the Year,
And
respectively.
now both of them, they feel like pipe dreams.
Absolute pipe dreams. It will take Bo Nix out-dueling Joe Burrow and then out-dueling Patrick Mahomes because the momentum is all on Jaden Daniels. And I think Brock Bowers is getting a lot of run towards this. He didn't have a great game last week. He had 35 receiving yards.
Think about this. The next 3 games, actually include the Chargers games, the 4 quarterbacks that you'll see if the Broncos make the playoffs, most likely, will be Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and then
Josh
Allen. If you make the playoffs, your Christmas gift is Josh Allen, the MVP of the league this year.
Allen.
Yikes.
And if Justin Herbert did that to you on a hobbled leg, what's Josh Allen going to do in week 1 of the playoffs?
Come on,
man?
Riley. Riley Mouse, we need you.
What's next?
I'll give you the message when we have a message.
The free kick that caught the Broncos off guard was supported by Dicker the kicker himself, a.k.a. Cameron Dicker. Cam talks about what went into the fair catch free kick decision and how did he play a part in it.
Once he got hit when trying to catch it, we had that penalty, I was like, okay, 15 yards, that's going to put us up there. So then I went over to the net and hit a couple real quick. I ran over, and then the offense was out there, and I was like, did they forget about this? Like, I was like, am I the only one who remembered this? And then...
Did you say something to coach?
I did, and I was in the net kicking. I was like, they'll remember. And so then Beep ran over, and he let me know, and he's like, hey, we're going. And I was like, okay. Got one more rep in, and then ran out on the field. And then the Broncos were confused, so they called the timeout. And I was like, okay, I got some time now. So went over, hit another rep, and then came back and got ready to go.
When you go out there, what are you thinking?
I was kind of laughing. I was like, what a funny moment. Like, this is cool. Just enjoy the moment, embrace the moment, and just go try to hit a ball and enjoy it.
Dicker the kicker gets the last laugh. And I wanted to wipe that little grin off his face. Just got a little smirk to him. Even when he was kicking into the net, I'm like, this guy.
I mean, how many NFL kickers are going to miss? I know it's a deep kick. It was a 57-yarder, but no rush. You don't have to worry. You can kick it low if you want to, get a nice drive on that and not have to worry about it being blocked.
Is it Justin Tucker from the Ravens or Tuck? What's his name? Tucker?
Tucker.
He would have missed it because he's got the Shankopotamus Rex going through his system right now. Harrison Butker.
Well, his legs don't work right now.
Yeah, he's a little. Other than that, pretty much all of them make it.
That's it.
I'll tell you who's piping that is Brandon McManus for the Packers. He's been on fire too.
Lutz would have made it too.
100%.
I think if you take 95% of the kickers in this league and give them a 57-yarder, essentially from a tee. It's not a tee. You have to have, I think J.K. Scott, former Mullen Mustang, was the holder there. You have to have someone hold it. But there aren't any consequences. The closest defender is 10 yards away from you. It's not going to get blocked. All those guys have the leg strength. The reason why those kicks don't necessarily go in is because you have pressure against you.
So with this becoming a real situation that unfolded in a meaningful NFL playoff implication game, are there going to be strategies that change with regards to punting backed up? Say like if the weather's adverse and the handling of snap, hold, kick. So are the punting teams going to start directional kicking out of bounds? Or
well, can you not still call a fair catch on a directional kick out of bounds?
You have to have the ability to field it for the fair. So that's the way you combat it.
I'm learning punting and fair catch rules. I mean, complete transparency.
You
I
and me
had no idea that thing was a rule last night.
Yeah, and for the record, I looked in the NCAA rule books, and I was not going crazy. I have been going crazy for the last 24 hours. Raj, you've seen quite a bit of it. The NCAA, the fair catch free kick rule is illegal. Illegal. Can't do it.
KJ, what's next?
I'll give you the message when we have a message.
Testy.
Atlanta's OC Zach Robinson was asked about the possibility of opening up the playbook for coaches on Michael Penix Jr. this week now that he's at the helm. Let's just say Zach did not shy away from the opportunity to say yes.
Is the full playbook available to you to call everything with him?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. We felt great with Kirk as well. It just obviously Mike's got some different skill sets that you can activate as well. But whatever he's done at Washington and what we've seen out on the practice field, how it fits within our offense, we'll definitely activate that this week.
Michael Penix Jr. is here, and it's probably the only thing that's going to get me through the NFL weekend because I'm excited to watch him. It's not going to be perfect, but the one thing that Zach Robinson, who's a really good offensive schemer, that he alluded to is there's a unique skill set. There's different skill sets. Yeah, it's called an absolute bazooka attached to his left arm.
Am I going to have to send someone to your house if Penix just falls flat on his face in week 1 just for a wellness check?
No. I'll just watch the Packers game.
All right. Yeah. Just a little nervous about you. Last night was a tough night for you.
It was.
You putter through your laptop at the end of the show all time. That was like Mosier has the best putter throws on the station. You were pretty close there. That was a nice little silver medal for you.
Yeah, it was a moment of, yeah, guys, I got to wake up in about 4 hours to go jump on the old 9 News. I'm going to look like crap, and so bye. Boom. Gone. See ya.
You guys can watch all of our shows in the Safeway Twitch stream. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. We've got everything you need to create a holiday menu for the whole family that everybody's going to love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. KJ, what's next?
I'll give you the message when we have a message.
Rookie running back from Tampa Bay, Bucky Irvin, had a media scrum on Thursday, and he saw a new media member that he sort of kind of recognized, a guy by the name of Baker Mayfield. And Baker Mayfield asked him, which quarterback has he gotten to know quicker, he or Bo Nix?
Marquise, is it true that you become quicker friends with your quarterback Baker than you did with Bo Nix? People are asking. You still FaceTime him, so we're just curious.
I did come pretty close with Baker. It took me some time to get pretty close with Bo.
Who throws a better ball?
I'm not going to answer.
Love Bucky Irving. True freshman tailback at the University of Minnesota. Ended up toting the rock for us there. Great player. Comes from south side of Chicago. Tough dude, man. Awesome guy. He's played with 2 really cool quarterbacks, man.
I love an undercover player asking questions as media.
And
I love that.
And it's right on brand with Baker Mayfield. I mean, doesn't he have like an undercover show?
Like an undercover boss?
Yeah, he like dresses up as weird characters and
like during the offseason, yeah.
Yeah, he did that in the offseason. I remember that.
I always find myself rooting for that guy.
Which one, Baker or
Baker.
Bucky?
Both of them, but
Bucky's
certainly
a good
Baker.
player. Good player.
One more, KJ.
I'll give you the message when we have a message.
The Kansas City Chiefs are in the middle of a 3 games in 10 days stretch right now. Patrick Mahomes last week talked about the NFL not helping them out. They're doing them a disservice. This week is DeAndre Hopkins taking the stance against the NFL, and he even used player safety against the NFL in regards to them playing 3 games in 10 days.
Never played this many games in a short amount of time. I think the league should definitely do something about that. If that's giving team some kind of mini bye or somewhere down the line. But I feel like as we we coach or they preach, player safety. I don't feel like, this is the best situation for any team to play 3 games in this amount of days. So I feel like the league should definitely, try to review that after the season, just see how it can help player safety in the future.
3 games in 11 days. The Broncos just played 3 in 13. It's really not that big of a difference to me.
It really is.
It's a lot of games, don't get me wrong, but let's not act like the Chiefs are being treated unfairly here.
Well, and everybody inherently plays 3 games in 14 days, correct? First game, 7 days later, second game, 7 days later, third game.
In theory.
I mean, in reality.
You know what I was a little bit upset with in terms of Chiefs news this week? I was kind of looking forward to seeing Carson Wentz play football again. And it looks like he's not going to start this weekend because Mahomes is back and ready.
Yeah, Patty.
We might see Carson Wentz in Week 18 against the Broncos.
Oh.
I would love to see that, dude.
He was actually one of the guys we talked about in the offseason as a bridge quarterback.
Yeah. There was a point in time where Carson Wentz, before he got that first knee injury, that dude was going to win the MVP that year. Mm-hmm. He was going to win the MVP. And now he was damn near out of the league. Andy Reid said, early last week, that he thinks Carson should be starting in the NFL right now. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Who's got a better chance to be a starter next year, Kirk Cousins or Carson Wentz?
Kirk Cousins. Carson Wentz, man, he's washed. He was washed like...
Is Kirk Cousins not washed?
I mean, at least he had production at the early part of the season.
You like that? He's also, universally loved by his teammates, Cousins, and Wentz, not necessarily the case.
Wentz has been an interesting case study.
Yeah. Touch and go.
There weren't a lot of character issues coming out of the North Dakota State program, but the Colts locker room didn't like him. There's a lot of issues. It seemed like Frank Reich was going to double down on his guy, and it went south in a hurry.
NFL Notes is brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
Yeah, we dropped coverage. We dropped coverage tonight 5 different times.
I mean, it's sort of surprising, right? You haven't had
Yeah,
that many.
look, in a short week, we got to look closely at, why are these things happening? But 5 different times we had free runners. And you can't have one of their top receivers not covered.
10 different receivers caught a pass for the Chargers yesterday. Ladd McConkey, your leading receiver, with 6 receptions, 87 yards through the air for the Georgia product. Dropped coverages, free runners, and I don't know if it's the right post-game presser to talk about a short week, Sean Payton.
Yeah, I think when you point the old finger, say at the National Football League, and there are 3 pointing straight back at you, as in your middle finger, your ring finger.
I have 2 middle fingers.
And your pinky. That's exactly the case here. And, I just was scrolling the old X machine here. So offensive stats in terms of snap count came back. Let's go over here. So we don't talk about the drop coverages because there were some. And the drop coverages, I don't know who is completely making decisions with regards to we got to play zone, we're freaked out. But they have a zone problem. The Denver Broncos have a zone coverage problem. And it wasn't fixed over the bye week. Clearly, after the Cleveland Browns game. Don't play zone. Play top-down cover 2 Tampa on 3rd down and 15. Other than that, get after the passer. Blitz him back to the Stone Age. Play man coverage. Get Riley Moss back.
It happened a few times where, especially in the first half, Brandon Jones was the one who was trailing those shallow crossers that turned into, I don't know, the passes traveled 7-8 yards throughout the air, and then before you knew it, 18-yard gain, 24-yard gain, 27-yard gain. It just felt like it was the easy, soft play to make, and you would see McConkey wide open, and then out of frame a couple of seconds later, you'd see a trailing safety or quarterback.
Because that's zone. They're just reacting to where the ball was thrown. They're playing there too high. They're making sure that it stays top down, and there's a chasm that exists between the linebacker space at the 2nd level and the 3rd level, which is the 2 high safeties. Let's talk about offensive snap counts. Would you say, KJ, Raj, Audric Estime looked pretty good toting the rock?
Sure did.
How many carries do you have?
9 carries, 48 yards, and he averaged 5.5 on the ground.
Cool.
Punched one in for a touchdown.
So 9 carries, he was almost halfway to 100. Is that right?
That's all we're waiting for.
Do you know how many total snaps Audric Estime had in this ball game?
I would assume 20.
13.
Whoa.
So do you think there might be a tendency right now building up that when Audric Estime is on the field, he is running the football? There's no screen game designed to go to him. He's not involved really in the check down game.
Yeah, 75% of the time that he's on the field, he's getting the ball.
Watson, fresh off of practice squad. He only had 3 fewer snaps than Audric Estime did, who was toting the stone to start this game out. He had 10. Javonte Williams, 33.
So why a lot has been made after this game about the rotation of the backs. Like, it never felt like you got into the hot hand.
It is unbelievably arrhythmic.
What goes into that?
I don't know. I'll say this. I've been a running back coach when I had 4 really good backs. And there was some ego management that happened with the rotation at the running back position. This is not that problem. It is, let's find a guy. Oh, wait, it's Audric Estime. Oh, wait, he's falling forward. Oh, wait, he's plus 15 rushing yards over expected in the analytics. Let's play him for 35 snaps and give him 20 touches of the football. We haven't seen it.
Hey, Coach, let me ask you this. Are we running into a situation where Sean is saying to himself, I don't have a running back I trust, so let me just stick with the guy who makes the least amount of mistakes?
Yeah, that is accurate. It's the safest bet. You're not going to have protection malfunctions. And the apple of Sean's eye is his rookie quarterback, Bo Nix. I mean, Audric Estime is an intelligent young man. He showed the ability in preseason that he has the physical attributes to be a pass protector. Get him trained. Because what we've seen out of Javonte, and I want to be very, very fair here, that Javonte did some very good things last night. Just wasn't enough in general in the run game. But Audric Estime, when he's touched the football, good things have happened.
He was spinning off tackles. He was dragging defenders with him. There was that run in the latter parts of the first half where he spun off of 2 tackles, nearly dragged 2 defenders en route to the end zone, sets up that very short screen pass to Marvin Mims on the left side that gets the first down. The Broncos scored a touchdown after that. But his yards after contact on that run, the original contact was made like a yard outside or a yard downfield of the line of scrimmage. That wasn't the only time he did it.
So right now on 134 carries, Javonte Williams has 485 yards, which is a 3.6 yards per carry average. We're talking solely toting the stone. Jaleel McLaughlin, 87 for 388, 4.5 a carry. In only 55 carries, which is shy of 33%, so like in the 25 range. Audric Estime, 55 carries, has 252 yards, 4.6 yards per carry.
Again, it was a failure to call the game the way that the flow of the game dictated. In the second half, they got away from everything. They went with the flow in the first half. The running backs looked fine. Like Blake Watson, I know he had more snaps than you wanted to see him have as compared to Estime. Blake Watson looked fine. Javonte looked fine. The rotation was a little bit weird, but you were still finding success on the ground. You were utilizing that to bring in the play action, get Bo just a little bit outside the pocket, moving his feet. And then for some reason, you went away from the flow. The same thing happened with the 4th down, failing to go for it on 4th and 5, under 5 to go. When, again, I told you, 7 different instances on 3rd or 4th down where the Broncos had 5 or fewer yards to go. They were 5 of 7. The flow dictated you should go for it in that situation. The defense came up with one big interception at the end of the first half, and then all of that momentum went away. So I don't know, was it hedging on having the best defense in the NFL, saying, hey, we just need one more stop, when the entire season has been proving everybody else in the country that I drafted the right quarterback to win these situations.
That's the problem.
It's been the whole season long.
That's the problem.
It's been the whole season long that he's been trying to prove to everyone else that my quarterback can do this thing.
We believe.
And in the biggest situation,
we believe.
You decide to knuckle under and give it to the defense?
Do you not believe?
Put him on the table. I believe.
No, I'm saying in that situation.
Yes.
Do you not believe? Sean Payton?
You don't believe?
Do you not believe that Bo Nix is that guy that you say he is? Because if he is that guy, you go for it on 4th down right there.
What, 2? It was either, I think it was 2 times where they gained like 13 and 18 yards on those 3rd and short situations. 4th and 3, Cortland Sutton, 5-yard gain. That's all you needed. 5 yards was not a lot to ask for him.
I agree, but I can't be mad at Sean because if Hackett was here, he would have did the same thing. He would have punted it or asked this kicker to make a 70-yard field goal.
Probably would have gotten about 13 delay games, too.
Oh, all right. It's a Friday. It's time to pop some tops. Tell you guys what
all right,
games.
let's get in a good mood now.
Yeah, get some vibes going.
Yeah, man. I want to.
Tell you what games we're watching this weekend. College football playoff, Coach.
It starts tonight. And I don't have full Berto energy to spit out the way he spits out.
Tonight.
There you go. Thank you for that. Indiana versus Notre Dame.
It's snowing right now in South Bend.
It is football weather defined. 6 o'clock tonight. A cold bevy in my hand as I watch the frozen tundra of South Bend, Indiana. The Indiana Hoosiers are going to shock the world, and they are going to take down the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Curtis Rourke will be a name that we will all be talking about this weekend.
7-point favorites are the Notre Dame Irish in that game again, 6 p.m. on ABC and ESPN. Yes, I'll be watching that. We do have the Avs playing again tonight, second leg of a back-to-back against the Ducks. You can listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with the 7:30 p.m. pregame show and an 8 p.m. puck drop. Avs looking to sweep the Southern California portion of this 3-game roadie. But the one I'm really looking forward to is Tennessee and Ohio State. Saturday, 6 p.m. on ABC or ESPN, wherever you decide to watch that one. Ohio State, 7.5-point favorites. I'm just watching this for the Ryan Day drama. Dude, if he loses this game, out. He's fired the next day.
Ryan Day's going to be worried about pitchforks coming out in full force on his playing surface and won't have to worry about a flag being planted on the O.
Give me the Vols and give me a cigar in my mouth after Tennessee wins that game on the road, breaks the hearts. Actually, this isn't going to be a heartbreaker for Buckeyes fans. They want Ryan Day out of there.
Yeah, they're
rooting for the Buckeyes to lose.
Those sadists are just rooting for it. There's no doubt about it. And I'm going to go to the National Football League, a trifecta for Broncos fans. Titans, they're going to eliminate the Colts in Indianapolis.
I can see that happening.
Dolphins. They play Sunday. Looks like they are. Where the hell are they?
Dolphins have the toughest, I believe, the toughest game of the.
They don't have a bye.
No. Buys are done.
That's what I thought.
Who are you looking for? Are you looking for the
Los
Fins?
Delfines. Oh, the
49ers.
49ers.
Host the 49ers.
The 49ers are going to play the Dolphins, and the 49ers are going to beat the Dolphins. The Bengals are going to beat the brakes off the Browns. With now, I believe, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Jameis Winston's been benched again.
Who knows?
The Bengals are going to boat race the Browns, and I can't wait to see this rested, rejuvenated Broncos team clinch the playoffs against Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals in Cincinnati about 9 days from today.
That's going to do it for us for this week. For Coach Sanford, for KJ Behind the Glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Don't miss a second of it. They're going to go all over this game. Tyler Columbus, he's going to defend his Lamborghini for Justin Herbert and calling Bo Nix a Toyota Camry. Is it true? Find out next.
I forgot.
That should have like 5 buzzes.
Oh.
That's really good.
What were we thinking? What happened? You know, the only people that predicted it correctly were us.
Hey, if we weren't on that thing, were we?
No, we didn't hear any buzzers for us. Thank you to AAA.
That was well done, by the way, Dan.
Yes, very funny.
I wish that Dan Tanner would have thrown the only real knowledgeable football guy in the state of Colorado in the media.
Who would that have been?
That would have been Chris Bianchi.
Did he get it?
You got to tip the cap to Chris Bianchi.
What did he say?
It was a 6-point Chargers win, so he was off by 1 point.
Okay.
Chris, man, he brings us rain and he brings us bad news.
You can't get the weather right, but at least you got the sports.
He keeps it real, though. You know,
clearly we got to change jobs. We got to switch, little switcheroony.
So I'm on with. I didn't think I was going to be on with Sanford on 9 News today, but it turns out I kind of was. And
you started talking to me, and I didn't even have my earpiece in. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on.
But
here.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking about you. So
shocker.
Tyler, yesterday on Altitude After Dark.
That's pretty epic.
You guys got to go back and watch this podcast. I mean, I know you've had an unbelievably long day, but I just wanted to check in.
I mean, the utter
how you're
dejection that Mike Sanford was feeling after that game. We were all like feeling passionate, yelling, a few laughs in here, like feeling our pain. Mike Sanford's dog died last night, and he decided to bust up his $1,000 iPad just because he was ticked off.
Well, it started kind of in a bad mood, and then we go for an hour. And at the end, he's still not in a better mood, I don't think, than when we really started. He goes, I'll see you on 9 News. And as he says, the whole is all set up like
camera. It was a tripod camera, just went on the floor. Light, you didn't even see it because the lights went down. It was just chaos. I didn't even intend to do it.
It was
a perfect mic drop at the end of a really, really dejected session for me on Altitude After Dark.
You can find it on our social media stuff. And I just then. So he's all bummed out, Tyler, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm on 9 News to promote hockey on Tegna and 9 News and Channel 20 tonight. They play the Ducks on Channel 20, which is awesome. And then I hear Sanford on. Like, he's on, like, right before me. But I can't see anything. It's just a Zoom thing. I can't see anything. I just hear it. And then Mike, who was so depressed last night, is like, well, the sun came up anyway, and blah, blah, blah. It's like,
we still live in the greatest state of the union.
Yeah, the sun.
That's what I said.
Sun comes up, and I look outside, Tyler. It's pitch black dark. The sun had definitely not come up.
It came up somewhere, just not here.
Well, it was, scheduled to come up in about a half hour or so, but
the sun came up for me at 4:02 a.m.
Your
this morning.
alarm went off. The sun didn't come
and I
up.
hit the snooze button with violence 17 times.
You were tremendous last night. You were absolutely tremendous.
Yeah. If you want to call it that.
But what I learned on TV is you just don't joke around with stuff. It's not radio. It's not a podcast.
I do. I don't know if they're going to invite me back.
I don't know if I'm going to get invited back.
The only way that I can get through what happened last night on the day after is to just take the good old-fashioned medicine of some laughter.
Hell yeah, pal.
It was pretty funny. And then they were like, well, what about Georgiev? And I go, yeah, he lost too, but I don't care.
I heard you called him Forgiev
on
9 News. I love it.
We can now call him Forgiev, can't we?
Oh,
I
sure.
did before, too. So.
Yeah, I think we're already doing it, but sure.
All right. So thank you to 9 News. It was fun. And I know, doing the hijinks of radio isn't quite the TV sort of thing, but we had a good time. I had a good time with it. I hope they were all right with it, but it was pretty funny. And then, 7:15, the sun did actually come up. You were right about your projection.
And it was very sunny. It was actually so bad.
Have you walked outside in the past couple hours?
No.
Oh, it's like 60 degrees. It's beautiful. The weather's unbelievable. It's gorgeous.
I've been in a dungeon for the majority of the day.
All right.
And when I actually drove from 9 News studio to here in Loge, I couldn't see it was so sunny. So it's like by being optimistic, this is toxic positivity.
That had been pissing you off
I'm
a little bit.
And I didn't have my sunglasses.
I don't see the sun today.
I didn't have any shades. I'm trying to hide behind my little visor. It was absolutely like, can this day get worse?
Wait, the sun was pissing you off?
Yeah.
Yes, because I couldn't see the dang road and there's traffic. It's always Santa Fe.
Here comes the sun. And Mike says, the Broncos, it's all right, Mike.
Sometimes you just want to live in the darkness for a little bit, you know?
I know. I need to go have a darkness retreat.
Oh, my God. Have you seen some clips? Have you seen clips?
I watched the first episode and a half yesterday.
You got to be kidding me.
I did.
How'd you get through it?
I did. I'm still watching, too. I'm going to finish that sucker off.
I don't think I can watch more than 2 or 3 minutes, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
The clips to me,
Is it just the ayahuasca retreat, or do they do the darkness retreat too?
It's like a just documentary about his life.
But do they actually? I want to know about the
Butte College, all those things.
Do they do anything with the actual darkness? Like,
no, they have not acknowledged the darkness retreat
I want to know
itself
that one.
yet.
Like,
but there were other
ayahuasca.
NFL players that were on the ayahuasca trip with them.
Yeah,
Jordan Poyer was with them, and someone else.
How about Dan Graziano killing him today? Did you hear that?
I don't think so.
We'll play it for you later, but on ESPN.
More so than Ryan Clark.
Do you have it, Dan?
What?
Let's just hear it. This is Graziano about Aaron Rodgers. This is crazy. Go ahead.
If the effect of this story is that the organization decides that, well, it could be worse, like Aaron Rodgers isn't so bad because look at all this other goofiness that's going on above him, then the Jets are in bigger trouble than I thought because Aaron Rodgers is a con artist. He is a narcissist. He is self-absorbed to the absolute maximum. And if he has you fooled again, that's on you. If the Jets go back to Aaron Rodgers next year, they deserve what they get, and it will not be good. Like, they know this. They've lived it for the last 2 years. Like, this is not the answer.
So there you go.
Dan Graziano, they're hitting for the cycle.
Are we avoiding pain right now? Is that what we're doing? Are we avoiding our own pain by talking about Aaron Rodgers?
Well, just a little bit. It was fun because we're losing, Mike. Because it's amazing he's even
Did you guys
here
hear
right
that
now.
Jameis Winston got benched from the Cleveland Browns? He got benched from being benched. Like he's
He got benched for being benched.
Is there?
I got to think about that one for a second.
My brain's not functioning. Well,
who did he get benched for?
I think,
Thompson Robinson.
DTR coming back.
So the Lord is delivering him from starting.
Yeah, well,
as well as pick sixes.
Yeah, that's the one thing I've learned is the easiest way to be delivered from pick sixes is just don't play.
Be delivered from starting.
Like my entire college career, I was delivered from pick sixes.
The Lord has delivered.
The Lord answered his prayer.
Yes,
that's it.
I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah,
it really is. But guys, I'm doing okay. I appreciate the wellness check.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I need a nap. I need
just a little nap.
Just a good old fashioned
lay down.
Yeah, like kids. Hey, listen, they're off of school.
Of course,
Daddy's gonna go in the den for 3 hours.
Yeah,
I'll see you on the flip side.
Yeah. You got a good couch nap spot in the den.
I'm kind of a I
You
am.
a chair napper?
So I'm a basement. I love it's freezing down there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. Basement naps.
I'm with you.
But those aren't 3-hour bangers. I need the real 3-hour in darkness. I need my own. I'm gonna go have a darkness retreat. 3 hours.
Sure.
Do you feel differently about the game, or are you still? What? All right, give me the top 3 things that did tick you off about the game, and we can sort of take it from there.
Nate Kreckman actually talked some sense into me last night. I was really upset about the momentum swing right before halftime.
Yeah.
That frankly could have been avoided.
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
I was really upset about that because I do believe in this whole middle 8 theory, and I do believe wholeheartedly in momentum. And Tyler, you've been in there. The difference between the locker room for the Chargers versus what it was for the Broncos after the second quarter.
All the Chargers and the players and coach all said the same thing. Because of that happenstance, momentum went their way. They all talked about it after the game.
Yeah, it changed. And it was frustrating. I mean, you could get upset with the unique rule that popped up for the second time in 20 years or whatever it was. There was absolutely interference, so it wasn't that. It was the sequence that was leading up to that was frustrating. And the frustration was a play caller that knew his weakness, that knew he had to write a literal reminder on top of his play card to run the damn football. And we did it. And we did it really, really well. I mean, as bad as it's been for the last couple of weeks running the football, I mean, that was incredible stuff at the beginning of the game. And then you just know that Sean Payton is one of those dudes that he doesn't really want to run the football. He does it because he has to.
It's a setup. It's a setup for his shot plays,
Well, that's exactly what it is. It's a setup for his young quarterback, and he's so freaking hell-bent on making this work, and he trusts him, and I get it, and I like Bo Nix, and I'm not down on Bo Nix, but he's just so hell-bent on making it work there that he forgets his own reminders that are written on top of his play sheet.
And that brings up to me the unbelievable faith in Bo Nix to throw the football with such volume as opposed to running the ball, which clearly worked. Why do you not have the same faith on 4th down and 5 to go for it?
Ooh, fun one.
So
fun one. With 4.5 to go, right?
We were
like
what were we on? Like the 47, something like that, give or take.
Yeah, you're in the
right?
logo. You're on the Chargers logo. There's a lightning bolt, and you're on it.
Look, I think old school.
awesome.
I think old school football would tell you 10 out of 10 times you punt that football. You got all the timeouts in the bag, correct?
I think they had 2.
They had 2.
No, wait, no.
I thought
they
had all,
might. I know you're right. They
I
did.
think they
You're
had
right.
all 3 timeouts
You're
in the
right.
bag.
You're right.
You got
You're
a
right.
2-minute warning.
You're right.
You in theory have got the number 1 scoring defense in the NFL that is behind you. You punt the ball. You try to take advantage of field position, but you got to be aware of the moment and what is this defense today. It's like Dan Campbell with all the crazy decisions he's been making. He's doing it because he's aware his defense is falling apart. And our defense today, this is not a number 1 ranked scoring defense. Riley Moss going out has changed things to the degree that I can't even understand how one corner can change things. But because of the situation, I'm with you. More times than not, I actually would have respected the decision.
It's interesting, Tyler. I've had to retrain my brain as a football guy because, like you said, 10, 15 years ago, you punt that every time.
Yeah.
Now, with the new analytics space, watching guys like Dan Campbell that just refuse to punt it ever, it feels like, that seemed like such low-hanging fruit to go for it and put that same belief and trust in your rookie quarterback. He's going to go get it for us.
4th and 6 from the 49. Here's why I had a problem with it too. So you turn it over. They stop you. Okay, what's the difference? You got to stop them one way or the other. The field's actually shorter now. You may have a better chance to, maybe it's a field goal, but at least you get the ball back. Instead, they just give up all these yards, give up a touchdown. It's a ball game.
Do you guys also agree that there was so much bleeding at that time?
Yeah.
Just the defensive hemorrhaging
It
yards
was worth a shot.
that you got to just cauterize it in that moment.
It was worth a shot. Yeah,
I guess to me that one was a coin flip. Like I get it. People that are frustrated, you guys that are mad about it. I think that was a coin flip decision. That in the moment, I was not as pissed off at him as you guys were.
I wasn't in the moment at all.
I actually, if I'm being honest, in the moment, I thought it was the right thing to kick the ball.
I did too, and that's my honestly 2000 to 2015 football brain speaking to me.
Yeah.
The analytic thing completely changes.
And I'm going to guess the last one would be Mims. Got to hit him. Didn't hit him.
Yeah, I mean,
PI.
that's the whole, like, the refs suck. The refs suck. The refs sucked. I get it. Yeah, of course it was supposed to be pass interference. I'm not going to fight it. Yeah, that should have been pass interference. But how about we throw a touchdown? How about that?
Broncos country, do you like touchdowns or do you like pass interferences? And that's where my mind was. Because
all right, Coach.
It is really hard to scheme up touchdowns.
You're the best, buddy.
Appreciate you guys.
All right.
I want to hear a little bit more, maybe later, as I'm driving home, about a Lamborghini versus a Toyota Camry.
I got a great analogy about how a Camry can turn into a Lamborghini. Don't ask me how.
I can't wait to hear this.
But yeah, I got this thing covered.
Were you on that ayahuasca retreat?
Once or twice.
Get in your car, and by the time you're headed up for your 4-hour drive home, we'll get to that coming up next.
Thank you very much.
You can go now. It's done.
See ya.
Nobody gives a crap what you got to say anymore now. Let's get out of here.
Bye, buddy.
Guy doesn't stop talking. It's ridiculous. It's PhD on 92.5.
8 straight with 50 or more receiving yards. Herbert throws, caught, touchdown, Darius Davis.
You know the name of this song, Tyler?
Beats by Dre.
Purple Lamborghini.
Hell yeah.
Skrillex.
What do you know? Perfect timing. Is this really? Are you being for reals right now?
And Rick Ross, Purple Lamborghini.
I love it.
And it goes
like
something like this. Get out your. All right.
It's almost like we're in a good mood.
I am not in a bad mood at all.
I'm not either.
Because we talked earlier this week, like, hey man, the real game is Cincinnati, not this one. But I did at least. But
yeah, but it feels a lot different now, doesn't it?
Well,
because at the time it was like, okay, it's cute. The Broncos said they're all right with losing to the Chargers by flexing in Thursday Night Football. But now the pressure. You got 2 games left. You got to win one of them things.
That's the way it goes.
You thought that Justin Herbert cut through this defense like Swiss cheese? Buddy, wait till we see what Joe Burrow looks like.
Well, that's a concern. It's definitely a concern. Give me your Lamborghini Camry thing.
Oh, it's not as big a deal as what Mike Sanford had it out to be. But, I was just – you're watching that game, and you're seeing 2 quarterbacks, and both teams like their guy. Like nobody's pointing at that game and be like, Bo, you lost that football game.
No way.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to insinuate that. But when you're watching that game, it's just so evident. And there's a lot of teams out there that have got the same situation as the Denver Broncos. Maybe even Brock Purdy would be an example. But you're watching one team that's driving a Lamborghini at that quarterback position. And that was Justin Herbert. And then you're watching another team that's got that Toyota Camry, right? And the Broncos are the Camry. And there's nothing wrong with the Camry. Yeah, that vehicle will run for 200,000 miles. You like it. You love it. You trust it. Like, you never feel like you got a need to upgrade the car.
Get you from point A to point B.
Get you from point A to point B.
Not a lot of style, but it gets you there.
But it ain't a Lambo. It ain't a Lambo.
What does a Lambo do?
A Lambo rolls out to his left and delivers an absolute dart of a touchdown throw. I mean, that touchdown throw from Justin Herbert yesterday when he was rolling out to his left
was sick.
Legitimately, people probably won't even understand the context of how challenging that throw was. Might have been one of the best touchdown throws of the season, like across the board. And you're looking at a guy that is underperformed for sure. Justin Herbert might be a Lamborghini, and I get it. The people that are like, oh, Tyler, well, what are they doing with that Lambo? Yeah, Chargers are going to Charger. But if you're going to say Phillip Rivers wasn't a Lambo, then I guess you could have the same conversation with Justin Herbert. Now, the point is here, and don't ask me about the metamorphosis of a Camry into a Lamborghini here, okay? Because I'm not a car guy. I'm not saying that our guy can't turn into a Lamborghini at some point in his career.
Well, I think you just need a new lift kit.
Yeah, put in a new spoiler on the back.
That's sort of stuff.
Dump the new engine in the front. I mean, there's things you can do.
Put a Hemi in it.
But he ain't there yet. He ain't there yet. And the problem is, here's the real problem.
Yeah.
Your coach thinks he's got a Lamborghini already. That's what he thinks he's got. And maybe it'll become that in the future. But are you kidding me, Sean Payton? Like, are you kidding me? You got stuff that's working. It's simple, elementary football. Run the damn rock. And it's working. Ground and pound.
Why did they change?
Because he thinks he's got a Lamborghini already.
I've got a weird conspiracy theory. He was interviewed at halftime about the run it thing on his play call. You think there's any chance he got paranoid that got spotted on TV and that he just was like, whoa?
No, he knew damn well that was going to be on TV. I think he did it intentionally.
Better conspiracy theory.
I mean, come on. He's got it on the side of the sheet that you only flip to for certain situations, like it's situational football on that other side of the play sheet. He's not even looking at it. But, hey, look at the world. Look, man, I'm aware. I got to run the football. Isn't this cute?
That's interesting. Okay.
Sean Payton doesn't want to run the football because he thinks he's already got the Lamborghini. And people hear this and like here's my literal verbiage.
Sound a little bit like a hater.
Well, okay, that's fine. That's fine. And so here's the literal verbiage of my tweet that everybody's losing their minds on, thinking I'm hating on Bo Nix. I said, I'm not down on Bo Nix. I like Bo Nix. But last night, we watched one team driving a Lamborghini at the QB position and another driving a Toyota Camry. You like your Camry. It gets you from point A to B. You never feel like you need a better car because it's trusty and reliable, but it ain't a Lamborghini. At least it's not a Lamborghini just yet.
Let me ask you, you said driving. Are you saying the offense of the Chargers is a Lamborghini and the offense of the Broncos is a Camry?
No,
or
if anything,
Herbert is a Lamborghini and Nick's is a Camry?
If anything, I think that we've got like polar opposite situations. You've got a Lamborghini at the QB spot and with the Chargers, but a head coach that drives it like a Camry. And you've got you've got a Camry at the QB spot for the Broncos and a head coach that drives it like it's a Lambo.
Okay. What's the right combination then?
The first half. That's the right combination.
And why did it change? It was crazy. I do not know if you could have. Well, Jim Harbaugh is never allowed ever as a coach 3 opening touchdown drives with any team he's ever coached. They put that up on the screen, which is a wild stat.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
He is never allowed as a head coach 3 touchdown drives in a row to start a game ever.
Shut up.
They put it up on TV.
That's crazy, dude.
Mm-hmm. Pretty wild, right?
Yeah.
And so when you looked at that, it was like, oh my God. I thought they were going to win by 30. I thought they were going to put up 45. Like, how are you going to stop the Broncos from doing this? This is all you have to do. Hey, Blake Watson gets elevated, hand him the ball. We're going to hand it to Estime. Oh, he's starting? No, he's not. Well, I guess he did, but here's Javonte Williams in the next play. We're going to have Bo run it.
Yeah, that first series, like as effective as it was also bizarre.
It was weird.
It was bizarre.
But everything they did worked.
We're just rotating running backs in left and right, and it's working, and I liked it, but like, why? And it took 2 seconds to realize that Audric Estime was not going to get the amount of carries that we all thought he should get in this game.
And then there were the virtual handoffs, the screen game, which, Orlovsky talked about. They're playing the 2 deep zone safety thing. I mean, all right, fine. But those aren't risky throws or anything. I mean, we're screens. The screen, that screen.
No.
The other screen, I mean, one may got knocked down, but essentially they were working. Everything was working. It was all working. Did the Chargers make any kind of significant adjustments?
Well, clearly something, yeah, because you saw one team start out on fire. Here's another tweet I put out last night that's in regards to that. And how do you put your finger on it? I'm not entirely sure. But when you can't find a player that blew it, like name the dude you're mad at. Okay, maybe you're a little bit ticked off it's turned on. Maybe you're a little bit ticked off that we ran into a punt returner. But when you can't find a player that blew it, when you can't find like a play or two that lost you the football game, when one team started out physical in the run game and they abandoned it, and the other team is the one that finished with that identity that you originally had, you got outcoached. And what does that mean? Well, one team adjusted and the other did not. That is simple as that.
Okay.
I don't know what's wrong with our defense, but we got problems.
Riley Moss missing.
I don't think it's quite as simple as that. And I'll tell you this, it has never been more evident that, we've talked about it a lot.
Yeah.
But it's never been more evident that VJ is not Sean Payton's guy.
Nah.
I mean,
they
Dan,
together.
I'm sure you got it in there somewhere. I don't know what the exact number of the quote was, but I was listening to it on the drive in, and Sean's like, we had 6 blown coverages, or 5, whatever it was that he said. We had 5 or 6 blown coverages. I like very specifically saying my defensive coordinator had a problem.
I'm looking forward to here. Don't say it.
It's a good one though, because he's very direct and he's very emphatic. Like, how does this happen? How does this happen? How do we have 5 or 6 blown coverages?
Yeah, I think it's a little tense, probably.
Just text KJ. He'll know.
Okay. All right. It's not great. But then again, you get to the realization that you've massively overachieved expectations from this year already. I get it, though. Go eat a cupcake if you're happy with it. You happy with that? There's the cupcakes over there for you. Nobody wants to eat a cupcake right now. Nah, not now. And you win 4 games in a row, all expected wins, and then here's your unexpected win, right? Here it is, and you lost it. And guess what? I don't care what the record is.
I don't know that I'd even refer to this as an unexpected win. I mean,
unexpected win?
Yeah. We went down the list yesterday. Did we not all say we thought they were going to win this game?
Nah, we all got the blue and orange goggles on, man, because we all got into it because it's game day, the whole thing.
That's fine. And in hindsight, maybe we got, but we all thought that they were going to win this game.
Yeah, man. But I mean, if you really, just back up a tad, short week on the road to a division opponent who's already beat you this year, come on, man. That's not great.
You want to hear a head coach that's frustrated with his defensive play caller? Listen to this.
We dropped coverage. We dropped coverage tonight 5 different times.
I mean, it's sort of surprising, right? You haven't had that many.
Look, in a short week, we got to look closely at, why are these things happening? But 5 different times we had free runners. And you can't have one of their top receivers not covered.
You hear that the same way I hear that?
Sure do.
Yep. And by the way, Sean, I don't want to hear it on the short week, pal. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the complaints about the short week, buddy, because you chose to have the short week, buddy.
Yeah.
That was your choice. You didn't have to do that. The NFL can't force you to have 2 Thursday night road games. You were, hey, I guess confident, naive, whatever. And maybe it's unfolding the exact way that the Broncos told us that they wanted it to, because when we saw them flex into Thursday night, we're like, all right, well, they're saying they're okay with losing the game.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
They're circling the Bengals. That's the most important game that's left on the schedule.
Yep.
Okay, that feels cool at the time, and in reality that you're okay with losing it. Does it feel a little bit different today? Does the pressure about that Bengals game feel a little bit more significant than it was?
It stings, I think, a little bit more because you had a 2-possession lead easily going into halftime and you blew it. And all of a sudden, all the momentum goes over to the Chargers. If it wasn't for how good you looked and the lead you had this been back and forth or the Chargers had the lead or whatever, I wouldn't feel as bad about it. But when you blow a 2-possession lead, knowing you get the ball to start the second half, that could easily turn to an 18-point lead. Easy.
You had everything exactly the way you wanted it. It could not have started any more beautiful. And when I say started, like, is a half of football a start? Like, that's a half a game.
It felt like it was going the right direction for sure. And then we get into a very old school football-y rule. And there's a few of them. There are just some quirky football rules that have always existed but rarely come up. And that was one of them. And Harbaugh said after the game it's his favorite rule in football. Sean Payton said we practice that.
Well, Harbaugh's had it come up twice in his career.
Right? And I believe him. I think coaches love quirky rules.
They do.
And Sean Payton, we know for a fact, because we covered it even last year, practices the quirky rules in training camp. He said, remember, I got a list of like 49 of them or whatever, and we go over every one of them.
Yeah.
Well, this is one of them.
So when we were doing Altitude After Dark last night, that's what I said. Every single year in training camp, you go over these obscure rules. And, me as an offensive lineman, I kind of check out because I'm like, well, that doesn't apply to my life. I'm not going to be out there for that situation. So I'm like, I've been vaguely aware of this rule my entire career.
Yeah.
Because it's always talked about once a year.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure the special teams coaches in their meetings, they talk about it more often.
Sure.
But it just never comes about. So even when it happened, I was like, oh, man, I'm racking my brain a little bit here. I'm like, okay, we got the free play because there was a penalty on the last kick. And then what I honestly thought the rule was that confused me a little bit is that I thought they got to go out there like just the kicker and the holder.
I know.
And I thought it was like just going to be those two guys.
No.
But I forgot that everybody else is actually on the field in a kickoff formation, I guess.
Yeah, by the way, if the Broncos practice it all the time, I'm rolling my eyes, then why did guys on the Broncos line up like on the ball and had to be told to move back 10 yards? And that's another quirky part of the rule. And it's not off a tee. Somebody has to hold it, but it's kind of like a kickoff and field goal attempt at the same time. You can't rush it. You're not allowed to rush.
Right.
And you have to stand 10 yards away. And you can't.
Why are they lined up like it's kickoff?
Yep. That's how you're supposed to line up. Tyler, It's the craziest rule. I forget how that came to my attention a couple years ago. I think it's the other quirky one where if you're out of bounds and you feel the ball on kickoff, it goes to the 40. It's another one like on a punt. If you don't down the ball, if you just touch it, the other team can take it back. And if they fumble, they still get the ball, which happened to the Broncos, if you remember, against the Raiders a few years ago. So there's all these quirky little, things out there in football. And this may be the quirkiest of all of them. Mm-hmm. Because, when would you use it? But it has been used. The last time it was used was in 2019. It's the first time it's been converted since Ray Nersching in 1970s. Wersching. Dan, how are we doing on that Ray
Wersching
interview?
Did you reach out to him, Dan?
How are we doing on that one? I know that is the producers. I don't know how you even do that.
I'm sure you can find. Yeah.
Are you efforting? Ray Wersching.
Whitepages.com.
It'll surprise you guys. I don't think he has a Twitter page.
No, he's 70. He's 74 years old. He's still alive. But we wanted to bring him on the air.
Still kicking.
And there you go. We wanted to ask him how it felt to have his, I guess it was kind of
how far
broken.
was his? I would love to. That'd be fat. Does he still have the record?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm not sure how long it was. But in 2019, I think it might have even been Harbaugh, or not Harbaugh, somebody else, tried a 71-yarder.
Well, Harbaugh did try it with the 49ers when he was coaching there. So I guess they didn't convert on it, or they didn't complete the kick.
I forget who tried it in 2019, but I read today, whoever did it, it was a 71-yard attempt.
Which actually is not, they could make that. They
possibly.
It's tough, but they could make that.
Sure. I mean, it's a better chance than a Hail Mary if you've got the guy, if you guys got the leg. But so many things have to just sort of coalesce to even make it a possibility. And for everybody who said they knew it, I don't know, man. Looked like nobody knew it at the time. Looked like, in all honesty, it didn't really look like the Chargers knew it right away. There were 2 timeouts called. They called the timeout. The Broncos called the timeout.
So the kicker for Dicker the kicker,
yeah,
he said after the game that he didn't think that the team was aware. He said, I knew immediately what the situation was.
Of course.
And he said, I went over and I started practicing in the net.
Yeah.
And he was like, do I need to go remind them of what the situation is? And he said eventually everybody got it anyways, but he was wondering if his team even knew what the deal was.
Well, rightfully so. But it doesn't surprise me the kicker knows. I mean, how many rules apply to you? It's probably 10 of them. So, he knew it, and it was crazy. Now, the Broncos did come out and get that field goal back to start the second half. They did. They came down. They got a field goal. They kind of got those points back, but it just didn't feel the same, did it?
Mm.
And we can go into the rest of the game and what happened and where it sits now, how you're feeling about it on the Shot Mazda text line or Voice of the People right on the Altitude app. That's brought to you by the Fricky Law Firm. We love the Fricky Law Firm, so check them out as well. Okay. But I'm not that bummed out. I am not. I swear to God. Because it's not that big of a surprise what happened.
I don't know if bummed out's the right word, but I'm nervous now.
All right. It's PHC on 92.5. All right, what up? D-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Tomorrow morning, I'm hosting the Premier Heating and Air Show, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, and we have a great deal, a really great deal. If you are a needy family or you know a needy family, just go to premieraircolorado.com and submit, tell us your story. We're going to get somebody a free furnace and installation. Now, depending on the furnace and the installation, it's about a $5,000 to $10,000 value. It's an amazing giveaway. So we'll pick out one family to make this donation to on January 2nd. So you got some time, even after the holidays a little bit. So keep that in mind. PremierAirColorado.com. We talk all about it on the show tomorrow morning. Also, a reminder that there's great deals. Use my name. It's usually $89. Furnace tune-up, $49. Don't let this beautiful weather fool you. Cold stuff is around the corner. They're offering a $1,000 trade-in credit and 0% financing for 60 months. They're the best, the absolute best. They're the premier. 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, yeah, look, I think 40, 41 seconds to start the drive. You know, we'll try to see. Typically, you'd be pretty conservative. We're going to have the ball. We ran a screen. And then when the clock got low enough, you know, there wasn't, you know, we didn't get any momentum going there. We just ran the ball and punted it. The penalty puts them in a position then, and basically, anytime you catch a punt, you have the ability to place it right there and get a free kick. Doesn't happen much.
We all know
we practice
now,
it all the time. Well, in that situation, the penalty put them in field goal position, so it's disappointing.
Is he lying out of his arse? Is he lying out of his arse when he says we practice it all the time?
There's no way they practice it all the time. Have they practiced it? Probably. I don't know.
Once, twice a year?
Well, I mean, what is there to practice? You just line up and stand there. I don't know. Kick it.
We have talked about it at some point this season.
Yeah, I mean,
would be probably the correct way to say that.
I guess you got to practice it a little bit because you can return it.
You can return any field goal.
I get it, but like you line up a little bit differently for this one.
Yeah,
you don't line up. I don't know how you have to practice it exactly. What are we doing here? Bo Nick's got a little snippy. Have you ever noticed that Bo definitely has a little like he doesn't like the line of questioning or sort of the thing. He gets a little.
Bo gets
a little.
Bo's a more friendly Jamal Murray.
That's a good comparison. So here he is about the end of the half.
Well, what did you think about the decision to be aggressive at the end of the first half and try to move the ball down the field instead of just run the ball and go into halftime with the 2-possession lead?
Well, we had about 45 seconds and 2 timeouts, and I think every offense in the league is trying to go score.
Not true, really. Okay, remind me before I sound like an idiot. Where did that drive start?
It's like at the 20-yard line. I'll look it up, but it was something like that.
So here's how this works, and Sean talked about it a little bit, so I guess I'll mansplain like Sean Payton here. When you get in a situation like that where there's really not enough time left on the clock to justify being aggressive, what you do is you got a drive starter, okay?
Yeah.
So you call a bubble screen, you call something safe, and you see what happens.
You know what they dialed up first play? -3.
What was it?
It was a little pass to Javonte Williams for a loss of yards. So that's it. That's the end.
Okay.
That's right then and there.
That's
is where you're like, all right, whatever.
Yep. Now we huddle up. We eat up every single second of the clock. We run the ball once or twice.
Tyler,
we get out of Dodge.
It was 2nd and 13 with 17 seconds. The Chargers weren't calling timeouts.
If on the first play is something crazy happens on an easy drive starting play,
you hit one for 20 yards. Okay,
let's see what happens.
Even maybe 10 yards. Maybe we have a conversation. You're starting at your own 18-yard line.
Yeah.
You just went -3. Take a knee. And what did the Broncos do?
I don't think they could take a knee, but
sure, there were 17 seconds. Chargers weren't going to call a timeout. You could have easily taken a knee. 2nd down. Hey, if they call a timeout or whatever,
I bet they would have called timeout.
All right, then it's 3rd down. Then run a play. I don't know.
Look, I understand your point, but
here's what you don't.
I'll tell you this: if I'm on the other side, they take a knee. I'm calling timeout absolutely because I want one crack at my punt return.
Fine, let them call a timeout. But here's what you don't do. You don't throw an incomplete pass.
No.
And taking a knee and running a play is the difference of maybe 3 seconds. It's no big difference. But what you don't do, and the pass they took was like over the middle, like for 4 yards. I mean, if you're gonna be aggressive, you're gonna go down the field, which is questionable if you should even do that with 17 seconds, Tyler. You got to go down the field. You got to try to make something happen, or simply run the ball, take a knee, what freaking ever. Go to halftime. You're getting the ball back anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You're about to get the ball back. You'll probably take it for a touchback. It's going to put you at the 30-yard line. You were at the 15. You are one play away from a 15-yard advantage if you just want to think of it that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
It made no sense. And then on the punt, just get out of the way, bro.
Yep.
It's a fair catch. Why are you trying to be a hero with 8 seconds left? You could have told everybody on the team to just stand at the 50-yard line, for crying out loud.
Yeah, there were a handful of situations that the fans are losing their minds about with the referees last night. And I get it. The refs suck. They suck. But you also got to look at it and be like, okay, did the refs suck? Yeah. But did we also deserve a few of them? We sure did. Yeah. Did we deserve a penalty for running into the returner? Yep. Did we deserve a penalty when Justin Strnad hit Justin Herbert late? Did Justin Herbert embellish that? Yes. Did Justin Herbert fake a concussion? Yes. Should Justin Herbert have been pulled off the field by the spotters that are looking for concussions and sent to the blue tent? Yes, all those things are true. And I roll my eyes at these quote-unquote spotters because Herbert literally was faking like he was woozy to embellish the situation. But it doesn't change the fact that it was indeed a late hit. It doesn't change the fact that we did indeed run into the returner.
Now, all that being
And
said,
the pass interference one is the last one. I'm sorry. But the pass interference was the last one that, I got it. That was terrible. It absolutely should have been pass interference. You got to make a play on the ball. He doesn't turn his head. There's a million things that went wrong. How about you just throw a touchdown?
okay. I mean, I'm with you on that. It still was pass interference, though.
I got it. I'm not saying it wasn't.
Should you be able to use a challenge on a non-call to turn into a call?
Maybe. I kind of have gone to the Bill Belichick approach, and when it comes to challenges, that Belichick's philosophy on it, anything on a football field should be challengeable, right? That doesn't mean you have to increase the amount of challenges, that you have to decrease the penalty for getting it wrong, but you got technology for a reason.
Yeah.
I suppose in theory you should be able to challenge anything.
NBA does it.
The problem with it, what do you do to reverse it on non-calls? Like, because there's certain situations of they gain 20 yards or whatever, non-calls are definitely more challenging.
I think if you just have a limited amount of challenges, 2 seems about right to me. And maybe you get your challenge back, like in the NBA now, if you're right. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense too. In the NHL, you can challenge things if you're wrong on the challenge. It's a power play for the other team. I mean, there are consequences.
Well, you lose your timeout, but
maybe there's something else punitive that could happen that make challenging like more difficult. So you really only need to do it when you have to do it. But I think you should. And I actually do think that was pass interference. That being said, throw the damn ball, get your touchdown. That is a throw I'll say 90% of all quarterbacks in the NFL can make.
Yeah, forgive me for not getting overly ticked off that the refs didn't bail us out, because that's all that would have been.
I mean,
it would have been just a flat out bailout.
He's wide open.
I mean,
you just got to put it out there.
Bo Nix literally was trying to hit the roof of the building on that throw.
Yeah, and Bo had the ball he was throwing out of bounds that went 9 rows into the stands.
Well, that one was fine. I had no issue with that. I mean, he was making damn sure he wasn't throwing an interception.
I guess. And then he had the Javonte Williams. He threw 1,000 miles an hour, and Javonte's got short little arms. He ain't catching that. That's a touchdown. I mean, they went on and scored a touchdown then, so it didn't kill him. But I mean, still
just lucky that wasn't an interception. Tips and overthrows.
Exactly.
Those.
I mean, so. Hey, man, it wasn't the greatest game in the world for Bo. There's no doubt about it.
I also wouldn't say it was a bad game. I wouldn't the Marvin Mims throw makes you want to think it was a bad game, and that was a bad moment. But I don't think it was a bad game for Bo Nix.
No, but it wasn't anything special either.
No,
it wasn't anything
special.
special.
You had a Camry going up against Lambeau.
Yeah, and that's where we're at right now. That is the honest to God truth. And now you have a little time off, but let's talk about what this short week is, and what these players are going through, and what the next challenge is. And how would things be if the Broncos do back into the playoffs this week, which could happen if certain things go down? We'll give you those scenarios coming up.
Bo, how do you explain the difference of the two halves? Because it was a tale of two games almost.
Yeah, well, we didn't come out and execute like we did in the first half and didn't get as many yards and touchdowns.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, do it to the other team.
Keep the file, Dan. That's good. Keep the snarky Bo responses. You could do another one to there, Zach Stevens there, you know. Snarky Bo. I don't love that quality, actually. I'm not a huge fan of snarky Bo. So get used to it, brother. Welcome to the NFL, my man. And welcome to Denver, Colorado, frankly, where the Muggles will ask you questions like that. They're not going to sit there like Indianapolis and just kiss your ass for your whole career.
It don't bother me. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Snarky Bo. It's not his best trait, in my opinion.
I don't think it's a bad trait.
We'll see where he is.
I think it's a bad trait if you're an a-hole.
Yeah, well,
I think
walking a fine line.
I think Peyton Manning was extremely snarky, but he got away with it all the time because he always had hubris parts of his pressers.
Yeah, you realize Bo Nix is not funny, right?
Well, that's fine. I mean,
but Peyton Manning was funny. Like Peyton could come over the top with a joke or be funny about stuff. I haven't heard Bo say one funny thing since he's been here.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him a jerk.
Not a jerk. It's just a prickly little pear, little personality quirk.
Yeah.
It's Jamal-like.
I want my quarterback to be like that, though, quite frankly.
All right. Well, there you go. That's your guy then. Because he's not going to – this is the floor, man. We're going to keep going as time goes.
Mm-hmm.
And he's only going to win more games. He's only going to get more confident. He's not going to get less confident, I don't think.
Depends on if he gets that Lambo engine.
Well, I know. You want to be a Lambo if you're a Camry, don't you? Or are you just happy being a Camry? Do you know you're a Camry?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
What do you think you are?
I think Bo Nix is very aware of his arm strength.
And
I think that's what causes him to, like he gets up for it. Like he really, like every time he's got that big throw, he really gets up for it. He puts everything he's got into it. A good example of it would be what I was fine with, but you were kind of rolling your eyes at when he threw the ball 15 rows into the stands, right?
It was just kind of a massive overthrow.
To me, that's a dude that's aware of a lack of arm strength. Like,
okay.
I got to rope this sucker. You know what I mean?
All
like,
right.
rather than just casually tossing the ball out of bounds.
You know, I asked yesterday, who does this game mean more to, the Chargers or the Broncos? What do you think the answer to that question is today?
Oh, man. It feels like it sucks right now. I guess that's how I answer your question. I knew the Broncos were more or less telling me they were okay with losing this game, but now that it's gone, and maybe part of it is because the pain of seeing how good it looked in the first half, maybe part of it is just I'm scared of Joe Burrow, all those sorts of things. I'll tell you the one saving grace we've got right now, though. I'm sorry, I've not really answered your question, but the one saving grace we've got, the Chiefs are going to play 3 games in 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're going to have the number 1 seed locked up, and they're probably not going to play their starters anyways. But that third game in 10 days, logic would tell you they're going to sit a lot of players strictly for safety reasons.
Loads of ways for the Broncos to still make the playoffs. And at the absolute worst, they'll have an opportunity to make the playoffs. At the absolute worst, the final game of the season. The Broncos are fine, relative, situationally.
But the game meant the most to me personally. It meant the most to me. I don't know what it meant to the Chargers. They showed the weird stats that even if the Chargers lost that game, they still had a very good probability of making the playoffs.
Well, let me play some of the locker room sound from Jim Harbaugh. And then let's have a conversation about who this game meant a little bit more to. Go ahead, Dan, roll it.
How about the Chargers?
Those are things. Those are things on the wall.
They were going nuts.
Hey, this is nobody to bring up. Hey, just for everybody. We'll sing it all. We'll sing it to ourselves. Each and every man in here. I mean, every guy that stepped up the opportunity squad. I'm so glad the rest of the opportunity squad is here, baby. Love you. The Spanos family. Love you.
Acknowledging the owners.
Proud like we've never sung it before, so it echoes out into the stadium. 1, 2, you know what to do. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow.
This is their thing.
What's going on?
This is their thing. One more thing.
Is that for the game ball or what?
One more thing.
Hold it down. We will see you Monday.
See you Monday.
Man, oh man, who could possibly have it better than us?
Oof.
He's a lovable old weirdo.
It's so corny. For he's a jolly good fellow thing.
Is that for the game ball or what?
It's just what they do, man.
No. But who are they singing it to?
Themselves.
No, that's got to be like.
Nope. They sing it for themselves. I promise you.
Shut up.
It's his thing. They sing for he's a jolly good
They're
fellow.
They're singing it to somebody.
They sing it for themselves.
I don't believe you. I got to rewatch that.
Look it up. Look it up. And then they do the whole, who's got it better than us? Nobody. That's the Harbaugh thing.
Why do the Chargers sing?
For he's a jolly good fellow.
For he's a jolly good fellow.
So corny, and they're so into it. Every time I see one of these celebrations like this of the Lions, I'm reminded of the scene in Jerry Maguire when it's like, why don't we have that relationship? Why don't we have that? Instead, we've got the fog machine and the lights.
The Los Angeles Chargers sing for He's a Jolly Good Fellow after wins in the locker room because it's a celebratory song that signifies a shared joy and accomplishment, often initiated by their coach Jim Harbaugh as a way to uplift the team spirit after a victory. Essentially, it's a fun and unifying tradition to express their positive feelings after a successful football game.
It is not for an individual, it's for all of them.
That's bizarre. Like I said, he's a lovable weirdo.
But you talk about culture and guys buying in, and there's I don't think there's a doubt Jim Harbaugh fosters that relationship, and I think the Broncos have it to a certain degree, but I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's like the Lions. I don't think it's as genuine. When you're using $40,000 fog machines, there's a little like manufactured element of it rather than what we just heard there. So who is this game more meaningful to? Clearly, it was the Chargers. They wanted it more, and I don't think there's any doubt about it. And that's a problem. And even though I don't think this game is that big of a deal because you got the Bengals and other stuff, what is a big deal is that you got out-wanted to in this game. That's a problem. That's an issue. And that's hey, man, there is a reason why Jim Harbaugh, Tyler, was the number one candidate for the Denver Broncos in their coaching search. He was number one, and they couldn't get him. And then he went and won a national championship with Michigan.
You got one coach that knows exactly who he is. And I'm not down on Sean Payton. Like, I can't even believe the amount of people that have tweeted me today asking some variation of, is Sean Payton on the hot seat or he should be on the hot seat? Hey, folks, that seat is as ice cold as it could possibly get. And honestly, Sean Payton's done a lot of great things this year. So I'm not trying to insinuate that I'm down on Sean Payton. I like Sean. I think he does a lot of really good things, just like I like Bo Nix. But in that particular game, you had one coach that knew exactly who he was, and you had one coach that had to write a reminder on his card to try to convince him of who he was.
I think the Broncos do take on the personality of Sean Payton, which is a little cocky and arrogant. And I think you hear it from Bo Nix because that's the personality of Sean Payton too. But that ain't the Chargers. They're not a cocky or arrogant bunch. They may be confident and fired up for each other, but they don't have that sort of vibe. The Broncos are cocky and arrogant, which can win. It's not the worst thing in the world, but you take on the personality of your coach, and that's who the Broncos are. There's a lot of hubris there. And maybe you need that, Tyler, to, surprise people and shock people and the chip on your shoulder. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that I believe that's the way it is. Mm-hmm. And to whatever degree it can or can't work, we're fixing to find out.
I'll tell you this about Harbaugh. I remember at the time when we were going after him, there was a big part of me that didn't even want Harbaugh as the Broncos coach because I flat out did not think that dude could be relatable to an NFL locker room.
For he's a jolly good fellow.
They buy in.
They buy in.
They like it. He's quirky. He's weird. He literally, this dude, Nick Bosa was quoted in an article. He was asked, what's the weirdest thing that Jim Harbaugh does? And he said he gets in the cold tub wearing his khakis. Like that's who he is. Yeah. He gets in the freaking cold tub wearing khaki pants. Not wearing the grays, not wearing his underwear, wearing khaki pants.
What my impression of Jim Harbaugh is he's all in with you. If you're on his team, he is all in with you. And if you're not on his team, if you're somebody else, then you're just somebody else. So as long as you're in with his family, I don't know about that with Sean, man. I think Sean's kind of in his own little bubble. I think it's more about Sean than anything.
Well, just listen to the way he was talking about his defense after the game. I mean, that did not sound like a unified front between the head coach and the defensive coordinator. Dan, one more time, if you got that audio, play it again, because this, to me, is a head coach that's got a divide with his defensive coordinator.
Yeah, we dropped coverage. We dropped coverage tonight 5 different times.
It's sort of surprising, right? You haven't had that many.
Look, in a short week, we got to look closely at, why are these things happening? But 5 different times we had free runners. And you can't have one of their top receivers not covered.
Look, like that final line right there to me is what really was the final nail in the coffin. You can't have their best receiver uncovered. Like VJ, what are you doing? What are you doing? How could you possibly do that? And maybe I'm reading between the lines there, and maybe it's not fair, but that sure as hell to me feels like a head coach that is frustrated with his defensive coordinator. And you know what, Sean? Maybe instead of pointing the fingers, point the thumb. Because I bet you Vance Joseph is equally frustrated with you for giving up on a game plan that was working offensively.
Well, burned out with Del Rio and John Fox, right? And, that went its own separate way after just a couple years. It did. What do you think the odds are that VJ's back here next year as the defensive coordinator?
I don't know. I don't know. It depends on how the season ends. He's done a lot of great things, dude.
Sure has.
And I don't think, even if there is frustration, even if there is a little bit of a divide, Sean's got to look at it holistically and be like, am I really going to get better than that? So I don't think it's like a guarantee that Vance is gone or anything like that, if that's what you're asking me.
If on a scale of 1 to 10, 10, VJ's gone, 1, he's definitely staying here. Ain't no doubt about it. I put it at about a 7.
Really?
Well, first of all, I think VJ's...
I'd be on the other side. I'd be at like a 3 or a 4.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. I mean, VJ's going to get interviews for head coaching jobs, first of all. Oh, you don't think so?
Oh, I thought it was a no-brainer. I did.
You got some,
I thought he was on the fast track to becoming a head coach again.
Yeah.
Things change quickly in the NFL.
Okay. You don't think he's going to get a couple interviews?
Oh, he could get some interviews, but I don't think it's going to be anything realistic.
Really? Okay. Why?
Things changed. He's not as hot of a commodity as it was a few weeks back.
All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm sure he'll be on the circuit.
All right.
But a lot of guys get on the circuit.
Let's talk about this short week and what it must have been like for the players on the plane and what they must have been thinking. And we'll hear from more of the players and the coach.
So much for that Broncos home game we were supposed to have, by the way. That was the best Chargers crowd I've ever seen.
They were into it.
That was a full house, full of blue. Where was all the orange?
Listen, man, if he's your guy, you love him. You love all the quirkiness. You love him getting the hot tub. You love he's a jolly good fellow. All that stuff is cool. I don't know how many Sean Payton fans are out there, Tyler. Seriously, who are the Sean Payton fans?
Me. I like him.
You're a fan? You're a fan of Sean Payton.
I'm glad he's the Broncos coach.
Okay. Anybody else?
I thought you were.
I like him. I respect him. I like how he makes his decisions for the most part. but he got bit in the butt being arrogant yesterday. He did.
Yeah.
And he just it's hard being a fan of somebody when they just their ego gets the best of them, and I think that happened yesterday. It's PHC on 92.5.
All right, guys, check it out. If you need a new car, now is the time. End of the year. There are deals to be had at every car dealership. But when you go to my friends at Phil Long Ford, you won't have to haggle for it. You're not going to have to negotiate for it. You're just going to be given the best price. Matter of fact, at Phil Long, they guarantee they will beat any dealership by $500. So first off, you know you're going to get the best price. Second off, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, whether you're looking for new or pre-owned. When you go to Phil Long, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, commercial fleet vehicles. They've got it all at Phil Long Ford. The inventory has never been better. One-stop shopping with the best prices. How could you go wrong? Guys, go to Phil Long today, and you're going to build a long-term relationship. That's what I did. I've been a customer for life ever since I bought my first vehicle my rookie year from Phil Long Ford. The only dealership that I bought a car from, and that's not going to change. You'll be the same way. Phil Long's got an award-winning service department, so once you find that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
I know every loss stings. Does this one hurt more, having the chance to have clinched the playoffs tonight?
I mean, no. I don't think it hurts more or less than any other loss. I think we still have an opportunity. We have 2 weeks to go with an opportunity to control our own destiny here, and it's just about bouncing back next week against Cincinnati.
I got to give my guy, Scotty Gaines from 9 News, a little credit. That dude, he just kind of comes direct in the locker room with some of those questions, man. Like, there are definitely moments I'm like, all right, Scotty, okay.
Does it sting more? Yeah,
No.
the honest answer is that games that you feel like you could win always sting more. Always. Games that you get blown up by 30, 40 points, it sucks. But it does not sting as much as a game that you felt like you should win.
Yeah, those are always tough spots in the locker room. I guess you got to ask them something, but I get it. It sucked. What else do you want me to say besides it sucked? It sucked. And it did suck. Sucked hard. And they wanted
the key
it more.
As a player, though, never acknowledge that it could be a fair question. Never acknowledge that it could be a logical question. It's the dumbest question you've ever heard in your life.
What do you think it was like getting on that plane last night when all the players are looking around at each other, knowing that they did not have to have a short week for this game? What do you think that's like?
Oh, I don't think it's even thought about.
Really?
Yeah.
They're not getting on there a little more tired with the loss? Their dobbers down?
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. But yes, of course they're more tired. Of course their body's hurt. Of course they're aware they just played a Thursday night game. But I think the way you're asking it was like, are they sitting there thinking, wow, our coach is an idiot for putting us in a game on Thursday night? And I doubt if that's even crossing their minds. I mean, they're just sitting there worried about their own execution, would be my guess.
All right. I think if it worked, like the Greenbrier, they won. So everything's cool. Like, it was a good idea. Go on the old Greenbrier. Where Sean Payton could take his wife. We can't, but that's cool. Coach is having a good time.
Damn the Hurricane.
But they did win. They did win, so all right, it's fine. Worked out. All that's good. We chose to have a short week. My guess, if you win, you feel great. You're the Chargers. See you on Monday. Awesome. Going to Mexico. Take it off.
I'll tell you how dumb we are in the locker room, honestly. I bet you there's a lot of people in that locker room that aren't even aware of the fact that they willingly chose to flex themselves into the game.
Really?
Yeah.
Players don't talk like that?
No, you're just, they moved us. They probably don't even know that the Broncos had to approve it.
That's some dumb players there then.
Is it? Or are you just in
Yes.
or are you just in your own world and you just go to work and you worry about the next problem in front of you?
Well, it's an issue that deals directly with you in your own world. I mean, you don't run across that.
It's like you just worry about things you're in control of. And,
Okay.
and you got no control over it.
All right, but you're saying they don't even realize they don't. Not that you have control of it, they're not even aware of it.
I guess my point is, I just don't think it's like I promise you that the conversation on that plane is not about, wow, why did coach put us in Thursday night? The conversation on that plane is, why did we change? Well, if they're mad at their coach about anything, they're mad about abandoning the run. If they're mad at anything, they're mad at the refs for sucking. Like they're going to be mad. They're going to be ticked off. But it ain't about the decision to go to Thursday Night Football. I think that's a great conversation for us to have, and it's a fair conversation that really I still haven't heard a logical explanation on why they chose to do it. Don't sell me on this extra time for the Bengals thing, because every game is equally important.
That's what you got. They did not have to play on that short week. They ran out of gas in the second half. They continue to have their defensive struggles, what they've shown now in 3 straight games. And you know what's crazy? They did the one thing I thought it would take to win that game. They got a turnover off Herbert.
Oh, I know.
They got it.
I couldn't even believe it. I mean, he had 2 interceptions on the entire season.
Yep. And they got number 3 at the goal line, right in the end zone. Like, wow. Not only was it an interception, but it was an interception in a critical scoring situation for the Chargers. I thought that.
Well, it was a deep throw, but
well, no, but he caught it like they're in scoring position. He's catching it in the end zone.
Yeah,
like you're about to put points on the board and take it away. It's a big deal. I thought they were going to win. I was like, wow, they're going to win.
Oh my God, dude! I thought I think they were going to win? I mean, I was cocky. I was brash about it, doing my own little stupid stream that we all do. And like, there's many points in that game that I said, "Oh, this thing's in the bag. It's in the bag." Like there's no way they could lose this game.
And then the free kick. The free kick. You've heard of free bird. This is free kick. And it's not, by the way, it is not a field goal. It is a free kick that has the same score and looks like a field goal, but it's its own thing. It is a free kick, not a field goal. It probably statistically goes down as, boy, I don't even know. I didn't even check that. I'm assuming it goes down as a field goal, but
honestly,
it's called something else.
Even after the free kick or whatever it's called.
That's what it's called.
Even then, I didn't feel like they were losing momentum. Like it sucked. Maybe losing momentum. Maybe I felt that a little bit, but I certainly didn't feel like it was changing the outcome of the game.
You know what
else?
else?
At the beginning of the fourth quarter, we were up by 10-ish, right? I mean, we had been up by 10-plus points at the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Beginning of the fourth quarter, the score was 24-19.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Broncos.
Okay, halfway into the third. I know in the second half we were up by like 10 points, and I felt like this thing's in the bag. Am I nuts? Am I nuts? Am I just making this up?
No, what happened was the Broncos took the opening drive of the second half and kicked a field goal, so they went back up by 11 points.
Okay. Yeah.
You're up by 11 after the first possession of the second half. You got a 2-possession lead, second half.
And at that point, you weren't aware of the fact that we'd entirely abandoned the running game.
No,
you were cognizant of it. I had people tweeting me at the end of the first half, like, we're getting away from it. Watch out, it's slipping away from us.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't a problem yet. So you get that field goal at the beginning of the second half, and you didn't know that we were going to give up on the running game. So I still felt great about the game. I felt great.
I'm looking at the text line. This is an embarrassing show for you two. Bo Nix is a Porsche on the assembly line being manufactured. If he's a Camry, what does that make Tyler?
Oh, I was a Pinto.
The next tweet. Great insightful points from both of you. I never would have thought of.
Thank you. Thank you.
One tweet.
Hell yeah.
To another. Or you're a couple of morons.
I was a Pinto that turned into a Camry.
I have 2 middle fingers.
How did you turn yourself into a Camry from a Pinto?
Well, I got traded away from Josh McDaniels.
That helps.
Things started to turn around.
Got a new engine.
Yeah.
Got a new navigation system.
Yeah, I found a new driver.
That was my first car, blue Pinto. Blue Ford 1979 Pinto.
You really had a Pinto.
Mm-hmm. 79 Ford Pinto. Yep.
You know, are Pintos even a bad car? Like, why are they universally considered like the worst vehicle you could possibly get?
It was a pretty bad car. But I learned how to drive a stick because I didn't have a choice. It was either learn that or not have a car.
Dude, that's a good no-dumb question.
What's that?
Well, we're pretty much there.
We're there. You want to get to it? We can get to it and have a little fun.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Like, we talk about kids these days that don't even want their license, right? Like, it's this crazy phenomenon where they turn 16 and they don't get their license.
My oldest son did not get his license till he was 19 years old after his freshman year of college.
I got it like literally the second I possibly could.
Me too.
The second it was a possibility.
Yep.
And it wasn't even an option. Like, it was like turning 21. That was the equivalent of it, right? But I feel like my generation was the last generation that was taught how to drive stick shift.
Mm.
And even if you put me in a stick today, it would be ugly, man.
Be a struggle.
Oh, it would be ugly. I mean, could I do I know how to do it? Yes.
In theory.
Would I stall out a couple times as I found my rhythm? Yes, I would.
But you could get it going.
But I could get it going.
All right.
Right? My dad, like, of course, like, we didn't have a stick shift car, but he was a good dad, and he went and found a neighbor's car. And he's like, you're going to learn how to drive a stick shift because you never know at what point in your life you're going to have to drive it.
I did not teach my kids how to drive a stick because I didn't see any point to it.
I
Seriously.
agree.
I mean, when do you have to? What are they going to drive Porsches?
I mean,
are they going to be race car drivers?
My no dumb question for, like, if I'm about 40, I'm 39 years old. For age 30 and under, if you found 100 drivers, how many of them would know how to drive a stick?
less than 10.
If 100 vehicles are sold, how many are stick shift?
Less than 5.
Wow.
I think. I don't know. I take a guess. That's a dumb question, I guess.
So if you are...
You go to a car dealer, walk around a lot, you see a lot of stick shifts in there?
And I think I'm I think I understand it. I don't even think I'll try to teach my kids how to drive a stick. First off, because I can't. Second, I mean, I can, but I can't. But second off, if you're not a race car driver, why would you even need to know how to drive a stick?
I really don't know. I remember I had a fun endorsement deal with a Audi Porsche dealership. Really good people. It was fun repping them for a while. And they gave me a Porsche, this really beautiful Porsche to drive for a weekend. It was like the most stressful weekend of my life because I didn't want to bang it up or whatever. And it's a stick, and I do know how to drive a stick. But you know how annoying it is just to shift, stop, shift. I'm not driving down the Autobahn in Germany or anything.
Right.
How fast can I go around 470? Pretty quick, actually.
What if you're in San Francisco? Would you get in an accident at a red light trying to get the vehicle going?
No. I humble brag that I know how to drive a stick. I'm good on that.
Okay.
I got that down. But that's the only reason is because I had no choice when I was growing up. That was it. It was either that or not drive. So, Dan, all right, real quick. You think Dan, you got to be honest here. You think Dan knows how to drive a stick?
No chance.
I'll say no as well.
The one time I drove a stick shift, it was my sister's car, and I drove it around the neighborhood, which I successfully did, just in the neighborhood, but the emergency brake was on the entire time, and I started smelling burning rubber.
And you didn't realize
that's not right, and then I realized the
emergency
brake
brake was on.
Yeah.
So wait, why does your sister have a stick shift?
Well, this was in high school.
Like the same question, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always had automatics.
And
If I was on the highway, I would be very nervous about driving a stick.
Oh, that's the easy part on the highway.
Yeah, highway's easy.
It's impossible to mess up on the highway.
Where it's embarrassing is on a hill at a stoplight.
Right. That's why I brought up San Francisco.
Yeah.
Right.
That would actually terrify me. It would.
Because you just keep sliding back.
Yeah.
On a highway, it's easy. You just fourth or fifth gear. Just go. Just
Matter
have
of
this
fact,
regular car.
Do race car, they just press a button.
Now they do. Yeah, the shifters are just on the steering wheel.
Paddles.
Yeah. I mean, those are real, those are F1,
Yeah, they just
Probably
press a button.
NASCAR is like the same thing.
It's like all the new cars today. They've all got the pretend automatic mode or manual mode, I should say. Micah in Denver every day for the last 2 weeks has been asking me to tell a story about the Beastquake. Have you seen this guy's text every day for the last 2 weeks?
Are we on an anniversary date or something?
I don't think so.
Do we have the play-by-play of the Beastquake there, Dano? Because Tyler gets, go grab it because Tyler gets mentioned a couple times in there.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
I mean, I don't know why it's on this guy's mind, but he's literally asked every day for 2 weeks. So I'll tell you.
Well, I think I know why. Well, 2 weeks. Because Nick Benito did the Beastquake celebration.
Oh, you know what?
Jumping into the end zone.
There you go.
He did it.
Maybe that's what kickstarted it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good point. All right. Everybody knows the Beastquake, I think. It was, I forget what year it was, actually, but it was the year that we made the playoffs in Seattle with a losing record.
Mm-hmm.
We were 7-9, but we won the NFC West.
Crazy.
Freaking insane.
Insane.
Not only did we get to the playoffs, but we won a playoff game against Sean Payton, the New Orleans Saints. They were the defending champs that year. And that was the Beastquake. Marshawn Lynch rumbles off for 40-yard gain, whatever it was. Where it was I think there was maybe 3 or 4 minutes left in the game, sealed the game, right? The city of Seattle went so nuts that it literally registered as an earthquake on the Richter scale.
Could you tell the stadium was a little bit louder than it's already kind of,
to be honest, not
crazy
really.
loudness?
That stadium is so insane.
Loud. Yeah.
It felt relatively normal to me.
But it's always kind of different levels of insane. It's just nuts.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I was fortunate enough to be on the field for that one. I made the final block, barely. I don't even know if I'd call it a block. But
sure, of course.
I was the last dude at the 1 yard line. I shoved Darren Sharper. I shoved him straight into jail where he's been ever since. Wow. Marshawn scores a touchdown. The fun story after that game, Marshawn Lynch, we're seeing all these stories about Mahomes is getting Rolexes for his offensive linemen.
Well,
Frickin'
Brock Purdy
just got Toyota Corollas,
No,
Camrys.
no. Are you kidding? Sequoias, and they were all trucks.
Okay, I
He got him 10 trucks.
Something
10
something
trucks.
tells me he got paid to do
I'm
that.
sure he did. He does endorse Toyota.
The dude only makes like $1 million.
True, I'm sure he was cut a nice break, but still, whatever. That's a pretty awesome thing that he arranged.
Is it though? Because
Yes.
are you sure? Because you know what those guys have
Yes.
to do? They have to pay about $50,000 in taxes on that
50
thing.
grand?
I don't know. I'm exaggerating. They got to pay gift taxes on that thing.
If it's a $90,000 gift, you're right. It's probably around $9,000 to $12,000 in taxes. You're right about that.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, is that a good gift? I digress. After the game, Marshawn Lynch walks into the offensive line room. He just bursts open the door in like a typical Marshawn way, like basically busts the door down. We're in the middle of a meeting, walks up to the front of the room, doesn't say a word, reaches into his backpack, pulls out a giant wad of cash, throws it on the table, and he walks out. Doesn't say a word.
That's awesome. And then what?
And then we went to Vegas at the end of the year.
Who was in charge of the money?
Oh, we had the monkey court. Same monkey court that every offensive line's got.
All right, but
actually, you know who was in charge of the money?
You're
at the
looking
time?
at a wad of money. Like somebody's got to make the move to
You know
organize
who's in charge
the
of the money? Ben Hamilton.
No kidding.
Yeah.
School teacher Ben.
Ben and I both went from Denver to Seattle at the exact
that's
same
funny.
time,
Yeah.
and he was running the pen. He was running the pen out there.
So Ben took the money in and whatever.
Yeah, and we saved it for the end of the year. Went to Vegas.
How much was it?
I don't remember. I mean, it was
Ish.
a lot. I mean, if
Five figures, like at least 10,000.
Yeah.
At least something like that.
Yeah, something in that ballpark for
Okay.
sure. I mean, it was a giant wad of cash, like in the
Well,
rubber bands and everything.
You can have a lot of cash if it's all singles and fives, and it,
Sure.
not my,
Sure. I mean, it was enough to fund a Vegas trip.
But it's pretty funny that Marshawn's rolling around with bundles of cash. Like, he could have thrown a check on that.
He could have put a check on the table.
No, but he's got the bundles of cash.
Yeah. So there's my post Beastquake story.
Well, happy anniversary, Tyler.
Crowd silent now, as opposed to when the Saints have the ball. Oh, look at this run! What a run! Marshawn Lynch, still on his feet, has blockers now. He's dancing his way for the touchdown. What a run! 67 yards by Marshawn Lynch.
Look all the way down the field, Hasselbeck, all the offensive linemen. Are you kidding me? Columbus is down the field. 78, Columbus, the offensive guard. The quarterback, Hasselbeck, was 30 yards down the field. Look at the hustle by Columbus. Here he is.
Ba-da-ba-bum. How's everybody doing? How you doing? You doing all right?
Oh, real quick. This is a good point on the text line in regards to stick shifts.
Yeah.
It is maybe we should all buy our kids stick shifts. It's the best way to keep them off their phone when they're driving.
Oh, that's a good point. January 1st, you're going to get fined for like watching TV as you drive down the road.
You better be careful, buddy.
I know that is my usually way I operate. Not a fun admission. But I ride my bike almost everywhere. It's a bad habit, though. I'm not going to lie. My wife is the worst, though. Oh, my God. First of all, she nitpicks me like you wouldn't believe driving. Like, I can't even deal with it. Really. The only fights we ever get in is when she's driving in a car with me. That's it. We really don't fight anymore about anything else.
It's not when you're driving?
No, it is when I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
It's when I'm driving and, like, I drive to downtown Denver from the burbs to Ball Arena, like, or somewhere downtown for 5 out of 7 nights. But yet it's, anyways, husband, wife, that sort of thing. What the hell were we talking about? I kind of lost it right there. Thank you. We're in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. I am curious on the text line, call, voice of the people, where your head's at. What are you thinking now about the Broncos? Where are we going? You okay? Are you all right? Our pal Mike Sanford, as we were doing Altitude After Dark, that's a fun show to go back and watch. I'm telling you. That show got a little, in a fun way, off the rails. And the end of it, when Mike just signed off and all of his equipment just collapsed on him as he was leaving after he was so frustrated, I was shocked, like how emotional he was tied into. And I just didn't. I didn't feel the same last night. I certainly don't feel the same right now.
He felt a personal responsibility for his prediction, and he felt
wild.
He felt like he was let down.
Yeah. He was all like, he says, "I'm not used to losing."
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, we're pretty accustomed to it.
Well, frankly, I said, I don't know, Coach. I think you figured out losing better than any of us.
That was a jerk move. That was a jerk comment. It was funny.
It was sitting there. I mean, it was,
we were all thinking it.
Scobuffs.
Yeah.
But to me, listen, man, to me, this is all about Cincinnati anyway.
That wasn't the joke you were the most proud of last night, though.
Oh, which one?
D-Mac was so proud of himself when he had a little piece of paper and he wrote "run it" on top of it to make fun of Sean for his reminder on the play sheet. And then, do you want to re-execute your own joke?
When we looked at the play sheet, the camera was showing "run it." What you didn't see, what was Sean was looking at, that said "throw it."
The other side of it said "throw it."
That's right. We just couldn't see what Sean was looking at.
Right.
We could see what he wasn't looking at.
Right.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, you were proud of that one, though.
My little joke. Well, I also say Ray was worshing that his record wasn't tied. Well, how are we doing on getting Ray Wershing on the phone? He's born in Austria. He was the last kicker to make a free kick back in 1976. How are we doing on that, Dan?
Well, I wish you would have told me about the Austria thing. I would have called the Austrian embassy here in the U.S. to see if they have his contact info.
He was born in Austria. I think they may have lost touch with him over the years. Actually, we looked at his bio. I think Ray Wershing had a kind of a little dicey life after football. I guess you didn't make that much money being a kicker in the 70s.
Is that right?
Apparently not.
This dude was definitely smoking a pack of Marlboro Reds at halftime.
Yeah, some kickers back in the day, like the foreign-born.
Dan, pick up the phone and call 650-594-2835.
Who's that?
Well, according to whitepages.com, that's Ray Wershing's phone number.
You got to be kidding me.
I'm not kidding.
How many Ray Wershings are there?
Well, this is in San Carlos, California.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
Let's go for it.
I'm not kidding you.
Okay, so you see one Ray Wershing.
Yeah.
You just gave his phone number out on the air.
Well, I think if you Google it, you're going to see the same thing I just saw.
You literally told whoever's listening a phone number to call.
Yeah, that probably wasn't the best move.
Why don't you just tell Dan that number again in his ear? You don't have to repeat it on the air. We don't want to.
I mean, all it takes is a quick Google search.
I know, I get it, but I mean, All right, well, I get my phone number out in the air, so I guess it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, probably not my best move.
I'd love to get Ray Wershing on. Just how you doing, pal? What do you think, man? It's been a long time.
I say we just call him live.
Right? Is that the way to handle it?
Yeah.
Is that another one of your good ideas?
I think it's a good idea.
I don't mind. You want to call the number live? We can call it live.
Let's go. Are you ready, Dan?
Dan, you want to? Does Dan have the number? Dan, do you have the number? All right.
That was private. I didn't say that on there.
I mean, usually when you call people live, it makes for terrible radio because the phone rings and nobody picks up, and then you're
this could be good.
No,
is this Ray?
No, this is probably.
Is this Ray, the one?
No, but usually nobody answers the phone. Is the problem with calling people live on the radio?
The one that embezzled money.
Ray had.
What did Ray do?
There was stuff in life and stuff with Ray Wershing. It wasn't all peaches and herbs. Dan, Tyler is challenging to call it live on the air. What do you think of that, Dan?
I mean, I'm going to let you handle it.
Well, Dan's got to dial the number. It's got to come from him. I don't even know if we can call out on these phones. Can we, Dan? Is that possible?
Yeah.
I wonder if Ray's
real
aware
quick.
of what happened
We'll see if
last
we can get
night.
him on.
No. Tyler wants to call it live. Let's dial it up live. Let's hear the phone ring. Let's do it. We're this far down this path. People
Let's go.
All right, here we go. I mean, I promise you it's not going to go well. But
By the way, you're taking the lead here.
Oh, yeah, no problem. All right, here's the tricky part. If somebody does pick up, Dan, you immediately have to put them on hold and get their permission to be on the air.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that part.
No, I know you didn't. And usually this is why this all falls apart, these type of things, these radio bits.
Nobody answers a number they don't recognize.
Yeah, that too. There's all sorts of ways that this goes sideways.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello? Oh, Dan's talking to somebody.
Hold on.
All right.
We're on to something here.
All right, Dan is talking to somebody.
Is he smiling?
Dude, this would be amazing if this was Ray Wershing.
This is going to work.
This would be unbelievable if
This
that was
is
just
going to
him.
work. No go. No go, it wasn't him, or no go, he doesn't want to.
Well, that didn't work. Do you have another number?
Yeah, I do.
Got another number? All right.
Yeah.
Why don't you whisper it into Dan's ear?
Got 650.
Uh-huh.
Let me do this rest part of this private.
Okay.
Okay. You got it?
All right. Because we had two numbers.
I mean, good Lord.
Yeah. No, I calling people live generally sucks as a radio bit.
This one could have been good, though. It was worth the risk.
You know, they usually go lousy.
I mean, has this been bad radio right now?
Yeah,
I don't
probably.
think so.
Well, we've been self-deprecating about how stupid we are.
Hold on. I think the second number is going to work.
Well, apparently not.
I mean, good Lord. Yeah, I mean, I already gave you the second number.
Just to recap the story. Yeah. We don't all understand what's going on here.
This is not going well.
Right. This is where
not
it falls
going
apart.
well. Yep. Is it time to abandon the bit here?
No, we're going to go down with this ship.
Okay.
Ray Wershing was the last kicker in 1976 to make a free kick for 3 points. There have been many others, including attempts in 2019 was the latest one, until last night, until Dicker the kicker.
I just wonder if he feels like
through.
Mark Gastineau.
All right, I am told this is Ray Wershing.
Really?
I am told we have Ray Wershing on the phone.
You gotta be kidding.
Ray, Mr. Wershing, this is Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC in Denver, Colorado. How are you?
Hello?
Ray, are you there?
Ray?
No, we're a radio show in Denver, Colorado.
Who?
You know what radio is, right?
It's all right. Mr. Wershing, we want to know how you feel about your record being eclipsed by Dicker the kicker.
Is this a scammer?
No, I said not scammer, Dicker the kicker.
Who is Mr. Dicker?
Well, he's the kicker. He tied your record.
kicker.
He tied your record for the free kick that happened last night. We called to get your reaction to it.
No.
This is a scam.
You're on the
there's no scam. There's no scam. The rule still actually exists, Ray. This rule, you can still actually do this in the NFL. You remember the free kick?
Oh, I remember that kick.
What do you remember about your kick in 1976, Ray?
I remember it was a cold evening in California.
How long was that kick, Ray?
It was about 78 yards. Broke the record.
And how do you feel about Dicker the kicker also going down in the record books with you?
Is this Dicker guy the one scam calling me right
Okay,
now?
it's not a scam call. All right, Ray, how did life treat you after you finished playing in the NFL?
Well, this is the only radio show to ever call me, so.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr.
Ray,
Worsham.
you've been great.
All right, we'll see you later. Thank you, Ray.
Hey, good luck
Appreciate it.
staying alive. See, I told you it was going to go well.
Radio gold.
Ray. Ray's the man.
Radio.
Ray.
Mwah.
D.O.
Just
Gold.
Chef's kiss. Ray.
Bet you wish you found that.
I bet you wish you had that last 10 minutes of your life back. It's PHC on 92.5. Well, I mean, if the exclusive interview with Ray Wershing wasn't enough for you, here's some advice. I don't know if Ray is suffering from it, but if erectile dysfunction is part of your sob story, well, we got some answers for you. And this is a great holiday gift. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when pills or herbals fail. And if you're just, that Sportsnado with Denver sports team sucked last night, well, this is a bright spot. Get life going in the right way. Get love back. Get intimacy back. Get back with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. For $99, you get a consult, a TMPSA test, if advised, test dose. If it doesn't work, the office visit is free. 720-440-7900. Don't be Dicker the kicker. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. What? Oh, man.
Morons.
Oh, man. Let's hear from Bo Nix.
What did you think about the decision to be aggressive at the end of the first half and try to move the ball down the field instead of just run the ball and go into halftime with the lead, with the 2-possession lead?
Well, we had about 45 seconds and 2 timeouts, and I think every offense in the league is trying to go score.
Shut up, Zach. Shut up, nerd. Shut up, nerd. I'm the quarterback. You're the nerd.
I don't know if that's so true there, Bo. John Fox certainly disagrees.
Oh, man. Context. I remember talking to Dreesen about that. And Dreesen goes, I was getting my helmet. I figured here we go. No, sit on a knee.
You know, I'd be curious what Joel had to say about it because I actually always heard behind the scenes that Payton was good with it.
Payton may have been good with it. I don't know. You know, that day, I don't know, bro. It was so cold.
I wasn't on the team, so I don't know.
No, I know. It's hard to describe, like, when it's that cold. It was the coldest game in 26 years of going to Broncos games I've ever been at. I don't know how many Broncos games. 26 years going to, 7, 8 Broncos games a year. You can do some math on that one, right?
The coldest game I can remember was my rookie year, Buffalo. I don't know if you remember that, like 2008, 2009, whatever year that was.
Was that the snow? Was that the
There was no snow. It was
no
no
the
snow.
snowstorm was here in Denver.
Yeah. But it wasn't snowing during the game. It was just freezing.
Okay. All right. No, is there more to that? It was cold.
Just cold.
Okay.
Cool story, bro.
Well, right. I just remember, I don't think anybody was thinking all that clearly in that game, frankly. It was so weird. But there was Joe Flacco, no gloves. Peyton's got, I think, 2 gloves on 2 hands. I mean, he has just nothing but just big oven mitts. And I don't know, man. It was weird. Should they have been more aggressive? I mean, you do have Peyton Manning. I mean, should you have gone for it on 4th down with Russell Wilson? You do have Russell Wilson. Should you have gone for it on 4th and 6 with like 4 minutes to go with Bo Nix? You're at the 50-yard line. Should you have gone for it? I'm asking you.
I think most people in today's game is like, it's ultra aggressive all the time. That's what football's become. It's the Dan Campbell generation of coaching football. So you go for it. Basically, I think you said the other day that anytime you're between the 40s, you would think about it.
I would.
And
I would.
I don't know. I mean, I get context has always got to matter for that one. Between the 40s is a little aggressive. I would say anytime I'm past the 50. So I would certainly think about it every time then, which feels like what's the difference, 5 yards? I don't know. It feels different to me. In this particular circumstance for the Broncos, everything about my football background tells me that the right thing to do was to kick that football. You got 3 timeouts in the back. You got the number 1 scoring defense in the NFL.
Yep.
You've got how much time was left? It was like
4 and change.
Plenty of time. I mean, even if they get a first down, you're going to get the ball back with an opportunity to go win the game.
I think we figured it out. Like, they would have to get 4 first downs to run the clock out.
Yeah. Like everything in my traditional football background says kicking the ball there was the right thing to do. But when you take into the context of the game, you take into context what our defense has been doing for the last couple of weeks since Riley Moss went down. And we went from having one of the best passing defenses in the NFL to being an absolute liability. I do think hindsight 2020, he probably should have gone for it. But I admit at the time, I thought the right thing to do was actually kicking the ball. And I'm probably like the only dude at the station that's going to say that or admit it. But I did think at the time the right thing was to kick it.
Well, there was 4:28 on the clock. They took 6 plays. They went 90 yards, Tyler, and they wrapped it up with a touchdown.
Yeah. Hindsight 2020 was a bad idea.
There you go. And then I got a little excited because...
but if you go for it there, it wasn't 4th and 2. It wasn't 4th and 3.
It's 4th and 6.
4th and 6, that's a big boy down. Like that ain't easy. And if you don't convert on it, then what? Then the risk reward in that particular circumstance felt like that was an enormous risk to go for it.
Well, you're down by 3. Or was it, what were you down by? What was the score there? No, 3. You're down 3.
It was one score.
No, you're down 3. So what's okay, they stop you. All right, well, the ball's at the 50. It's 1st and 10. You still got to stop them. They're not in field goal range right then and there. You go 3 and out, you get the ball back.
No,
you do. You would get the ball back if you get them 3 and out.
You go 3 and out, you always get the ball back.
That's right.
I understand
but
that.
You're not in, my point is you're not in field goal territory.
Yeah, you are. You're one play from it.
Well, it's at the 50-yard line.
Yeah,
so,
you're one big play away from it. Ladd McConkey averages 14 yards every time he catches the ball.
Fair. But my point is, if you get them 3 and out, and you got timeouts to use, if you do get them 3 and out, they're not kicking a field goal if you get them 3 and out from the 50-yard line.
Sure.
You're going to get the ball back, just like you'd get the ball back 3 and out of the 10-yard line. The difference is you'd be starting theoretically at your own 10 or so rather than the 50. So, I mean, it is a 40-yard difference-ish. So that's kind of the scenario you'd be in. Listen, if you give up a first down or give up yardage, I mean, I get it. You're going to be quicker to give them a field goal or maybe a touchdown. Either way, it's kind of like having an empty net in hockey. You got to take some risk at some point when you're trailing. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. Look, I'm not fighting it. I in hindsight, I wish they went for it.
Yeah.
I understand it. I understand it. That one to me was not like a no-brainer. I don't think that was a no-brainer by any means. There was so much time left on the clock, and you got to play the field position battle.
Here's what was disappointing. First play, no gain. No gain. So
which one are we talking about now?
Gus.
Are we talking about after that?
You got the ball that you punted. It's at the 10-yard line for the Chargers. There's 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
Okay, yeah.
Gus Edwards, nothing, 0. 2nd and 10. Herbert, pass incomplete.
Okay.
We got
everything we want. This is a great idea to punt it.
3rd and 10. You lose the edge. Herbert runs, and that's
like 3 plays later, Gus Edwards breaks like a 50-yarder or whatever.
So you allowed on 3rd and 10, Justin Herbert, who is wearing a huge device on his ankle. That thing was like space age. You allowed a hobbled quarterback, to gain the edge and rumble first. That was terrible.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about that yet today. It wasn't even just that play. Herbert was rumbling around all game long. I mean, it was probably only like 20 yards or whatever. I don't even know what the actual stats say. But there were at least 3 or 4 big scrambles from Justin Herbert in that game. Herbert's like running like a 5.6 40 out there, and we're letting this dude scramble all over on us?
Well, on that particular play, undisciplined, bad football, stupid, dumb. And who's that on? Is that on the play call or is that on the player?
Herbert scrambling?
On that particular play, 3rd and 10, scrambling around for 16 yards at the end of the game. That is when you had to get the stop. Had to get it.
Yeah, I know, but like, I don't blame them for calling a defense that in theory vacates the middle of the field. You don't think that Justin Herbert's going to scramble on you. I mean, come on, you're trying to take away what he's best at. Let's put as many folks as we possibly can back into zone coverage or whatever. Well, I don't know if it's man or for zone. I have no clue what was called.
Asking you the X's and O's of it, but just from a fan's perspective, the rest, everything is covered. He has nobody to throw it to. All you have to do is keep him contained. He's hobbling around there. He's not very fast. That feels to me like a mistake on the player. It feels like a player, and I'm not even sure who it was, just got overexcited about making a play, making a sack, and just lost track of what his assignment should have been. That's what it feels like to me. If I'm wrong about that, fine.
No, I don't remember it. I have no clue what the coverage was. I don't know if it was man, if it was zone. I think it's just a bit of bad luck, quite frankly.
But you get out of that. That's 3 and out. You're going to get the ball back at the 50-yard line down 3. You're going to get the ball back at the 50-yard line down 3 with tons of time left to go. You'd be fine, or at least you'd give yourself a really good shot. That play happened with 3:43 left to go in the 4th, Tyler. You had all your timeouts and the 2-minute warning. You were kind of fine if you could make that play.
Yeah.
And then the defense buckled after that. After that, they just
how
gave
long
up.
was that Gus Edwards run? I mean, come on, what are we doing?
43 yards.
Yeah.
Next play.
Yeah.
Next play is Gus Edwards for 43 yards up the middle.
I mean, come on, man.
You gave up.
Gus Edwards had like 280 yards on the season coming into this game. When the Chargers lost J.K. Dobbins, it felt like they were going to lose their identity, and they kind of did. They were not running the ball well, but they still tried, and that was the difference. That was a coach that when he lost his starting running back and everything went to hell in a handbasket, he still knew who he was.
Yeah.
And he stayed true to who he was all the way through.
The truth of the matter is,
and our guy's writing notes to himself that he can't read in the middle of the game.
Our guys fell apart. Our guys lost heart and played dumb. And the consequences for he's a jolly good fellow slung by the Chargers. It should sting. It should.
Yeah, it does. It does. And by the way, I was wondering, are they going to sing a fight song or something? Like when he was saying, like, sing this thing as loud as you possibly can.
For he's a jolly good fellow.
He's a jolly good
They're
fellow.
so corny.
Just a bunch of weirdos.
They're so corny, but you know what, man? If you're corny and everybody's into it, it's like calling Ray Wershing.
There you go.
Let's Football Go comes up next.
Nailed it.
It's a keeper. It's a keeper. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, hit it.
All right, let's hear from Broncos linebacker Justin Sternad. Called for a penalty, roughing the passer on Justin Herbert. A lot of Broncos fans upset because it was at least, at minimum, hands to the face by Justin Herbert. Here is Justin Sternad in the locker room after the game.
Just want to win.
Do you think that with the Trevor Lawrence a couple weeks ago that maybe officials are more quick on the whistle with that type of situation? Or anything
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what to do. What else to do in that situation?
Do you think they're asking the impossible of you to kind of hold up as defenders in that situation?
Again, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
How do you feel your defense played it in the second half?
Not good enough to win.
Salty Justin Sternad in the locker room.
Yeah, but in all honesty, in fairness to Sternad, what is he supposed to say? I mean, he kind of did say it. Listen, man, Muggles, that is an issue. When you ask the how question, listen, I'm not saying I haven't thrown in a how and then followed it with a question, but the danger of saying how is an athlete could simply say, yeah, very. How hard was it, Tyler? It was very hard. It's not conversational when you say how. Mm-hmm. If you answer it literally, and a lot of reporters just use the how question because they don't know what else to say. How did you feel? How was this? How was that? What? Good, bad, very. I mean, you could answer a question like that easily. It's not really a question. It's weird. It's lazy.
Well, Sternad's frustrated after the game because he gave up 7 catches for 100 yards.
Oh, that's not good.
It was a rough game. He also was involved in a couple situations that the fan base is frustrated with. Dan, I think you merged 2 different situations there at the beginning when you were talking about the hands to the face. That's all right. But that one, okay, yeah. Herbert had a stiff arm to his face. We also horse.
Well, that was to Jonathan Cooper, right? That was Cooper. Sternad was.
Am I mixing it up? Okay.
Well, Sternad gave him the old elbow shiver to the head, and then Cooper, I believe, was the horse tackler getting face masked.
Okay, so Broncos fans were mad that they missed the hands to the face. Well, it was a horse collar tackle. Okay, the Justin Sternad late hit on Justin Herbert. Here's a bunch of things that are true about that play. Number 1, it was soft. Number 2, Justin Herbert embellished it. And number 3, it was a late hit. It was.
That's it.
It sucks. I don't like it. I have tons of empathy for the defenders in today's league, man. It sucks. I don't know what they're supposed to do. And I get the frustration from him. But we know the rules. We know the way they're calling it.
That's right.
And there is zero world in which that's not going to be called as a late hit. It sucks. But that's the way the game's being called.
Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton. Mike Kliss asks Sean after the game, what is his message or messaging to the team?
Is your message still, you got what all you want still in front of you as you move on here?
I'll give you the message when we have a message, but right now look, we gotta make the corrections in this game, right? And then we get back to getting ready to play Cincinnati. So we got to find a way to get the 10th win. We know that. So, but I wasn't worried about messages after that game in the locker room.
What do you guys think Sean's messaging should be to the team after their loss to the Chargers?
There doesn't have to be any message. You're grown-ass men. They get paid. They know what they're doing. They know the organization hasn't been in the playoffs since 2015. There's no message that needs to be other than, be professionals and let's go. Seriously. I'm a little cold-hearted on that. I don't think it's on the responsibility of the coach to give them a message at this point. You got to dig a little deeper than that, Broncos. You got to find it.
Well, message, reality, whatever you want to call it, the reality is if you squander opportunities like you had in that game, you'll miss the postseason. Now, maybe you limp into it because everything falls into place this weekend And maybe, D-Mac, you might know everything that has to happen. I don't. I know there's a way that the Broncos could guarantee a playoff berth this weekend, even after losing the game.
Yeah, Dan's got the list up here. I think it's actually relatively simple.
49ers beat the Dolphins, Browns beat the Bengals, Titans beat the Colts.
That's it. Colts, Bengals, Dolphins lose. You're in.
Okay. So maybe that happens. But you'll lose to the Bengals if you squander opportunities like you did against the Chargers. And I don't know if the Chiefs will play their starters or not because it'll be their third game in 10 days. Logic tells me they won't. But you'll lose that game also if you squander opportunities. So then what? You want to go into the playoffs losing 3 straight games? They better fix some stuff. They better fix it quick.
Listen, just get into the play. All right. What are your expectations for the Broncos in the playoffs?
Be competitive.
Right. Like not even win a game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So this year, getting to the playoffs, although it feels weird because nobody wants their team to lose, but it really may be enough. Now, not getting to the playoffs after being 9-5 would feel unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
That would feel bad.
Which, like, we could take a step back and do the 600-foot view deal and be like, this season was a success. And, yeah, in the big picture, it was.
Well,
yeah,
it's checked a lot of those boxes already.
Even if you missed the playoffs, we could say, in theory, this was a successful season. Bo Nix had a great year. We feel confident. We got our guy. You won way more games than you thought you would. But you know what? When you start having success, expectations change as well, and disappointment now comes because you've had success.
Do you guys remember? I mean, I know this is a Thursday, not a Sunday, but this football weekend last year, you lost to the Patriots, and Russell Wilson just got benched, and it was all that drama. The season was over. At this time last year, the season was done. You had been eliminated. That was it. The Broncos have so much more in front of them compared to a year ago. It's hard to not consider this season a dramatic step forward.
Do you think they're going to beat the Bengals?
It's an unexpected win, my man, and I think it's going to be tough. I'm worried about it. I need some time to think about it. On the surface, no.
Yeah,
on the surface,
look,
no.
We haven't dug into it. We haven't watched the film yet. It does not feel like that's going to be a game that they're going to win right now.
On the surface, no. However, the Bengals defense isn't nearly as good as the Chargers defense. And their quarterback, I don't know. They may be in the same sort of awesome category with Burrow and Herbert.
But Burrow's a notch above. I mean,
right.
Maybe it's a small notch, but he's a notch above.
No, I don't think it's I think it's a significant notch. Look at the numbers for Burrow this year are stunning. 3,977 yards, 36 touchdowns to only 8 interceptions.
But you are right. The Bengals own the 28th ranked defense in the NFL.
Right. So I thought the laser show, depending on the weather, was going to happen in Cincinnati, not in LA last night. But the numbers for Burrow are just, I mean, absolutely staggering.
Well, there was a point when the Chargers took the lead. I was mad, but I was also kind of excited. I was excited to see what our guy's going to do. Not just Bo Nix, it's the entire team. But yeah, to be specific, what is Bo Nix going to do? You just lost the lead. The next step in the maturation process for Bo Nix is winning these really, really tough games. I don't even know if I'd call it a come from behind victory because that's not what this game felt like. But it's winning the tight ones. Where we stand today, the Broncos are currently 1-5 and 1-score games. 1-5, right? And that's going to be the next one. And if you're going to beat the Bengals, that sure does not feel like you're going to win by 10-plus points. It feels like you're going to have to win at the end of the ball game.
So just for some compare and contrast, the Chargers average 21 points a game. The Bengals, who are 6-8, average 28.5 points per game.
Yikes.
How bad is their defense for them to be 6-8 and they average 28.5 points a game?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, wow.
Mm-hmm.
So, hang on, man. Hang on. It's probably going to be a track meet, a laser show. Well, they already flexed it Saturday, so they know it's going to be one of them games. So it's a Saturday game, not a Sunday game already. It's going to be one hell of a matchup. And you're going to have rest going into it. So, okay. And don't forget, the Bengals got flexed out of that Thursday night game to play on Sunday. So they got less time. So they have a short week where the Broncos have a longer week. If it matters, you're just putting it all together. That's the one. And
I just don't love the pressure on this game. I don't love that the Broncos, they kind of got what they planned for. They planned on losing the Thursday night game to the Chargers.
Let me ask you this. Would you rather have the Broncos just qualify for the playoffs because 3 teams all lose, which could happen? Or would you rather have them earn it by winning their way into the playoffs?
Oh, yeah, well, that's a dumb question.
It's a dumb question?
Yeah.
There are no dumb questions.
Yeah, that's a dumb one. Earn it.
Okay. All right. So
nobody wants to limp into the playoffs.
So you're rooting for the Broncos not to make the playoffs this weekend. You hope they don't make the playoffs this weekend.
I mean, I'm not rooting against it, but you asked me what would I rather. I would rather the Broncos earn it. And sure, they could have the best of both worlds. You could guarantee a berth this weekend, and then you could still beat the Bengals.
Next story, Dan.
But don't lose 3 straight games going into the playoffs.
I'm with you.
All right, last Broncos-related story here, guys. So Bo Nix ends the night against the Chargers with 3.3 air yards per attempt.
Jeez.
That's the second
Is that like
lowest,
an all-time record?
That's the second lowest air yards per attempt in a game this season, minimum of 20 attempts. The lowest, Bryce Young.
Yeah.
With 3 air yards per attempt in week 2 against the Chargers. So my question is, who do you put that on with that low total of air yards per attempt? Is that Chargers scheme, Sean Payton dialing it up, or lack of dialing it up, or is that on Bo Nix? Why was the air yards per attempt so low?
Oh, I think that's how the Chargers play defense. I think it's totally on the scheme. I think that's what they give you, and then you got to take advantage of it.
Well, every team will give you 3 yards, so that's a little extreme. I mean,
they play
if you're telling me they give you the underneath stuff, that's fine, but underneath stuff usually means like 8 to 10 yards. That's what that means.
I think they give you a lot of space. I think they play that too deep safety thing like nobody else. They don't want to get beat over the top. They play that sort of style, and I think look at the stats on the year.
Yeah,
I think the Chargers kind of serve that up.
Fine, but that doesn't explain 3.3. That could explain 6. That could explain 8.
How many screens did they throw yesterday? A million?
The answer is easy. Bo Nix is the most rattled he's been all year long.
You think that's it?
Yeah.
You think he was checking into shorter throws?
I feel very confident that's what's going on. He's coming off 5 interceptions in 2 games. Last week, you could literally see it happen in real time. You could see the confidence waning. You could see him turning to the checkdowns. And I do think the Bo's a little bit afraid of pushing the ball right now.
You think that's the coaches losing confidence in him or him losing confidence in himself?
Oh, I don't think Sean's lost confidence in him.
So you think Bo's just checking into these things like there's other more aggressive things called, and he's like, no, here.
Yeah, checking in is probably not the right way to phrase it, but I do think he's taking the safest option he possibly can.
All right. Is that the last one you got, Dan?
Well, since Tyler just brought up he doesn't think Sean Payton's losing confidence in Bo Nix, let's go ahead and play the sound clip from Sean Payton after the game last night. He was asked about how Bo's doing, how comfortable he is, and how he has progressed from week 1 to now.
Yeah, listen, he's competing, playing well, preparing. He's a fighter. Made some plays like he does each week with his feet, and puts us in a good position to win. So he's doing really good.
All right. Does that sound like Sean's lost any confidence in his guy?
A little bit. Just a pinch. But he's not giving up on his guy, but it's not over the moon either. He knows there's issues.
That was like by far the least enthusiastic answer I've heard from him in regards to his quarterback.
Yeah.
But all you got to do is follow the breadcrumbs of the play calls, and that'll tell you that he hasn't given up confidence, or he certainly hasn't given up on the guy. If he'd given up on the guy, he wouldn't have forgotten to run the football.
You know, it's interesting. Scott said he would no longer be a hobo, hopeful for Bo. What did he say? He'd be a hibo? I don't know, something like that. Do you remember what his line was? That he was
like 400 yards or something?
No, it was not. It was 288, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Okay.
Bo's line, 263, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like really close. And 27 points. 27 points in the NFL most times gets it done. It really does.
Yeah. Yeah,
Most times.
24 is kind of the magic number. That's the pass fail. You get to 24 as an offense, you feel like you did your job.
Yep, but not last night. Meanwhile, that wasn't the only thing that went sideways because it was a triple dipperoo. It was the triple Lundy of sports last night. And how it went for everybody else, we'll get to it coming up next.
Hey guys, I know the day that you start to realize your hair is falling out is a bad day. So with the new year upon us, how would you make a resolution to yourself that you're going to do something about it? Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration because you will get your hair fixed up forever. You'll get it fixed up the right way. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you can be comforted in knowing that they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee, folks. As a matter of fact, your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. At Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. You're going to love the staff. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire team is the best of the best. And it's a good feeling knowing that they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee it for life. So no reason to not call Advanced Hair Restoration if you're starting to lose your hair. Thinning hair, bald spot, receding hairlines, they'll fix it all up and they'll do it the right way. Call today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Simply call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
8 straight with 50 or more receiving yards. Herbert throws, caught, touchdown, Darius Davis.
Anthony Simons, 2 seconds left. Here it is, jumper, God! At the horn! That's the ball game. Portland wins by 2, 126 to 124.
Georgiev coming out to play it. Lehkonen went for the baseball swing, missed. Now Middlestat, Lehkonen, another one-timer. Guess who? UL Kiviranta, Kivi Snipey, twicey. 2 in the game, and the Avalanche have a 4-2 lead with 4:02 to go in the third period.
Was Kaz a little bit too excited there for the Portland win? Dan, you got that call by itself? Heat check on Kaz. I don't know. I love Kaz and everything, but is he getting a paycheck from Portland on this one?
Anthony Simons, 2 seconds left. Here it is, jumper, God! At the horn! That's the ball game.
Yeah. Love losing.
Let me do that call if I was doing it. Anthony Simons drives to the lane, puts it up.
It's good for 2.
Nuggets lose. I said the Nuggets lose. They lose. They lost. They lost.
It's
They
over,
lost.
folks.
Kaz
Have a nice evening.
Kaz is taking it to another. Give me a beanie and a latte.
Anthony Simons, 2 seconds left. Here it is, jumper, God! At the horn! That's the ball game.
Well, then he hit. Go play the whole thing because it gives you the Portland wins.
Portland wins by 2, 126 to 124.
He did. He changed the tone at the very end. At the very end, he tried to bring it back down.
Jeez, golly. All right. Well, it was quite a night last night. You can hear my voice. It was just like I was like yelling. I really was like yelling and stuff like during the games, which is weird. But thank God
we flipped it over on Altitude After Dark after doing our Broncos coverage. We watched the last 2 minutes of the Nuggets game there.
Yeah.
Thinking, all right, maybe this will get the bad taste out of our mouth. Had the opportunity there. Jokic got it at the end of the game, gets the bucket. And what the hell happened on that?
He's which one? Jokic drove with they could have worked the clock and they didn't.
Right.
And Jokic drove in, he threw elbows and shoved guys away and he got the bucket.
Yeah.
But they did leave like 8 seconds left on the clock. Which, all right. I mean, that happened the other night. And they won when they were going back and forth with Sacramento.
You score when you can score.
Okay, fine. And then Simons, great shot. I just wouldn't be that excited about it. I mean, it was a great shot for him. But
why don't you tell Kaz that to his face?
I definitely will not do that because I'm a big wimp. Kaz might come after me. I don't want that.
Shout out to Forgiev for giving us the 4.
Did you see some of the goals he allowed?
No, I didn't see any of that.
Tyler.
I saw a little bit of the Nuggets game. I saw none of the Avalanche game.
Dan, you know what I thought when I was watching some highlights? I did have it on too. You were able to watch Nuggets finish and then watch almost the entire third period of the Avs.
Gave up the 4 though.
It was pure Forgiev.
George.
It was It was under the pad for Val's goal. Kiviranta's last one, it was just glove. Just nobody in his way. Just whiff. And then one got between his pad and his. I mean, it was
classic. So he did not pull a Jerry Jeudy. You're telling me
it was classic Forgiev. It was like, oh, that guy, Dan. We know that guy.
That's the guy we know and love.
That's our guy. We know him.
I feel like revenge games, generally speaking, go in favor of the player on the other team. Not for Georgie.
Nope, that was Forgiev. That was pure, unadulterated Forgiev.
Did they just start him just because?
He's their number one guy. Well, they're a terrible team, by the way. San Jose is a bad team. They had allowed more goals. I mean, you could look at the records and goals against and all that.
Well, that was the sales pitch.
Yeah.
Mackenzie Blackwood. Don't worry about how many goals he's given up. It was on a bad team.
Yeah. It's we got Wood.
We got Worms.
Huh?
How do you not know that? It's the second time I've said it.
I
How
don't
do you
know that
not
one.
know it?
What's the
I know
reference?
Dan, you know it?
Yeah, it's from Dumb and Dumber.
I'm a little bit surprised
Don't
that
know
you've
it.
even watched Dumb and Dumber, Dan. I don't know why.
That's one of my favorite movies ever.
Are you sure?
That I've seen that movie more than any other movie
We've
I've
got
ever
worms.
seen.
Everybody knows
What's the
we've got
name of his
worms.
pet shop?
They're starting a worm farm.
Yeah.
All right. So
We got wood.
The scene that I know is he's taking a poop and it's explosive
Hold on,
diarrhea.
Do you not know Dumb and Dumber? Like the
Not
back
like
of your,
not,
really?
I do not know it like the back of my hand.
You got to be kidding me.
I know broad strokes of Dumb and Dumber. I know they're on
Big gulps, huh?
Vespa.
you later.
You're going to lose me
Well-
on quotes. You are going to lose me on Dumb and Dumber quotes.
Those yours?
You see? I don't know.
Both of them?
Was that a boob joke?
Skis.
Gotcha.
There is a boob joke in that movie.
Well,
too.
I mean, that's a boob joke. But they're talking about
Oh,
skis.
I don't remember the boob joke. What was the boob joke?
Nice set of Hooters you got there.
Oh,
And there's
yeah.
Owls in
yeah.
at the gala.
Yeah.
I got nothing against Dumb and Dumber. I just can't quote it.
You just don't respect it the way you should.
I don't respect wood. Curb your enthusiasm. Well, it's nice to get one of the wins. The Nuggets game to me was like, I mean, you can't keep falling behind. You cannot keep coming from. All right, here's where I am with the Nuggets. You're not going to win a championship with this lineup, unfortunately. You got to trade Michael Porter Jr., if only to shake things up.
Yeah, well, I think we would all agree this doesn't feel right. This current iteration of the Denver Nuggets does not feel right. But the question is, what is the right thing? I mean, is Zach LaVine the right thing? Is that the right thing for this Denver Nuggets team?
Whatever. I mean, I'm seriously, it's whatever.
You're just to the point that it's something else.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you got to get everybody's attention. Everybody's a little bit just too not bought in. It's not consistent. And the only guy that you could get any value for is Michael Porter Jr. I like Michael Porter Jr. It is nothing personal.
I bet you get a lot of value for Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, well, that's not an option. And you don't have an option with AG or Jamal because of their contracts. There's only one guy. There's only one guy that would make a difference.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they are insanely handcuffed. And the irony of it is that they need 3-point shooting. They need bench scoring. And the only guy they could trade is really the guy that they need to be shooting more threes.
That's it, man. So
is that the right thing?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yes. It is. And whether it's Zach LaVine or Cam, what's his name? Help me out. Cam
Johnson?
Is Cam Johnson? Sorry.
Well, I guess if you go the Zach LaVine route, you just say we're going to be the anti-NBA team. We're just going to be the anti. We're going to win from the paint. We're going to win from the inside out.
The team is not consistent enough, and you need to shake it up, or it's just going to go down the toilet. And it's again nothing personal against MPJ, but he ain't a Hall of Fame player.
What's Christian Brown's worth?
He's option.
It's way more today than it was at the beginning of the year.
He's 1B.
Yep.
He's in the conversation too. And again, I don't want to do it.
Outside of Nikola Jokic, he's currently my favorite Nugget, but I think I would rather trade him than Michael Porter Jr. And that's crazy to say because I've been looking for a way to get rid of Michael Porter Jr. for like 5 years. It just seems like what Michael provides to this team is a bigger necessity than what Christian does.
Everything with Michael is what he could provide to the team.
Well, correct.
Everything with Christian Brown
is what he does.
Correct.
Yeah.
Christian Brown is ridiculously consistent for what he does. Michael Porter Jr. is all over the place.
Yeah.
So I hate saying it. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of having to say it.
But if you took a step back and you kind of looked at the maturation process of Michael Porter Jr.'s game this year, I kind of like it.
Sure.
I kind of like the way he's playing this year. It's different. He's not just a spot-up shooter. He's creating shots. He's getting in the paint. He's aggressive.
Great. What did you think of Ryan Johansson for the Avs last year?
Well, it just didn't work.
Right. So they got rid of him for a bucket of pucks like nothing. What did you think of Bo Byram?
I loved him.
Right. And you had to give that up for Casey Middlestat. So you can move on from the Zeke Najis of the world for a bucket of balls, or you can trade Michael Porter Jr. for hope.
I feel like we should have Ray Wershing take us out.
How would we do that?
I don't know.
You calling for Ray Wershing?
We called him already.
Should we
What you got for us?
Well, we'd have to get Ray Wershing on the phone now if we want to. Can we get? I know.
Not enough time. Shot clock's running out.
We could do it.
What do we do without Scott right here? What do we do?
We tell everybody to have a wonderful weekend and that
it's all going to be okay, Mike Sanford.
It's all going to be okay. See ya.
Happy Friday, everybody. It is Scott Friday. It's Greg and Lindahl with you on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have so much to do on our fine radio show today. We OD'd on sports last night.
There's no doubt.
To mixed results, we'll call them.
Yeah, we OD'd on bad feelings, but whatever.
We sure did.
Yeah, last night was too much for me. I'm not going to lie.
Too much?
I told you on the drive in.
Yeah.
I couldn't go to sleep because I was, you're grinding your Bronco takes and I'm grinding my Nuggets takes. And then I kept thinking, well, at least the Avs are okay. Then, you know what I always do that helps is you look at your phone only to add to the stress of your situation. I don't know why I do that.
I think the best thing you can do when you're struggling to fall asleep is put a blue light and a screen filled with opinions of people that piss you off directly in front of your face.
Yeah.
That's the best thing you can do.
Bad news as you can fill in a timeline. Throw it in there.
Yes.
That'll make you go right to sleep.
Read the news, read the comment sections, and, sayonara Sandman.
Somehow I've found, I told you, you tell me all the time, you need to go to your following tab instead of the For You tab. And I always end up, I don't know, are we getting invaded by aliens? What the hell's going on? All these tweets that I see, nobody seems to know what anything is anymore. It just gets weirder and weirder the earlier into the night that you go. Like, all right, good.
Yeah.
Maybe the Broncos aren't my biggest problem.
No, they're probably not. No,
I'd rather not know. Let's leave it at the Broncos. I'm good with that.
Let's live in our ignorance
Let's keep it the Broncos.
It'll be better.
Could they give us a quarterback, though, if they come on down? I shouldn't say that. That's not what I meant to say.
Is that not what you meant to say? You don't like a nice underthrown deep ball? Doesn't do much for you?
Now, okay, yeah, you got to hit that pass.
You do.
But Bo Nix was not their biggest problem last night.
No.
Let's be clear about things, okay?
He was certainly not. Lay that ball out, but here's the thing. When you take QB6 in the draft, you don't get that guy, okay? Drake May gets that ball out there. Jaden Daniels gets that ball out there. Caleb Williams overthrows that ball. Bo Nix dramatically underthrows it. Now, it should have been a pass interference.
There's no doubt about it. It's the definition of the call.
It should have been the classic Drew Lock, Russell Wilson underthrown deep ball that then has to come back because of a penalty. But again, if you lay it out, it's a touchdown. But that's not Bo's thing. He's not the guy that can just lay back and let it fly. The guy on the other side last night,
he showed you he could at the end of the game.
That throw to Davis, Andy?
Dude.
That's one of the best throws I've ever seen in my life.
Here's one of the things I struggled with because I don't want to admire it at all.
Uh-huh.
But between the throw for the touchdown to go ahead and then the 2-point conversion where, who was it? The tight end made that play.
Yeah.
Good night. What a play. What a catch.
Mm-hmm.
Frankly.
Oh, no, it was Palmer. It was a receiver.
Oh, it's okay.
Tipped ball by Sternad, and then he tipped it back to himself.
He somehow got enough of it and then kept his feet in bounds. And then another thing that just was part of the stupid is how about the perfect kick from Will Lutz on the onside, and a linebacker shows better hands than some of the receivers on any team we've seen in the NFL. That thing went right up his body. That's how you draw it up for a fumbled ball, and he snags it like Spider-Man.
Okay, so is that an example of the Chargers are a different outfit under Harbaugh?
Yeah.
That any other Brandon Staley, name your Chargers coach of your lifetime, hell, we'll go all the way back to Marty. You cough that thing up, and the Broncos get the ball back, and they get an opportunity. But the Harbaugh, the well-coached Chargers, they don't do that nonsense.
All right. No, they don't. Here, I do want to jump in. I'm glad Flax brought this up. I could tell Flax was probably going to be spicy today. Why not? He says, are we still calling that moving up that game smart and necessary? I don't think if the Broncos had all week that they would have been any better last night. I just don't. Chargers owned them the week before. So
I don't.
Or the game before. Earlier in the year, the Chargers figured out a way to do what they did to them.
I said it yesterday, Andy. I don't think his players liked it. I don't think Sean's players liked it.
Well, they started out the game okay like they liked it,
Sure
and then
did.
you quit calling run plays, and all of a sudden, nothing seemed to go that way anymore.
Yeah, it got away from you in a hurry. But The move in the game. Now look, if you go out to Cincinnati and you trounce those dudes,
doesn't matter.
Then we don't. Then we
Listen,
forget.
How about I put
we
it
forget
this way?
quickly.
If you find a 10th win, then we don't care. Whether it's Cincinnati or KC, but you got to get this 10th win.
I agree with that point, but that's for us. Guys in the locker room, I don't know.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Here's how I read it.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like the Chargers, the short week, I don't know how much tape they got to go back and look at, so it felt like it took them a minute to adjust their coverages to what they wanted to do.
Minter was cooking in the second half of that game.
And in the second half, the defense figured out, here's how we're going to make Bowen comfortable. Because they didn't have the answers in the first half. If you give them the full week, there's a chance they come out with that game plan right away. They don't change up whatever they changed up to make it better for them. And look, you cannot quit calling your run game. Here is something that I think it was very, very interesting from Good Morning Football today. So Manti Te'o is on there. Remember him? He played for Sean Payton. I know you do. You're laughing. But how could you forget him?
They put him on TV.
Hey, dumb question. He takes a minute to get to his point. So he ought to be doing radio, not a TV show, to be quite honest with you.
Okay.
But he had some
He'd be really confused by the callers, though, on radio.
Well, he would be.
That would throw him off.
He might believe a few are real
Uh-huh.
that aren't. But he had some great insights into Sean Payton because he played for him with the Saints, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
And Manti said, here's the key to Sean Payton. He said, the big key to the Broncos getting off to their start was he's always got his 15-play script that we all well know. That's not anything new. But he said once Sean gets in his bag of tricks and sees what motions and stuff are working, if he can get 2 good drives in a row, he's got you. He said if you can stop him and get a 3 and out on one of the first couple of drives, and the Broncos went touchdown then 3 and out, Manti Te'o said it screws up his rhythm, and he doesn't adjust well to it. And so he said he was not surprised to see the Chargers start to mess with Sean Payton's play calling in the second half.
He went touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
Well, I thought in the first half.
He crushed it.
In the first half.
Yeah. Second half, he didn't do anything.
Right. So
and they completely got away from their run game. 13 runs in the first half, 8 in the entire second half.
Did they not get one more to start? I thought they didn't get the third touchdown until the start of the second half.
Nope. They scored
all in the first half.
Their touchdowns in the first half of that game. Second half of that game, the Chargers outscored them 21-6. 21-6 in the second half of that game. Denver had all 3 of their touchdown drives in the first half.
Well, then it plays more to his point. Manti Te'o says if you can get he said if you can get Sean off the field early when he's in his script, and some guys re-script the second half, they got time.
Yeah.
Then you mess with him the rest of the way. He doesn't. He gets kind of frazzled as a play caller, and it looked that way. Now,
it literally said run it on his play sheet, and he called 8 runs in the entire second half. They started the second half with a 21-13 lead. They kicked a field goal right away. They got the lead back up to double figures at 24-13 at 8:31 of the third quarter. Okay. Even if Chargers take the ball after that, go down and score, that's when you get in your bag and you start leaning into Audric Estime, who ran the ball well last night, averaged over 5 yards a carry, and he only touched the ball 9 times. Like that is what is driving me nuts about this right now. The other thing that made me insane, and I like the amount of running that was happening on the first drive of the game. I really did. I was saying, hey, look at this. Denver's coming out. They're running the football. They are setting the tone. But what happened? How did that first drive go? Let's just let me scan my play-by-play real quick. Here we go. You ready for this one, Andy? Okay. Estime, 6 yards. Very next play. Javonte, 6 yards. Very next play. Marvin Mims, 3 yards. Very next play. Short pass, Michael Burton, who was the only back in the backfield in a shotgun formation standing right next to Bo Nix. Very next play, Javonte, 15-yard run. Okay, this is good. I like this. Next carry, Estime. Next carry, Blake Watson gets the next carry. How? This guy said earlier in the year, it's hard to get 3 backs touches. Right there, I just listed 5 backs that got touches on the opening drive of that game. How is anybody supposed to find a rhythm? Okay, especially Audric Estime, again, you had a double-digit lead the third quarter of that game. How is that guy not just getting fed the damn rock over and over and over again? What if there was a game, just what if, follow me on this one, where he touched the ball, 15, 20 times, and we just saw what happened? Because that guy's a damn good runner with the ball. You know what he does, Andy? He does that thing that backs are supposed to do, where when they get hit, he gets more yardage.
Yeah, he's not fun to tackle.
Use that, for the love of God. However, Sean Payton, when he can get into all of his misdirection, sprint out, short passing game crap, he can't resist. He loves it so much, and that's what's problematic about that game for me yesterday is, okay, scoring 3 touchdowns on the first 3 drives, it's an outlier. Broncos don't do that very often. I think they've only done it something like 2 or 3 times since 2003. That's what I heard Kosmiter say earlier today. Okay, fine. That's not terribly likely, but when you have a large lead in the second half, why don't you play a game that actually leans into that and keeps the ball away from your opponent, especially when Justin Herbert starts cooking and Ladd McConkey is wide open without a single DB within 5 yards of him every single time he's running a deep cross.
Here's my thing. I would like to know, why is the zone so broken? Why is their zone defense so off?
It's bad.
And when you know it's bad,
no Riley
why
Moss?
do you not go back to, all right, but I mean, Chris Abrams-Drain held his own at times, okay? He's going to learn some. But if you can't, listen, I feel like because you're down, you've been trying to play zone against some of these teams. It's been an abject disaster. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
Your defense that was stopping everybody can't seem to stop anybody. Now, again, you're not playing the best. You're all of a sudden starting to go up a weight class in playoff competition. You know, Baltimore did this to you too. But, like, is Sean Payton asking for more zone? Vance Joseph admitted after the Dolphins game last year that he was going to be what he was going to be. We're a man defense. It gets after the quarterback. Where is it? Why is it not happening? You're not getting after anybody. You're not manning up anybody. So is it a good strategy? If seriously, one corner goes down, one even your best corner's been gone, and you're afraid to play some man.
They have no depth.
What are we doing?
They have no depth.
Because I cannot believe how wide open guys were.
Yeah.
And look, there were some really terrible calls. I am not going to argue that at all. I thought at one point, I hated the one where now Herbert ran anyway, which means, again, you were in some weird-ass defense. It just means he can run wherever he wants. But that third down where Ladd McConkey was in motion and then started upfield, they just let him get it. We got called for that earlier.
Yeah.
You're not going to call that one?
Yeah.
That's a third down play.
Mm-hmm.
That drove me nuts. But at the end of the day, and then you give up the long run right after and all that other. So, yes, there was some bad officiating. But the problem that I have
Broncos were also the beneficiary of some bad officiating
fair enough,
last
dude.
night.
My point is going to be, when you've got plays to make and you don't make them, that's an issue. That is an issue. You got to make the plays that are out there for you to make, and they're not making them. They didn't make them yesterday.
Nuggets, they also didn't make plays last night.
Come on.
Too little, too late. Tony Jones of The Athletic. We're going to talk about the Porter trade market coming up here in just a minute. We'll dive back into Broncos stuff. Legwald coming up today, 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Broncos lose. We're pointing fingers. It was puke. All was bad. It's terrible. Blow the whole thing up. Fire everybody. Sell the team.
Just move to a new city with no sports. Go to Montana.
Leave the country. It's Craigman at Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. Hey, I needed a new furnace. I was in a spot. Found out my furnace in my house, it was installed in 1993. 93. Some of you aren't even that old. Thing was not looking good. I had the folks from Apple Air come out and take a look at this thing. They said, this is not good, but hey, good news for you, Nate Kreckman. We have got a fantastic December special where you can save $750 off the purchase of a new heating system from us over here at Apple Air. I says to them, when can I get you out here? They were there within the next couple of days. 2-stage high-efficiency furnace that was put in by my guys over at Apple Air. The house has never been this cozy. Give them a call. They can get out to your house. They can get you scheduled quickly. They're going to work fast. They're going to work clean. They're going to put a good heating system in your home, and you can save $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace right now at Apple Air. 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. That's AppleAIRE.com. It is Christmas time on a Ska Friday on Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio. 92-5 Broncos fall last night. 34-27 your final score. Can I tell you what else I hate?
Tell me.
This is turning
Did you
into.
not expect that kind of?
It's turning into the Festivus show. It's
Might as well. Why not?
The airing of the grievances today.
We're here for you. Know what? Go ahead and join in, folks. Tell us what annoys you. We probably won't read them on the air, but hey, go ahead. Fire it off. 303-504-925. You know what? Get it out now before the in-laws show up. Or whoever.
I hate when it's fourth and manageable and you're losing and you punt the ball from midfield. I hate it. Why do coaches do this loser crap? It drives me absolutely insane. And quite frankly, after that happened last night and the Chargers went down and scored, I was glad. Good. Sean Payton needs to learn that lesson. He deserved to have the Chargers go down and score on him right there. What are you doing? Are you just hoping that Nick Bonito's going to pull a pick six and that's your miracle for how you're going to win that game? Why are you doing with 4.5 minutes left in that game and you're losing and you can't stop their offense to save your life and you're at midfield? Why are you giving the ball back to them? Here you go. Just close it out for us.
I hated the way their offense was going at that time, but I don't know.
Go for it.
I got a bigger problem. When do you want to do the halftime thing? When do you want to do how you closed out the half there? Just run the damn clock out. What are you doing?
I'm not as mad at that. Now,
when you're ahead on the road and you're not,
and you're getting the ball to start the second half,
and you know that you are probably even if not the better team.
Yeah.
And you play to not give up momentum.
I mean,
Now, I thought it was cool. We got to watch as we all scrambled to figure out what the hell that was. But
the confluence of events that resulted in a 57-yard fair catch, free kick field goal was incredible.
Yeah.
It was, okay, this is the one thing. Every Broncos fan has to admit that was cool. Okay? It was cool. It hasn't happened in a football game since 1976. Okay? That's cool. Hasn't happened since Ray Wershing did it back in 76 with his sweet stash.
Although you had sent this to me. Harbaugh has tried it before, and then I saw the cut this morning of him talking about trying it before with the Niners, but it was a 71-yard attempt.
They showed the highlight last night on SportsCenter.
Did they? See, I tried to watch SportsCenter, and they moved on.
Phil Dawson had tried it, and he booted. Now, if there's not a 15-yard penalty on Traymon Smith for running into the kicker for fair catch interference, it's a 72-yard attempt. I think Jim still would have tried it.
Oh, he would have.
Because he loves the rule so much. That was what was funny about it, as I was like, this is random as hell. I'm wondering if the ref is explaining it to Harbaugh. Oh, no, Harbaugh, he's a hipster on this. He wasn't lying when he said he loves that rule. He tried it back with the Niners in 2013. Can't do it in college football, otherwise I'm sure he would have tried it. It's only an NFL rule, and Harbaugh knew it. And again, he got the penalty. So it pushed the ball to the Denver 47. It's a 57-yard kick. Why
and he
not?
made sure they couldn't run it or rush it.
By the way, did you feel any tinge of pride that you were involved in that play because fellow Mullen alum J.K. Scott was the holder on
I
that
wasn't
thing?
aware at the time, so I guess I can't say I did. I was at a loud bar, and every time I went up and took the mic, it got less and less enthusiastic because of the way the game was going.
Fair catch, free kick, field goal last night to end the half. Tony Jones of The Athletic, who, Tony, I know we're bringing you on here to discuss potential Michael Porter and Zach LaVine trades and anything else like that. Does the NBA have some mega obscure rule that we don't know anything about, that we haven't seen in place since the 70s? Can you even think of anything like that in that sport?
A mega obscure rule that's been in place since the 70s that we don't know about?
Yeah.
Whew, that's a good question.
See, that's the beauty of football. It's such a damn weird sport. I know you were watching Nuggets Blazers last night, Tony. Do you even know that the Chargers they made a play last night that hasn't occurred in the NFL since 1976?
Oh, you talking about the free kick?
Yeah.
I've never. So first of all, I am in a hotel in Cleveland this weekend because I'm covering the Sixers. But so the upshot is we don't get Prime or whatever the Thursday night game's on. So I didn't watch it.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody talked about it. Then I watched the replay and I was confused. Even when people explained it on Twitter all the way through, just watching it, I was confused and I had no idea what was going on.
Yeah. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Jamie Erdahl on Good Morning Football said that they got a quote from the Chargers locker room of "What the hell are we doing out here?" because even the players didn't know what was going on.
I am drawing a blank. I will say this, obviously, because that you guys are a Denver market. I really wanted Denver to win that. And as a Commanders fan, I'm a diehard Commanders fan. So obviously by osmosis, I am now a diehard Jaden Daniels fan.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been. I want Bo Nix to get into the playoffs so you could have, two rookies that came in and you got two rookie quarterbacks getting into the playoffs. Neither one of them are named Caleb Williams. And I think that would be awesome.
Good stuff, Tony. All right, man. Let's lean into your area of expertise then right now, Tony. Let's lean into the Denver Nuggets. I'm sure you watched them last night, followed along. They lose to a tanking team in the Portland Trail Blazers in a game where they lost the Jokic minutes. Before we get even into the particulars of what a trade could look like, when you look at this team right now, do the Denver Nuggets need a shakeup?
I will say this. I think a lot of people, are saying that a potential Zach LaVine trade doesn't make any sense. And here's where it makes sense. I don't know that Denver needs a shakeup, but what I do know is that they need another ball in hand player.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, let's take the final play, for example. Okay? So Anthony Simons drives right. He gets to the basket easily. Russell Westbrook loses contain off the dribble.
Yeah.
He loses contain off the dribble. Nikola Jokic absolutely needs to come over and make that help, right? He does not come over and make that help. And I don't put that on Nikola Jokic. I put that on the Denver Nuggets for putting too much on Nikola Jokic to offensively during games. So right now, he basically can't move defensively, right? Because he doesn't have the legs.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you look at it like that, that's where I say the Denver Nuggets need somebody to come in that can create off the dribble, that can create their own shots, so that so much of the usage and so much of the offensive responsibility is not falling on Jokic. Because, it's all well and good and it's all fine and good that he's having a historic season and he's having one of the best offensive seasons that we've ever seen, but it's hurting the Nuggets defensively because you need him to play both ends of the floor. And if you can get a Zach LaVine or Brandon Ingram or somebody who is adept at playing ball in hand, being able to take pick and rolls, being able to initiate and create, even for 5 or 6 possessions spread out for a game, that's 5 or 6 possessions of life remaining in Nikola Jokic's legs to use offensively or defensively at the end of the game. And right now, I think that there's just too much being put on him, and I think that, and I would put I would say the same for Jamal Murray as well. So I think that right now, like 95 to 100% of the possessions are started by Jokic and Murray, and I think that Denver needs one more guy that can start possessions.
All right, I'll make it short and sweet, although that just ruined it. What trade is likely, if any trade is likely?
I know through my sourcing that the Nuggets want Levine, whether they get him or not, because my sourcing, I don't think that Chicago wants Zeke Naji, and I think to get Levine, Zeke Naji is going to have to be in that deal. So the Nuggets, in order to make that deal, are probably going to have to find a third team to take Naji's contract, and I'm not sure that that's going to be easy to accomplish at all. Or the Nuggets are going to have to take a pick swap and make it unprotected, and I don't know that the Nuggets want to do that either. So, I think that you're going to see, a lot of talk, over these next, 6, 7 some odd weeks while we're heading up to the trade deadline. But the two things that I know are that, the Nuggets want Zach LaVine, and that the Nuggets are heavily leaning toward wanting to make a trade of some kind.
I mean, somebody tell the Bulls. I mean, the Nuggets have a track record of moving big men and then having them turn into okay NBA players. Hartenstein and Jay Huff, et cetera. I mean, these guys are out there in the NBA. Tony, give us a quick rundown. Pros and cons, Zach LaVine, and why you think or why he could be a good fit for the Nuggets.
Do you want cons or pros first?
Let's go pros. Let's start nice and positive.
Let's start nice and positive. Okay, so the pros are Zach LaVine is one of the elite shot makers that we have in our league. And now, he's a shot maker off the dribble. He's a tough shot maker. So you have another guy who can create and make shots and take shots when games are on the line, and he's not afraid to take shots. And in a playoff setting where teams know every set that you run, they know everything that you're going to do, that skill set is really, really, really valuable. The cons does nothing for Denver's point of attack defense.
Mm-hmm.
I did not realize how much that this Nuggets team was going to miss Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. They miss his defense, his ability to navigate screens. They miss his defense something terrible. So Zach doesn't do anything to help you there. He makes you smaller because MPJ would have to be in that trade. So now you're starting Zach LaVine at shooting guard, and you're moving Christian Brown to being a starting small forward. Not that he can't play it, but he's obviously not 6'11" like Michael Porter Jr. is. And then the obvious thing with Zach is durability. He's had a lack of durability through his career. So, if you trade for Zach LaVine, you're really going to want him to be healthy and stay healthy. And I'm not sure that that's going to happen.
Yeah, isn't that the wild thing? Michael Porter is the durable guy in this trade conversation. Who'd have ever thought that's the world that we'd be living in? Tony Jones, everybody, subscribe to The Athletic. Read his stuff. He and Sam Amick doing the reporting right now on the Nuggets, and they're kicking the tires on the trade market. Tony, good stuff, man. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate you.
All right, good stuff with Tony right there. Yeah, Zach LaVine, offensively, he makes you a better team. I think the other huge thing that Zach LaVine would do is he does improve your second unit, because then you could stagger him more. But this is what we talked about the other day, Andy. Like, this is not a perfect solution because you are a smaller team and you are not as good as a rebounding team. However,
you're not already a good rebounding team.
The benefit of a third scorer, a third individual scorer, which that's the key difference here. Porter's a good scorer, but he is a scorer that's reliant on being set up.
Pass and shoot.
The ball has to find him. It doesn't have to with Zach LaVine. He can initiate offense. He can initiate sets. He's a playmaker averaging 4 assists per game along with 22 points per game. That's the benefit that he then brings you. And that thing that he talked about right there, and this is a point we've been hammering over and over and over again, and we saw it again last night of, can there ever just be a night where Nikola Jokic is allowed to, in the slightest bit, fade into the background?
Right, and not have to absorb all of the pressure.
Everything.
Because right now, until Jamal gets truly fixed, he's absorbing all the pressure.
Yep.
Okay? It was very interesting at the bar last night. We had a great time at Stoney's. It's just packed. I think I've never been hugged by so many strangers in my life, but a lot of huggers out there. A lot of good to see a lot of people.
Just in case anybody was wondering, Andy's the one you can hug on this show.
It is, yeah. Well, some people are like, why didn't Kreckman stick around? I go, he's not social. He tells you every day on the air. He's not social.
I don't want to hug you.
It's
people.
not a gig, or it's not a bit. It's really how he feels. No, but so everybody would come and say hello. They'd give me a Broncos take, and then immediately into what's going on with the Nuggets. And I cannot tell you how many people, including the group of friends I had there, saying, no, you need to give this core more time. Don't break up the core. We love MPJ. Okay, but then it's got to quit looking like it did last night. I'm sorry.
This team has lost to the Wizards, the Pelicans, and the Blazers
what
this
is
year.
going on? This was your scheduled win last night. You had 2 days off to get there. You had all day to chill in the hotel before you got there. This was not one of those ridiculous, I'm Central, now I'm Pacific, and I don't have time to get it. No! You guys said, I know from talking to Scotty, you had basically over 24 hours to sit in the hotel, and then you weren't leaving till today. So no, none of that applies. You should not have lost this game.
Nope.
Quit looking like the chemistry's gone to crap, and then maybe I won't be open to this. By the way, real quick, I was going to ask Tony, but I didn't want to interrupt you. Found one obscure, according to the 13 incredibly bizarre rules in sports from USA Today, one obscure basketball rule, but it's not pro.
I want to hear
Very
it.
obscure.
Let's have it.
When are you not allowed to dunk? Do you know there's a time when you're not allowed to dunk in all the proceedings?
I don't.
When the 20-minute countdown clock begins before the tip of a college basketball game.
That's right.
You are not allowed to dunk, and this cost K-State
You get
a couple
technical.
years ago. Yeah, which they started the game down 1-0.
Yeah. Yeah, that usually like once a college basketball season, you'll see on a highlight that'll rear its ugly head in some obscure game.
In this case, a walk-on decided to dunk because he wasn't paying attention, and they missed one of the technical free throws. But
oops,
I don't see who they were playing there. Just says K-State started the game down 1-0.
That's a fun rule right there. Yeah.
But that's the most obscure. Everything else is mainly football, and there's one about catching it with your hat in baseball, but. And then there's like cricket and all these other sports. But, yeah, football's got the most obscure set of rules than anybody else.
Wasn't Paul O'Neill supposed to catch a pop-up in his hat on Seinfeld? I think that was
that
part
was
of the
part
bet.
of it. He was like, hey, that's hard. And then he had to hit the home runs.
Two home runs.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, the rule that we saw last night is number 6 on this list.
The fair catch free kick?
The fair catch free kick.
Uh-huh.
There's a blood rule in the NHL.
Cool.
No pulling the goalie.
Blood
up the middle
rule.
foul ball. What about that? Did you know this? The up the middle foul ball.
What do you mean?
When can a line drive up the middle be a foul ball? When it hits the pitching rubber, if the ball isn't touched by a fielder and caroms from rubber to foul territory along the first or third base pass.
Because it wouldn't have technically touched the ground.
Yeah.
Wow.
How about that?
Has that ever happened before?
I don't know.
Now I got to go on YouTube.
It doesn't list an example. How about this?
That's a great rule.
There's an anti-cleavage rule in chess.
Really?
It was the biggest chess story since Deep Blue. Back in 2012, the European Chess Union decreed that women wearing shirts or blouses may only have the second from the top button open during competition. So they're not going World Series of Poker, if you know what I mean.
Anti-cleavage.
No, you got to keep it. Here's the hat. No, that was the hat entrance is I don't know. Yeah, there's a hat rule in baseball.
But put him away.
But
wear a turtleneck at the chess table.
Chess is Puritan.
Wow.
Chess is going back to the Scarlet Letter, apparently.
Don't be giving those Russians impure thoughts. That's not okay.
Here it is. It's number 4. Okay, contrary to it's referencing Seinfeld.
Okay.
Contrary to decades worth of subplots in a sitcom, there have only been a few major leaguers, doggone it, man.
I mean, why would you catch it in your hat?
I don't know.
Other than it looks cool.
You're not allowed to catch a ball in your hat. If the player does, even on the simplest fly ball to center, the batter is awarded 3 bases.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a 3-base violation?
Yep.
Interesting.
What it says.
Interesting. This is good stuff. Oh, man, I'm learning things all over the place. Obscure hipster sports rules. Thank you, Jim Harbaugh, Reckman, and Lindahl.
Free kick, yeah. Let's talk about it, yeah. Cam Dicker on the free kick.
What was the process there?
It's my favorite rule in football. And just been trying to get one of those, like, every game, you know.
You've been trying to get one of those?
Yeah. It's the first one we've made. We tried one with the 49ers. I think it was like a 70-yarder or something. 71, thanks. Mr. Dawson. Probably a little. I wanted it so bad that I tried a 71-yarder, but it is my favorite rule.
Jim Harbaugh. Oh, yeah. Loves Justin Herbert, loves that rule. Fair catch, free kick, field goal. Thank God Terry McCauley was on the broadcast last night. I don't think Alan Herbie knew about it.
Now see.
76 goes back long enough. That was before Al was even doing NFL.
Are you sure?
It's a good point.
Herbie tweeted out something how he's the one that got screwed on the old switcheroo because when they were going to do Cincinnati Browns, that was in his neck of the woods.
Oh, yeah.
So it all worked out.
He had to take the flight.
Yeah. See, you know what's crazy is I had some rough idea what was going on only because I swear, whether it was during the pandemic or shortly after, you and I had done something about weird sports rules where you had kind of mentioned that. You had brought that thing up.
We needed the content.
Yeah. Well, and again, because it's a kicking deal, that's
right.
You like that.
Uh-huh.
So
fair catch, free kick. And it worked out. Dicker the kicker blasted that thing, put it through from 57. Which really, think about it, Andy. A 57-yard field goal where you don't have to deal with any kind of oncoming rush. You don't have to deal with a snap and a hold or anything else like that.
Worry about the low trajectory.
I mean, it's just like that. That's a driving range shot for him. That's practice field stuff. You're able to just take your time, be nice and cool. It's as easy a 57-yard field goal as you're ever going to invent, and there's nothing easy about making a 57-yarder, and that gave the Chargers momentum going into the half in a situation where, and Andy, I went back and I rewatched the first half before the show today because I was like, okay, what was cooking in that offense that disappeared in the second half of that game? And I'm telling you, man, that Chargers offense, after Herbert threw the pick and a nice play by Abrams Drain, when he was going to the sideline, it was dead. Herbert looked lost. Harbaugh didn't have any answers. Everything was going the Broncos' way. And it took a stupid penalty that I know Payton couldn't have planned for, and an odd confluence of events for it to even happen, for them to be able to put 3 points on the board. I get all of that, but it's just like that little sliver, and a good, smart football coach like Jim Harbaugh will exploit that and find something for his guys in the second half. Because honestly, Andy, it would have been really easy for a Chargers team that got their teeth kicked in the week before, that couldn't stop the Broncos to save their life, that had just put together a good drive only to throw a back-breaking interception. It would have been probably really easy for those guys to pack it in. And if they walk in at the half and they're looking around going, how the hell are we going to get back in this game? Maybe they don't have the kind of life that they have in the second half. But Jim Harbaugh, and that's what good coaches do, he found something for his team.
All right, so then let's dive into it. You got the play-by-play in there, right? Help me out. When the Broncos got the ball back, how much time was right before the half? How much time?
On the last
when they
possession?
took possession, yes.
Denver took over at the... Hold on, let me make sure I got it. I want to say it was right around the 1 minute mark. Sorry, it's not stapled. Here we go. Okay. Got the ball back. 41 seconds.
41 seconds.
41 seconds after the pick. So they take 1st and 10 at the 18. On first down, Bo throws a screen to Javonte. There was a terrible play, loses 3 yards. Clock runs. Okay, so they took the second snap at 17 seconds, called a pass. That's one where you could have handed it off, and I bet you Harbaugh would have let it just leak because he didn't call a timeout after that first play. However, you throw the incompletion, and it was a bad throw by Bo over the middle. It was Javonte sitting down in the zone. He put it at his feet. It's incomplete. But think about that, Andy. Like, put yourself in Harbaugh's shoes right there. He's standing on the sideline. Okay, he's got a chance to take a breath. All right. And now he looks up and he looks at the clock situation and he says, all right, it's going to be a 3rd down and 13. they're not going to do anything risky right here. I bet they put the ball on the ground. Indeed, that's what they do. Javonte runs for 1 yard. You got all 3 timeouts in your pocket. If you're the Chargers, boom, you hit that first one. Okay, now they're punting the ball. This is where Harbaugh's gears, I think, started to turn a little bit, was on the incompletion on second down.
So my point is this, and I know everybody wants there to be an aggressive play calling, but again, here's my biggest problem with this thing. Okay, I don't like the play calling there. Run the damn clock out, and here's the reason why I say this. And what has Jeff Legwold said about 1,000 coaches on this show since we began? You got to coach the team you have, not the team that you want.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got news for you last night. You weren't an explosive team. And even when you were scoring touchdowns, it was underneath, screen pass, big run, things like that. Nothing about the way you were successful on offense last night said that you were going to rip off 82 yards in 41 seconds.
Bo Nix averaged last night 6.6 yards per attempt in that game. The air yards was low, though.
3.3, second lowest all time to Bryce Young.
They converted a 3rd and 11 last night on a dump off where Javonte just went and made a play.
Right. And then dove for the first down.
Yeah. He actually played well last night.
So my point is, if you're Sean Payton,
just
you
go to the
need
half.
to just run the half out.
Mm-hmm.
You're not in. This wasn't the Cleveland game when you guys were humming and guys were getting open and everybody's feeling it. This wasn't that. You saw it at the end of the game when you got your field goal. Even in your most hurried, quote-unquote, panic, gotta move, hyper situation, you were still going 5 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards, 10 yards. Don't do what you did last night. Take your lead to the half. You don't risk them getting any because you talked about it. You'd already stuck a couple knives in them. Get to the half. Let them feel down. Let them feel a little. No reason to feel good about anything. You get the ball back, go back to work after that. Okay?
Your touchdown drives last night were 10 plays, 12 plays, 6 plays.
Right. So just don't. Just don't. I hated the decision there because of the way the game was going.
You make a good argument. I don't agree with you, but I think you make a good argument. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Well, you can be wrong on 2 things. That's fine.
It wasn't actually a good argument. Jeff Legwold coming up in 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We will delve into the game and what went wrong for Denver, why Sean Payton lost his mind in the second half of that game, and how they managed to lose. That's all coming up next hour. Christmas scramble sounds like you put candy canes in your eggs. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and I am here for my friends at Sport Trade. That's right, Sport Trade. Great time to be betting hockey and basketball on Sport Trade. And with Sport Trade, you can view the odds as probabilities that allow you to bet pregame at one price and then sell your bet once your team takes the lead. For example, you bet a team pregame to win at, let's just say, roughly 35-40% odds, and then they come out and they have a hot start. Maybe they're up at the end of the first quarter. You sell your bet at 60%, and you take the profit after they have a lead. For first-time bettors out there, this is your calling. You don't got to understand confusing odds. Money lines, plus 115, minus 175. What does that even mean? Just buy low, sell high. With Sport Trade, they make it easy. It is such a user-friendly app. Go to getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. want to wish you a Merry Christmas. We are the Craigman and Lindahl Show, and it is a Ska Friday edition of the program. It's a Broncos Lose Friday.
That sucks.
Adios, win streak. 9-6. You can still get into the playoffs this weekend. Just need a little bit of help. That's all. Win one of the final two. You go to Cincinnati next week. They can't stop anybody. Although the way that Denver defense looked in the second half, what's Joe Burrow going to do to these guys? Ladd McConkey had himself a second half last night, Andy. Somebody sent this over to me today. I want to make sure I get I want to give you an accurate statistic. 51 of the 87 receiving yards for the rookie out of Georgia, Ladd McConkey, last night. 51 of the 87 after the catch.
Yeah.
He was making catches with nobody around him. And he's the guy on that offense. Like, look at the rest of their receivers. Like, Quentin Johnston, brutal drop at the worst time. It's like, oh, is he going to charger this thing right now? Palmer has been wildly inconsistent his entire career. Their tight ends, you're like, who the hell are these guys?
Wasn't Hayden Hurst
out there? And but Ladd McConkey's the one guy that can kill you, and they lost track of him consistently last night. He had a massive second half. Herbert got cooking. They couldn't make a stop to save their life. The tackling got poor. Gus Edwards had what feels like the longest run of his life in the second half of that game, and they couldn't get off the field.
Him at all.
No.
Like 5 guys missed tackles on that.
Yeah, that.
I ain't talking about the burger store.
Oof. That one was bad.
All right, let's reset this, okay? I do. Come on, man. It's Friday. Holidays are next week. I want to throw this out to everybody. I don't know. It's a little bit of a juice box take, but whatever. They just need to win one more.
Yep.
There's no need for everybody to go in the tank off this one, okay?
Oh.
It's not like I saw this as your most winnable game of the 3. I didn't. And that is moved up or not. I just felt like with what the Chargers did to you in that first matchup, I was pleasantly surprised that they came out and had a different approach to things, quite honestly. Found a way to be in this game. They were never really in the game with the Chargers the first time.
No.
So you at least improved on that. The other thing about it is, and I know fans hate doing this, they are going for their 10th win. We didn't get a lot of fans telling us they thought they were going to have 9 wins by this point earlier in the year. Okay?
You told me they'd have 10.
I did. But that was a bit. That was a bit.
Take the credit, man.
So
who else was saying it?
Yeah, we'll have to run the heck out of that, right?
Take the credit.
Only one guy knew this would happen.
Okay. I'm glad that you're saying all this.
Do you understand what I'm talking about, though?
I do. And last night,
this is not done yet. This season's not over.
As I got, Sanford and Columbus screaming at me last night, and I'm trying to make this point to these two meatballs, is they got 9 wins. Their total was 5.5. Okay? They're a massive outlier. Them and Minnesota are the 2 huge outliers on the win totals this year to the over. Okay, on the under, it's the Niners and the Jets. On the under, there's always some huge outliers. This is what this Broncos team has done, and you can make arguments of, oh, they're a paper tiger or they're a fraud or whatever they are. Look at what their record is against actually winning teams. Yeah, because they're a rebuilding club right now. And here they are with 9 victories, with a rookie quarterback that has played very well, who, guess what? In the last couple of games, he had 5 interceptions in the last 2 coming in between Cleveland and Indianapolis. Last night, he took care of the football, but he wasn't really able to make plays. Guess what? He's got an NFL in a league that's adjusting to him right now, that has figured out, okay, this is what Sean likes to do with him. This is what Bo likes to do. They were able to take away the downfield stuff. Jesse Minter's a good coordinator. He's struggling with the zone stuff right now because there's no rookie quarterback that steps into the league and just has a mastery over this entire thing. But everybody can admit, and you and I would be the first 2 to raise our hands on this one, Andy, Bo Nix has completely overachieved this year.
And so's the team.
And that's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay? This defense has been vastly better than we thought it was going to be this year. Now, you can make the critique, oh, we found out last night they're not actually that good because their depth sucks. Okay? Because their depth is poor. And you lose Riley Moss, and your secondary suffers massively because they just don't have the dudes yet. And Abrams Drain he's been a nice little pleasant surprise, but also he's a rookie, and he's getting his ass kicked out there too, because that's what happens with these dudes. But right now, this team has 9 wins. They could fall into the playoffs ass backwards this week with other teams losing. They still have a high probability to be able to make it this season as it sits right now. Whether they clinch this weekend or have to get another win is absolutely a complete and total success. This team is overachieved. This team is ahead of schedule right now, and everybody should be over the moon over it. But guess what? Last night was a reminder. They're not ready to play with the big boys quite yet. And you may argue back with me. I believe the Chargers are the big boys. And you want to know why I think that? Because of who their quarterback is and who their coach is.
Here's my thing, though. I think it's a positive reminder that this team still has some building to do.
Yeah.
We probably all, I think everyone that follows this team, if you root and love the team, you probably fell a little too much in love with what this roster is over the last 2, 3, 4 weeks, whatever it's been. Because there's been more winning than losing. I still go back to Cleveland Brown game was one of the most fun Bronco games I've watched in a long time.
Yep.
And again, yesterday was a sober reminder that they nearly pulled this crap against the Colts until Jonathan Taylor decided to toss the ball away.
Otherwise, they could have lost last week.
There's still building to do.
Mm-hmm.
They still probably need some more speed at the middle linebacker position. They definitely still need some more speed. Like, again, it's been feeling like, oh, we love all the receivers now. We probably shouldn't. Okay,
No.
You bring up the Ladd McConkey thing.
They get better.
Need a player because, again, so Bo Nix. Let's start with Bo Nix. What does Bo Nix need to do? You've got to find a way to hit that Marvin Mims pass when it's available to you.
You're right.
Okay? You've got to be able to show us that at some point because you're not going to get them. You're not going to get them out of the box and creeping towards the line and making the short stuff hard until you hit a couple of those.
Yeah.
And I know he hit the one in the Cleveland game, but that's just one. They want to see it a few times.
Make some quicker decisions when Bud Dupree breaks through. Get the damn ball out of your hands.
Right. But look, he's a rookie.
Yeah.
It happens. Okay? Bo did make some throws trying to get down the field underneath. How about the one where I think he threw it to Kroll? And this is where it really rang home for me. And I was just like, oh my God, Lucas Kroll is not a fast tight end. And Lucas did his, you know what? Good for Kroll. Made the catch, turned up field, gave it his all that good stuff. But bro, I need someone fast there. I need a Ladd McConkey type. I need somebody with a little shake. Like, again, I wish it would have been Marvin Mims that caught one of those short ones. It was
He
when
did
they got
last
in
night.
position.
He took it 55.
Yeah, looked how that turned out.
That was a great play.
But you know what I'm saying? You don't have enough shake and bake on this offense for what Bo truly is great at yet.
I agree.
You got to get more of that around him.
I agree. You got to have good yak guys. You really do, and they don't have a ton of them. Mims is a playmaker when he's got the ball in his hands. But yeah, again, like right now with this team, I'm not ready to yell, oh, they're a fraud or anything like that, because guess what? I never thought they would be here in the first place. There is something to be said for a young NFL team with a massive dead cap anchor hanging around their salary cap that has 9 wins and is a win away from the playoffs with 2 games to go in December. That's a great football season that you have put together. Sean Payton has done an excellent job with this team. All is good right now in Broncos country. And guess what, guys? The 2011 team. Remember the 2011 team? You know who the quarterback of that team was? Tim Tebow. They went into the postseason. I had no expectations. Did you have any expectations?
No.
God, no. And they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers and gave us one of the great memories in Bronco history. And then you know what happened? They went the next week to New England, and they got destroyed by Brady and Belichick because those are the actual big boys who had been building it over a long period of time. The Broncos are not elite. We have fun every Tuesday with the power rankings, right, Andy? They probably shouldn't be in the top 10. That's probably not what this team is right now. The fact that we even discussed this group, that we watched back in training camp and the way the roster was constructed over the summer, and we could say, man, they made it in the single digits in the power rankings this year. Great. Round of applause. Standing ovation for the season that you just had, Sean Payton. It's been great, and there is hope for the future, but this thing was never built to go to an AFC championship game this year.
No, it wasn't. Now, again, I still would like this young group to taste the playoffs. I think it's good for them. You know, You may get boat raced in Buffalo. It may end up even being embarrassing. But the fact that you got there, the fact that you win it, if they get to the playoffs right now, I feel like it's going to be because they win a clutch game. Now, the NFL's been weird, and like you said, there's the scenario out there where they could back in this weekend.
Yeah.
Maybe Cincinnati's had enough of being
Bunch
in
of mediocre
Cincinnati and they
AFC
go and
teams.
lose to
Yeah.
Cleveland. Because really, when you watch the talk shows, for whatever it's worth, and they're not much more different than we are, everybody's typing up Cincinnati right now. And look, they should scare you. They got an amazing offense.
Score a lot
That
of
is
points.
not going to be an easy game. You know what's going to be fun, though? You know what's going to be really fun come a week from Saturday, a week from tomorrow? Their defense is not very good. So now the Broncos offense has a chance to really maybe go do something in a shootout. You should, you know. And look, by the Chiefs got to play so many games in so many days here right now, 13 days, 11 days, whatever it is. They
With a
may not be
banged-up
playing
quarterback?
anybody by the time we get to the last game of the year.
By the way, what happened to that Herbert ankle injury? Because that guy looked
Yeah,
great
it looked like he
night.
had a problem, right?
He looked, whatever that tape job was that they threw on that thing was pretty good
By
last
the way,
night.
real quick, again, I was doing the thing at the bar, and we were trying to have fun. All this, I didn't see why was Bo ruled. I did not think he threw that pass forward late in the game.
Oh, it was forward.
Was it definitely
Yeah, it was
forward?
It was definitely
looked to me like it was clearly.
It was there was another one of the replay angles that was like, oh yeah, that
Just showed you.
yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Well, nonetheless,
Illegal forward.
You know
pass.
what I still like
There
about
were multiple
the play?
penalties on that play. Penalties were a problem last night.
Well, penalties were a big problem.
Yeah.
You know what I did like about that play, though? Even Bo at that point finally pulled him, started having a little fun again. Bo's got to keep having fun. Bo is not uptight Bo and fun Bo are two different people.
Yeah, the scramble in the first half where he pump faked that throw. Problem was in in desperation time, he actually threw that thing. You're not allowed to do that. There was also holding on Bulls on that play, so go ahead and drink. It's Crackman and Lindahl. Yes, Broncos fall. They are 9-6. 2 games to go. They go up to Cincinnati next Saturday before finishing at home against Kansas City in Denver. Jeff Legwold was there at SoFi to cover it last night. He will give us the update from there and how the Broncos are coming off the short week loss. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Went by the shop today, got a little holiday greeting recorded you'll hear next week in the ads that they run. And I was talking to Jerry, and again, today was kind of the last day to get some ordered. But it's not your last chance to get all the truck and 4x4 accessories that you need. Now, if you're looking, maybe, I don't know, maybe you're going to do the old Lexus thing where you get the old big old bow on the car and all that kind of stuff. But look, you need stuff for your truck or 4x4. You want to get something that's a little more affordable and not get all the goodies on it right away and then add them as you go. Colorado Off-Road is the place to do that. I've added a bed cover. I've added step rails. I've added a remote start. He's able to do seat warmers if you want. You can do floor mats. You can do light bars. You can do tie downs. You can do anything, tow kits, whatever you need. He can level it off. He can raise it. Whatever you want, he's got it all over there. So whether it's something quick for the holidays or something after, maybe when you get the gift card, the place to go is this great Colorado business that is Colorado Off-Road. Jerry and Wendy Jones own the business, and you're going to enjoy doing business with them. Find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Give them a call at 303-761-1264 or cooffroad.com.
Coincidence that we're playing You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch right now and it's Jeff Legwold time? That's right. Jeff. Leggy joins us right now here on a Friday afternoon after the Broncos lose. Leggy, you're the guy that I go to for answers like this. In a game in which you have a double-digit lead in the second half on the road, how come your run splits look like this? 13 in the first half, 8 in the second half. Why? What am I missing right there?
It's not just that. It's 7 on the first drive.
Yeah.
And 14 after that. And I think that is it's perplexing. He answers it the same way to me. And, a couple of us were talking at the game last night. It was very reminiscent of the Washington game last year when they had the big lead. They quit running the ball. And after the game, Sean Payton said, I probably gave up on the run too early. And, it's almost like ever since then, we keep having this circular conversation with him about the importance of the run game and how much it's needed and how big a role he thinks it can have in the offense. And then they have games like last night, over and over again when, and it really is sort of around the league overall, but I'm continually fascinated by one run play sends more teams into hiding, and yet they'll live with 14 incompletions in a row. I mean, it's just really interesting how the expectation of the run is that it's a festival every time, and that the pass game can just be, you shoot your way out of it type thing. And honestly, when you look at the split last night, you wonder, what are you going to do if you go to Buffalo in a couple of weeks, or you have to go to Pittsburgh in a couple of weeks? Is that how you're going to live? You're going to put them in the gun and be in 3 wide and just chuck it around and see what happens?
Yeah, when the wind might be howling in either location, it may be howling in Cincinnati next week. Jeff, what has happened to this Broncos defense when they go into zone? What is the breakdown there?
Yeah, Andy, especially on some of the run plays and those when they give up the big one, the run is one of those where you only get one mistake. We don't think of it a lot because so much happens in the big crowd at the line of scrimmage in run defense, but it really is dependent on every single person being in the right spot. You can't miss any tackles. And when they miss tackles and they don't put Pat Surtain on the most dangerous receiver, but, we've seen this again, Cleveland, Baltimore, Indy, you don't put Pat Surtain on the best receiver, you are removing predictability from your defense, but they're also removing what makes them unique and better than a lot of teams is not using their best guy. No matter if you put, look, I know if you put Surtain on McConkey last night, they're going to put McConkey in the slot. They're going to put him in a bunch. They're going to try and keep Surtain away from him to at least give him the release. But I still like my odds more that he isn't consistently moving the chain with all 6 of his catches if he's got to deal with Surtain more often, because they dropped more coverages on McConkey than they did on the rest of the receivers combined. And it was really clear he was the only guy who was really going to hurt him in key situations in the pass game. So those are the 2 things I see when they miss tackles and they miss a run fit or 2, and they don't use Surtain to the max. That's when they've gotten in trouble this year defensively.
Jeff Legwold of ESPN is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Continuing to talk about the game plan defensively last night. Leggy, was Herbert healthier than maybe the Broncos expected? Did he exhibit more mobility than they expected? Because he kept finding holes to be able to run through last night, And it was almost as though they were giving that up, maybe out of the thought of, well, the ankle must be bothering him, so he'll just stay in the pocket.
Yeah, I just don't think they were as disciplined as they've been. I mean, they did not rush with the discipline in their lanes, their assignments. They got deeper than him, which is, if you think the quarterback can move at all and you're going to go deeper than the quarterback in the rush, you better get the run back sack where you chase them down. But my sort of the thing I came away from the game, immediately after the game even, was that it was a little bit of a maturity test for a young team, and they didn't pass, frankly, and I think some guys in the locker room sort of hinted at that, after the game. It was their first real big moment with something on the line against a team with a winning record. And that is a combination that they were not prepared for on one night on the road. And game they asked to be on Thursday. They asked for that game because they thought it would help their overall playoff chase, and then they did not handle their business.
Okay, on that very note, the coaching staff, well, one guy really wanted the short week. Let's be honest, we know who it was. Did the locker room want the short week? How did that all go over?
I think they did. And I think they thought, we can clinch a playoff spot. We'll just go in there and clinch a playoff spot. And, look, they had 2 11-point leads in that game and let it get away. That's not a mature team ready for the moment. And frankly, probably to be expected. You don't have anybody in the locker room who's worn the Bronco uniform in a playoff game. You don't have very many guys overall who've been in a playoff game. It's not shocking that they're going to have to learn both the easy way and the hard way what it's all about. And they didn't sort of show that callous of a team just going to go in, and they did for a minute. Again, you don't build 2 11-point leads because you're not good enough to do it. But they weren't. It was like the weird scenario at the end of the first half just unraveled the sweater. Like pulled the thread and that was it. And that is a sign sometimes of a team that's just not ready for that moment.
Jeff, what's it going to take? What does Bo need to work on in the offseason so he hits those big plays when they're available? There's no doubt there was an egregious pass interference missed, but I'd rather you just hit the player and get the touchdown. Let's not mess with any more plays. What's it going to take for those to become a little more consistent, do you think?
Well, in the last few weeks, we've seen what we speculated early in the season might happen. People are pushing him outside the numbers. I mean, how many balls really went to wide receivers in the second half last night? You saw an awful lot of running backs, saw an awful lot of tight ends. You didn't see a lot of targets going to the wide receivers.
Did Sutton have a catch in the second half last night?
Not that I remember.
That's what I mean. The ball was not going to wide because people are forcing him. This is what happens in the NFL. I always say the biggest difference between college football and NFL is the speed of the adjustment to what you don't like, to what you may not be as good at, and they force you to deal with it. And they're, he had 2 interceptions outside the numbers against the Colts. The near interception last night was outside the numbers. They are pushing him out there because they think that's not his comfort level. And he's, as you would expect in the offense he ran in Oregon, he's far more comfortable when he sees the number, when he throws it. And that's awesome. He's having a great year for a rookie year. That's not to be diminished, but he's learning what happens. He didn't even make it through his first season, and people are already grinding him at the things he's not comfortable with. And that's going to take some adjustment on his part and Sean Payton's part, and, how they run routes. And, other than when I saw Vele in a couple plays in the second half, there wasn't a lot of separation, to Bo's credit. He didn't force the ball when there wasn't separation. They just got caught. And, the second half is like, but to me, if you add play action to the mix, you create separation, you give the defense something else to think about at the line of scrimmage. They can't just sit on those routes. And right now they're just sitting on the routes. And again, they ran the ball 7 times with 4 different guys on the first drive. And then it was like, okay, I'm done with that toy. I want to unwrap all the rest now. And you only run it 14 times the remainder of the game. And I just don't think that's the recipe for them right now.
Audric Estime, 5.3 yards per carry last night, nine carries.
Doesn't make any sense.
That's it by the time it's all said and done. And Leggy, you mentioned 4 different guys carried the ball on the opening drive, plus Burton had a catch on the opening drive. So 5 backs touched the ball. We're calling Mims a back at this point, essentially. But 5 backs touched the ball on the opening drive. This is another thing that baffles me. The guy said before, it's hard to get 3 backs involved. And now there's 5 of them touching on the opening drive. Again, at what point does anybody actually start to find a rhythm and start to build up a lather the way that backs like to? I mean, Estime had a carry. I want to say it was fourth quarter, but I clocked it. He got hit at 3 yards, and he shoved his guy, and he fell forward, and he turned it into a gain of 5. That's all you ask a running back to be able to do on a first down carry. That's exactly what you need to do. Why in the world have we not yet had a football game where Sean Payton just says, I'm going to let that guy touch the ball 16 times? Why hasn't it happened?
We keep asking those questions. We don't get really good answers other than it's difficult to find them all touched.
But they all had touches.
Here's my thing. I don't think they've had a 30-carry game since November 3rd.
Okay.
I don't think that's the way they should live.
Well, it's messed up, too, because they've won a bunch of those games.
Exactly. But, again, what their record against winning teams is makes some of that an illusion they don't have to apologize for. You play who's in front of you.
Sure.
That's always true. But for this team, with the quality of their offensive line going forward, there aren't many better going forward than those 2 guards they have. And to not have a 30-carry game since November 3rd in Baltimore, I don't understand it. And, and I think ultimately it's because they've chosen Bo Nix is going to be in the shotgun most of the time, almost all the time. They're going to be in 3 wide most of the time, almost all the time, because he can see it better. He can see the coverages better. He can find the extra rusher better. And when they do that, their decision is to have Javonte Williams in because he's the best pass protector. So they're making decisions for Bo Nix that are affecting other things. And they're either going to have to just live with the other guys in pass protection, or we're going to keep riding this merry-go-round until the end of the season. But again, I don't see them going to Buffalo, going to Pittsburgh, or going to Baltimore this time of year in a playoff game where everything is always squeezed down a little more in a playoff game, and not be able to just line up and do what they did on the first drive against, frankly, one of the best defenses in the league. They just shoved them around and quit doing it after that.
Jeff Legwold, everybody of ESPN. Jeff, we got about a minute here, but I know this is near and dear to your heart. College football postseason games normally played in tropical environments, indoor, beautiful carpet. Tonight, Notre Dame Stadium in South Bend, Indiana, and Notre Dame are going to play a playoff game with everything on the line. 30 degrees at kickoff in the snow. The expanded college football playoff. Jeff, I know you love it. This is the best thing to happen to sports this year.
When I spent 10 years covering the SEC along with my NFL duties, and I always said on those trips, on radio shows all over the South, to other beat writers, I want to see games when the best of the SEC comes north after Halloween. I want to see it. They're good. They're good enough to do it. They got talent, but I just want to see it. And we're going to see it at least twice in this first round of playoff. I mean, the Penn State game's going to be, a snowy affair. And I've always wanted to see this because I've always felt like it's just the one piece missing from the SEC football mystique is go into Notre Dame, go into Ann Arbor, go in somewhere and just, go to Ohio State and play in that and then see how it looks and just watch it happen. And it means the best teams are playing each other.
Yep.
Which is always really cool.
With everything on the line, it's going to be great. Jeff Legwold, everybody. He's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Leggy, beautiful work as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, pal.
All right, the great Jeff Legwold with us right there. Yeah, Indiana, Notre Dame coming up tonight. Going to be freezing. It's going to be great. Andy, tomorrow, to Leggy's point, Tennessee's got to go into the horseshoe to play Ohio State. Man, what happens if Tennessee gets a lead early on in that game and those people just turn on Ryan Day?
They're saying this could be Ryan Day's worst nightmare.
This is going to be some juicy
The
juicy
guy
stuff.
has done nothing but bring winning, but you got to bring the right winning, which
bring the
means
right
postseason.
winning.
They're saying his job's on the line.
You don't get to lose
It's
4 in a
insane.
row to Michigan. You don't get to lose to that team when you're a 3-touchdown favorite.
Yeah, I just warned people once upon a time. Nebraska was like, you know what, the hell with Frank Solich, and what's it gotten him since?
The thing I wonder about with Ohio State is if they moved on from Ryan Day, who would they then go and get? It's the best job in college football. Who's going to be the guy that wins the lottery to go get the Ohio State job?
Does Bill Belichick pull an NFL?
I know, right?
Yeah, excuse me.
See, I gotta
go over there.
I gotta go. They got a lot more money.
I told you I didn't come here to leave. I just meant college football. I'm going to go to a different college.
Better quarterback over there. They have more NIL money. I ain't get Quinn Ewers in Ohio State. God, this is going to be good. Oh, good stuff tonight. Notre Dame, Indiana started off. Our SMU Mustangs, they're our Mustangs, Andy. They go into Penn State tomorrow, the fighting Bill Armstrongs. Clemson, Texas. By the way, that's a TNT game, everybody. Clemson, Texas is a TNT game. If you go to ABC or ESPN, you'll get FCS playoffs, okay? Yes, it's playoffs, but I don't think it's the one
playoff you thought
that you want to watch. So that's a TNT game tomorrow, and then Tennessee, Ohio State tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. It's going to be fun, Andy. I think this is great. I think this is great for sports. I think this is great for college football. Last year, it was the pitch clock. That was the best invention to come to sports. This year, it's the expanded college football playoff. I think it's going to be wonderful. Can't wait to watch a snowy one tonight at Notre Dame. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Yes, it is a Ska Friday Christmas edition, holiday edition of the show. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, you can watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. They have everything you need to create a holiday menu your whole family will love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. Yes, the Broncos lose last night. They are still 9-6 on the year. Nice record if you reverse it. And Denver, Andy, they can get into the playoffs this weekend. It could still happen. It's highly unlikely, but it could still happen. Here's your scenario. Right now, the Colts, the Dolphins, and the Bengals, they're not technically dead yet. They're not doing well, but they're not technically dead yet. If the Colts should lose or tie at home against Tennessee, and the Dolphins lose or tie at home against the Niners, and the Bengals lose or tie at home against Cleveland, then the Broncos will go to the playoffs simply by sitting on their couches this weekend.
You care how they get in?
Not at all. Back in all day long. You'll take it because guess what? You don't really back in. You get in by winning games, and they've won 9 games this year. Now, you can take a look at the record and go inside it and go, hey, when they play teams that are below 500, they're 8-0. And when they play teams that are over 500, they're 1-6. Yes, so what? Jimmy Crack Corn. This team beats the teams that they're supposed to, and there's something to be said for that in a rebuilding season.
All right, I'm glad you put it that way. Are they supposed to beat the Bengals?
Great question.
Oh, and I want you to answer it, Nate Kreckman.
Well,
he gets the sly grin.
The odds makers
would tell you
the Bengals are supposed to win that game as 3.5-point home favorites.
But the records show.
The records, which
tell me, and frankly, the defensive rankings say you better go in there and
the records
have a day,
which the odds makers don't care about. They care about your power ranking. They don't care about your record. But they would say that the Bengals are supposed to win that game. Now, Bengals got a game this weekend. Like we said, they could lose, and they could just be eliminated. And what would that then do for that game? But if they're still alive and Joe Burrow's in the hunt and he knows if I go and carve up Denver right now and out-duel Bo Nix on my home field that I'm still alive for the postseason, you're going to get a live one against the best quarterback-receiver duo in the entire NFL.
You better hope Riley Moss is healthy for this game.
Yeah.
And it may not be enough because T. Higgins is off the injured report. If he gets through this Cleveland game without having a problem, and you got to face both those receivers, I mean, the Bengals' offense is probably going to be the stiffest test, and that includes the Chiefs that the Broncos' defense will see.
You know, we've touched on a lot of things today, and Sean Payton getting away from what he needed to do play calling-wise. Again, 7 runs called on the opening drive, 14 for the entire rest of the game, every other possession, 14 runs in total. Getting away from the run game, not being able to find any kind of intermediate or deep passing game. It didn't exist for this team last night. But there was something else that happened in that game. Andy, I wondered what you thought of it. Opening drive, opening possession of the third quarter. And you open up very strong. Bo Nix hits Troy Franklin on a 3rd down and 1, sits down in the zone, catch and run 18 yards. Okay, you're off and you're moving, okay? Very next play, you pitch back to Marvin Mims. He bobbles it and drops it. Recovers his own fumble, but only a loss of 2. Okay, 2nd down and 12. You do it again, and you go flea flicker. Doesn't really do much. Nix has to check down to Adam Trautman. I think they get 5 yards on the play. Have you ever seen a flea flicker set up by a fumbled pitch on the play before it? You know Sean was just like, I'm calling it no matter what. This thing's going to work. Maybe don't do that.
Again, one of the things I'd love to see, because I've said it before, and I will go back to it, because I watched Mike Shanahan use it to great success here in Denver. Jeff Legwold, Mike Sanford, the guys talk about it. Punch the bruise. Make a bruise and keep punching it till they stop it. In football parlance, that means if you got a successful play running, run it till you stop it.
Yeah.
Run the play. Whether that's running the football, actually, which you were doing, or keep hitting. The Chargers seem to do it to the Broncos to death. Underneath. More yak yards. You can't get there. Your zone sucks. So why don't the Broncos ever do that? Your flea flicker is the perfect example of the play of why did you run that right then?
Loved it.
Why did you think that was the time for it?
Sean was in love with that play.
Because he wanted to check the box that he got it off his gigantic damn play sheet.
He had to have it.
Now-
Flea flicker set up by a fumble.
Now, the great one that
First
you did
time I've
have,
ever seen it.
the out and up that Marvin Mims ran, that was gorgeous.
That was good.
I mean, look, that's got to be a touchdown. That pass has got to be thrown to where he catches it and he goes. Period.
Or the officials could throw a flag for pass interference.
Yeah, but again, he was so wide open. It should have been pass interference. There's no doubt about it. You know what I think played against him? That ball got hung up so long, I don't think he was going to penalize the guy for a pass you didn't throw deep enough. Now, that's not right. It's not what the rule says.
They do that all the time. That should have been a flag. That's your classic underthrown deep ball that ends up in a PI.
Not that underthrown. That he had to literally stop his route and try to go back to the ball.
You get that flag all the time.
Okay, I'm not saying, but you got to throw that ball better. You've got to throw that ball better.
See, but here's the issue there, Andy. That's not the guy you got. You don't have that.
Then
dude.
I guess you don't run the play.
You don't have. You don't have that dude.
Let it go sooner.
Like this is where we got to remember the shelf that the Broncos were shopping on when they picked a quarterback. Okay, Bo Nix has had a marvelous rookie season, overachieved in almost every way, but he doesn't make that throw. He's never been able to make that.
But
throw.
let me ask you: could he make? I do feel like I wish I could see it synced up. I'd love to know when he let the ball go.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff talked about it.
Mims was open.
He was.
When he let that
but
thing go.
But he also was.
But he threw it a mile damn high.
But Bo likes to know the guy's going to be there. Like, no, the guy's going to be open. Maybe if Bo just lets it go. It's not like Bo can't throw any kind of deep. He can.
He can.
I think he's got to learn, though, to trust. Got to trust the player and let it go a little earlier. Know it's going to be there. Maybe when you see, even with the hips, Marvin's going past him. Let it go then.
Yeah, it's the issue with him right now, and this is honestly this is what we'll have to learn about the guy, Andy. I don't know if it'll ever change. Is that if his base isn't perfect, his deep ball sucks.
No, you're right.
And so on a play like that where it opens up the way that it did. And he's got to make a decision because I don't know if Mims was his primary on that one. When he's got to make the decision to make that throw, that's where the guy on the other side, that's a flick of the wrist, and that thing's gone.
Well, but
and it's one of those throws that blue chip NFL quarterbacks make, but not every guy really can. And it's the throw right there that we learned on early on in training camp. Like Bo makes. I think he has a better arm than we realized, but it requires perfect footwork.
It does, but again, let that go earlier, and I think he hits some of those. And ultimately, if you hit some of those, it goes back to opening up some of what you more like underneath.
Mm-hmm.
But as Jeff talked about, we're continuing to see it where they are now. I'm surprised that it didn't happen sooner, but maybe you were playing defenses that didn't know how to do it. And I don't know if Cincinnati's going to know how to do it, but we are watching NFL defenses go, we're not giving you what you like. I told you they talked about that all day on NFL Network yesterday morning, that the defenses are starting to make him throw the passes he doesn't want to throw.
Yeah. And make him get the ball out a little bit quicker. Teams are blitzing him more. And here's one of the other things that has happened is Nick showed a really good ability to be able to step up in pockets and be able to avoid pressure. Teams are generally rushing him with a lot more discipline. Have you noticed the last couple of weeks?
Yep.
Indianapolis did it really, really well. The Chargers did it really well last night. Not everybody is doing the long run around him to try and beat Bowles and McGlinchey on the outside because Nick's was toasting those teams that were doing that. Instead, now teams are rushing him with far more discipline, trying to keep him inside the pocket. They'll live with that scramble where he steps up, and he made some plays with it last night, but they'll live with that.
Instead of driving 55, they're going at him at 40.
Exactly. And it's making his life a little bit tougher. This chess match of a young quarterback.
And now he needs to respond. And look, I do think, to your point, when he gets his footwork right, all
Yeah.
those throws are in the bag. He's just got to trust to throw it earlier. He's just got to trust the play. And a lot of young quarterbacks go through this. This isn't a Knicks thing. It's a different game than college.
We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We're going to dive into it when we come back, including Sean Payton explaining away the brain-dead decision to punt the ball back to Herbert late in that game. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, let's chat some things up here. How are you doing in the bedroom? Has your game been on point? Has your game been as sharp as you'd like the Broncos offense to be? Well, if it hasn't, and maybe you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, it's time to pay a visit during this holiday season to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How about you give yourself a gift? You may be able to enjoy a little bit more love and joy in your life if you stop on by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There are a lot of guys out there that deal with erectile dysfunction. And if you are one of those guys, you need to find the right treatment if you really want a fantastic experience back. There's plenty of treatments. You need to find the right one. They've got options for you over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can even have you lasting an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Your first visit's real easy. It costs $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado license, medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yes, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. A happy Hanukkah to all. Let's hand it over to our favorite member of the tribe, Mark Springer.
Yes, happy Hanukkah to my people. I appreciate you.
Yes.
Yes. It's time for the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Broncos lost in LA to the Chargers 34-27 last night. Broncos had the ball with just under 7 minutes to go, and then they had a 4th down at midfield with just over 4.5 minutes to go. They had all 3 timeouts. They punted the ball down 3 points back to the Chargers. The Chargers would end up going down the field in 6 plays and scoring a touchdown. Sean Payton, after the game, was asked about his decision to punt instead of go for it on a 4th and 5.
Yeah, but the timeouts, all the percentages, field position, we just couldn't get them stopped.
Yeah, you couldn't. So why did you give the ball back to them? It's, Andy, like, they have these analytical models that they dive into. And again, the models last night said go, okay? Because the models usually do say go, quite frankly. But there's a really simple arithmetic that you can use if you don't want to delve into the percentages and everything else like this. And it's simply weigh this. What is more important to you, ball or clock? Which one is in your favor, and what do you need more? And in that point, the Broncos, what was the score? They were losing, which means you have to have the ball, and you're at midfield. You've already converted a 4th down in this game successfully. On a 4th down and 5, you go for it at midfield every single time when you're losing by 3 inside 5 minutes to go in the game. But Sean Payton decided my defense is going to come through for me. And then what happened? Oh, yeah, the Chargers, who couldn't be stopped at that point in the game, rip off a 16-yard run on a 3rd down and 10 from Justin Herbert. Then Gus Edwards gashes him for 43. And then, boom, a 34-yard shovel pass. And they ram it right down your throat and score a touchdown, and you're down 10 and you lose. You cannot punt the ball away right there, and yet Sean Payton decided that's what I got to do.
Yeah, but your offense wasn't clicking at all either. I would add more confidence in your defense than your offense at that point.
Wrong.
You can say wrong all you want to. Your math problem didn't work out either way. What made you think so much they couldn't even get down the damn field to go get a touchdown? What made you think they're going to pick up another 5 yards of midfield?
You have to. You have to try.
Okay. But
you
if
cannot
don't,
give the ball
then it's
back
done.
In midfield?
Okay, their defense is number 1 in the league. What's your offense in the league?
It's wuss football.
Okay, that's fine. You can feel that way. But
Hand the ball back to
your
him.
offense isn't what you want it to be.
You're Sean Payton. You're Mr. Offense.
Yeah, well,
Go
how did it
for
work
it, my
out when
guy.
you decided to throw on 2nd down and right before the half? It's what bought them the time to get their field goal.
You've thrown the ball all game long. Wow, you're defending that decision.
Because their defense is better than their offense. So it's terribly disappointing how their defense did last night.
How'd it work out?
Yeah, hey, how would it have worked out if he'd have turned it over? How'd it worked out if you wouldn't have gotten the 5 yards?
What does it matter? You were losing anyway. You have to
But
try
you
and
don't-
score.
You can't say just because the math tells you that they were going to get the 1st down.
No, I'm not saying that they're going to get the 1st down, but you have to take the risk. You're at the 49-yard line. You convert right there. You're one more 1st down away from field goal range and a chance to be able to tie up the game.
You are in the playoff hunt because of your defense and the balance of the season. So I don't have a huge problem with them trying to lean on their defense.
And how
but
was
your
your
defense
defense
has got to
playing?
get it done.
How was your defense playing at that point of the game?
Not just about as bad as your offense, frankly.
You cannot punt that ball. Cannot punt that ball. Go
Look,
ahead, Spring.
Get to the quarterback. Make a dang stop.
Wuss football.
Next up for the Broncos.
Comes from math guy?
That's right.
That's how you're going to describe it?
Yes.
Okay.
Wuss football. It's
All right.
wuss football.
Next up for the Broncos, they are in Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. The Bengals host the Browns on Sunday. They're 6-8. They're probably going to move to 7-8 because they are 8.5-point home favorites against the Browns. For the Browns, Myles Garrett has been with Cleveland for 9 seasons. It feels like just yesterday he was a young lad swinging helmets at Steelers players. How far he has come. He's going to be 29 years old here in 9 days, and the Browns are stuck right now.
Yeah.
Does Myles Garrett want to go to a winning team? He talked to the media today.
Well, for me, I mean, first of all, I want to win. And I want the Browns to be able to put me and us in position to win. And I'm not trying to rebuild. I'm trying to win right now. And I want that to be apparent when the season's over and we have those discussions. I want them to be able to illuminate that for me, illustrate that for me, so that can be something that I can see in the near future.
I want the Browns to win. You need to go to a different team, my guy, because the Browns are never going to win. Not with that ownership.
Not with that quarterback.
Not with that quarterback situation.
Whether you like it or not, Deshaun Watson's going to be back there.
Yeah, you want to win, you got to leave, dude. You're an all-time great. You're a Hall of Famer. You are stuck on a dreadful. You're on arguably the worst franchise in the NFL. He was being judicious. Quite honestly, I applaud him for his restraint right there, but everybody could read between the lines right there. I don't want to rebuild. That's the only choice that you guys have.
Well,
Deshaun Watson's not going to figure it out.
Not going to. The rebuilding with the contracts you've got. He's going to have to go elsewhere.
He's got to go. He's got to leave.
Who wants to live in Cleveland anyway?
It's terrible. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's talk about the Saturday games going head-to-head with college football. 11 a.m. this Saturday. The Chiefs host the Texans. They opened as 3-point dogs. They're now 3.5-point home favorites because Patrick Mahomes is playing, and the Chiefs are activating wide receiver Hollywood Brown off of IR. He is going to make his season debut after signing a 1-year deal in the offseason, coming over from the Cardinals. Also for the Chiefs, linebacker Leo Chenal is questionable to play with an illness.
This is a big game. It really is. It's a big game for the Chiefs to discover any kind of offensive identity against a really good defense, the best defense in the NFL, coming up here in the Houston Texans at home. Obviously, the Chiefs still need to be able to get a couple of more victories to secure that 1 seed, and that's going to be everything. If they do, we know the value of the 1 seed, Andy. It's a free ticket to the conference championship game. The question is that are the Chiefs finally going to find any semblance of explosiveness once they add Hollywood Brown?
I don't know.
Do you realize Mahomes right now is second in the NFL in pass attempts?
Yeah. And
he's wild.
He's not having one of his better seasons.
Yeah.
And what's crazy about it is the Chiefs have one loss. Every day you tune into the talk shows nationally, they're talking about Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and fighting over who's got the better case for MVP.
Allen. Yeah.
And Mahomes isn't even in the discussion as a 2-time Super Bowl champ, going for number 3. Or no, he's already 3. Going for his 3rd straight Super Bowl. They're a 1-loss team, and he doesn't even get to be in the discussion. That's the weird year they've had. If you're a Bronco fan, I want to choke on these words, but you need to root for the Chiefs because the sooner they lock this thing up, if you just want to get in the playoffs, the sooner they can think about resting everybody in the Denver game.
Oh, and they gladly will. They will sit everybody. They're trying to get Mahomes 25 days of rest if they can. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Saturday afternoon, 2:30, the Ravens are 7-point home favorites against the Steelers. No George Pickens once again for Pittsburgh. TJ Watt will play. No Nelson Aguilar for the Ravens. He has a concussion. And more wide receiver news for the Ravens. They have waived Deontay Johnson after he refused to come into a game a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that's probably a good move. Yeah, like Spring said right there, Ravens are touchdown favorites in that game. Do we know, is George Pickens playing in this game?
No, he's out. He's got a bad hammy.
Yeah, this is a rough spot right here for Pittsburgh, having to go on the road to Baltimore. You go back and watch their first matchup, and I know the Steelers won that game. Ravens had a couple of dumb mistakes early on in that game. Derrick Henry, I think, fumbled on their opening possession that really opened the door for Pittsburgh in that one. Their passing game without George Pickens is non-existent. I love Baltimore in this game. I think the Ravens are going to end up winning the AFC North, which could create the possibility of Denver having to go to Baltimore for a playoff game.
Yeah, you're not going to like any of their opponents at this point, period. Look, you don't want to go to Pittsburgh with that crowd and that defense, especially if TJ Watt is okay and he's playing in the game.
Do you want to go to Buffalo?
You don't want to go to Buffalo.
No? Okay.
Listen, do you want to go any place that could have some wind?
You want to go to Arrowhead?
Any place with wind.
Yeah. Actually,
with your already
Arrowhead
challenged passing game.
Arrowhead is, I'll rue these words, I'm sure, probably the preferable destination,
Well, but no,
right?
I would give you this. I keep saying it. You have a psychological advantage, if you can believe it, to the other two teams. The Chiefs are not your great dragon that's kept you from getting to a Super Bowl, okay?
You play
the Chiefs
tough.
have literally done that to Buffalo and Baltimore the last couple of years. Both Buffalo and Baltimore said last year in the playoffs, now you're coming to our house. Now we got you.
Yeah.
And you didn't.
You didn't.
You don't have that going on with the Broncos. We're just happy to come party. We may wreck your basement, take your record player, and you won't even know what happened.
They can play tough in that place.
We're
They can.
bringing the cheap beer.
Yeah. What would be the cheap beer they would bring to that party? Is that
Natty Ice.
That's Natty Ice.
Olympia. What'd you have?
Olympia, it's the water. Good stuff right there.
What else? Hams?
Oh, I'm a hams guy all day long. $4.99 for a case.
They still sell it here?
Oh, sure do.
I haven't gone looking in that aisle in quite
Hams
some time.
is delicious.
Really?
Yeah.
No headache?
Oh, well.
There's some in your Midwestern blood?
Well, it's
No, I'm talking like
there's a quantity thing right there.
Any beer in enough amount will give you a headache.
Sure,
Hams,
sure.
like hams and wine are the same thing for me in this weight. If I have two of each, I got the worst headache ever.
I enjoy a hams.
You go ham after you're done?
Sure do. High Life bottles.
Is that when you start calling everybody wusses and want to fight math?
Wimp-
is that what?
wimp
Did you have a
football.
hams before I came back in here?
Don't punt from midfield, you losers! Wimp football. Anyway, that's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It's Craigman and Lindahl. Yes, the Broncos lose. Did they lose something else last night? In particular, maybe their organizational direction. I'll tell you what I'm talking about next.
Now, hold on. Who's this? Is this Bite Me Bambi?
This is from the Scott Network. Yes.
I kind of miss our My Chemical Romance with its tinge of anger. That might have been a more appropriate thing for today with the way the local teams performed last night, minus the Avs. Shout out to the Avs. Hey, how about Blackwood getting a win against his old team?
They got the victory last
Old
night.
Georgie with the leaky glove got him for the game.
Somebody
winner.
had to win last night. My God.
Oh, I wasn't sure that was going to be true there for a minute. I left the bar when it was 2-1.
It was funny. We did the post game last night, the altitude after dark thing, and it was fun. Thanks for everybody that hung out with us. Sandman was crestfallen. Tyler was mad. I just made fun of everybody the entire time. I had a pretty good time. But it turned into, by the time the thing was all said and done, the Nuggets game was at crunch time. It was just like, let's just watch this. Why not? And we got to watch Anthony Simons take Russ and score, and the Nuggets lose, and
All right, what I didn't get to ask you because we try to stay Bronco heavy for obvious reasons. But while we have a quick second, I have to belabor the point. When we were able to talk to Tony Jones earlier, he said that Jokic should have come over and helped on that. What did you think about that? The slide from D?
So when I watched it in real time, what I thought was that Jokic stayed to watch the weak side, because one of the things that can happen a lot on a play like that is a layup, especially a hard runner like that, can get missed, but then you open up a tip dunk on the other side or an easy tip in. That can, quite frankly, Nikola Jokic has won games with that bucket before in the past. So I thought Nikola was watching out for that. Yeah, he probably should have stepped up and stepped in front, and maybe MPJ would have been there to watch the backside. But also, to Tony's point, he is exhausted. He does everything. And should we really sit there and be killing him for lacking rim protection, something he's never done well anyway?
All right. I mean, how can we not touch on it? Because I'm telling you, as much Bronco feedback, I literally had one gentleman at the end of the night. It was very nice. I think he'd had a couple too. A lot of people took cabs last night. Please do that if that's how you're going to celebrate your, holidays. He came over and he asked me about the Broncos, a couple things, and then he dove right into the Nuggets. Because, again, I think I told you in the car ride, for those that weren't there.
Consternation, man.
There was the big screen was the Broncos, the side screen was the Nuggets, and everybody had a take about both, which is not usual, right?
Yeah.
But when you go and lose to 8-win Portland, it's going to be a little bit of a topic of conversation. Like you brought up, you somehow found a way to lose to the Pelicans, and you've also lost to the Wizards. These are three teams we should not be mentioning. One of them, all right, whatever. But again, last night's game absolutely hacked me off because you flew into Portland early. You didn't have any travel problems. You stayed there after the game. You had plenty of time to acclimate. It'd been a couple days, right, since you played a game anyway.
Yep.
That should not have been an issue last night.
Effort should have been better.
Sucks.
Effort should have been better. They lost the Jokic minutes last night.
Yeah, you were telling me
That's
that.
bad.
How did they do that?
That's troublesome.
Who? Could you?
Bench played okay last night. They were the... Again, it was...
didn't the bench get it down to 4 in the fourth quarter at one point before everyone came back in?
And then, of course, Malone left the bench out there for a minute too long, and by the time they got out there, they were down, 8 or 9?
Is that what it was?
And that was that.
Right.
And it's Malone. I get what Malone's trying to do. He's trying to steal another minute of Jokic on the bench because that stuff starts to add up. All right, let me tell you what's going on with the Nuggets, okay? And then I want to yell about this Broncos thing some more. But let me tell you what's going on with the Nuggets is because of the NBA Cup, they have played 5 games in the last 15 days. Well, according to our buddy Dan Hyatt, starting on Sunday in New Orleans, and then they're back home for a Sega Baba on Monday, they will play 9 games in 15 days, including 3 back-to-backs. Historically, Michael Malone has been very good in back-to-back situations. So... if anybody is wondering, does this team need to blow everything up? Because I get it. Every time they lose to a bad team, we all start yelling, well, something's off. You've got to change it. I think over the next 9 games, we're going to know. We're really going to
Assuming
know.
nobody gets hurt.
Yes.
Because the starting 5 has not played together a lot.
Exactly.
Considering how many games they played this season.
And you will play some good teams in this stretch. You will play Phoenix. You will play Cleveland. You will play Boston. coming up here in this stretch, all right? There's litmus tests all over the place, and if the front office has any question of whether or not they should pull the trigger on a team makeover kind of trade, they're going to know at the end of the next 2 weeks, basically. That's where we're at with this team.
Do you think any more options pop up for trades?
We'll see.
Do you love what's been thrown? Do you have any option you truly love? Because, look, if you're going to deal in PJ, it's got to work. This has got to work.
Yeah, the answer
Can't get that one wrong.
Is there anything I love? No. But also, I don't love standing pat. I don't believe you will win an NBA championship if you stand pat. I don't think that that's going to change the calculus for what's happening right now with this team. And one of the shames of what's going on with this situation is that Porter is having an excellent season. He really is. But also, that's your tradable piece. And exactly like what Tony Jones talked about in the first hour of our show today is that Zach LaVine is a guy that would not be a Jokic-dependent scorer. That's the problem here.
Yeah, but see, when you say that, don't you worry that, you got to have the guts to pull something. I get that. I don't want somebody coming in and being a chemistry problem that wants the ball maybe a little too much for the rest of the offense.
That's just it, okay? And a part of this, too, is give Zach LaVine some credit. The Bulls have started to build around some younger players, and LaVine's role has reduced a little bit in Chicago this season, and by all accounts, things are going well with that situation. The problem is that Chicago needs to rebuild further, and they're stuck with LaVine's contract. The thing about Zach LaVine, and this is something that I want everybody to remember here, is if Zach LaVine is the best player on your team, you don't have a very good team. If Zach LaVine is the third or fourth best player on your team, now you're talking.
So it's a little like when they got Aaron Gordon.
It's like I've talked about with the Aaron Gordon situation. There is a similarity that's going on right there.
But Aaron came in and completely put his arms around the role they asked him to play.
He did.
A few people have told me they're not so sure that Zach would do the same.
I think it's fair to wonder. You'll never know until it actually does happen. But also, if Zach LaVine ever wants to go deep into the postseason and win any hardware, this would be his last best chance. And sometimes that's pretty enticing to players, pretty enticing to athletes to have that opportunity. It's not perfect. It is not a perfect trade. You would get smaller. You would not rebound quite as well, and you are rolling the dice on your chemistry. But you just lost last night in Portland. You sandwiched a 3-game win streak in between losses in Washington and Portland. So it's far from perfect right now.
Why has it been so weird?
It's a great question.
Because there's
a great
times
question
where I think we would play the card of they're tuning the coach out. Are they? I don't know.
I mean,
at this point, this feels like a group that's kind of used to how Michael Malone handles his business, right?
It's another one that I don't know. I do know. Here's what I can tell you, okay? Because again, it's hard to get the specifics of the exact chemistry issues that are going on inside that room. And it's always whatever slivers reporters are able to get out of there. Take the reporting for what it's worth, and I trust these guys. They source these things out. But, Andy, you know this. Anything that you ever get is always 2% of what's actually happening.
Right.
It's tip of the iceberg kind of stuff of what's actually happening. And so here's my oversimplified answer to it is that sometimes it gets stale. It just does.
No, there's no doubt. And look, I think to your point about why is there never more reporting or information about it, first off, Jokic doesn't say anything in the good times. So it doesn't exactly cause national media to flood. Sometimes where you get the best stuff is the national media. When Jokic isn't going to say anything, we know that. He's not going to say anything.
Right.
And therefore, Jamal Murray's certainly not going to tell you anything. Russell Westbrook doesn't look to. Now, I think Russell Westbrook, you might be able to get something out of him if somebody's accusing him or something, but that ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you find out what maybe it is. I don't know what it is, but it's got to change, like you said. I mean, you don't want to you can't be losing. Even if you'd have won the game last night, we still would have been sitting here saying you can't be falling 15-17 down to Portland. Can't be doing it.
It's interesting, and Chris sends this in, and Hyatt sent some notes over today to this effect. And Chris, you're absolutely right about it. Scoring is not the problem. Right now, Denver's scoring 119 points per game. Okay, fourth best in the NBA. They scored 124 points and lost last night. Scoring is not the problem. You're right about that. But here is why it can be done more efficiently, and maybe Levine can help, is because right now, all of your scoring is so heavily reliant upon Jokic. And this is what Tony talked about when we talked to him in the first hour, and I completely agree with him. And this is not the first time we brought up this issue before on this show, is that the Nuggets need to be able to have nights, have possessions, have quarters where Nikola Jokic doesn't have to do freaking everything. And that is why this front office is kicking the tires on guys that can get their own shots.
Okay, you said the next 9 games in 15 days could tell a lot. And I think you're absolutely right, because that'll put us into February, right? Or January.
Yeah.
If Jamal Murray hasn't rounded into form, is that what's going to ultimately initiate the trade with the statement you just made right there?
I think Jamal's playing pretty well. I think he's starting to play better. I thought he looked okay last night.
Well, and I bring it up just so everybody understands.
Yeah.
I bring it up because Jamal has been the guy that does exactly what Nate is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He's been the guy that says, let me take the backpack, big fella, for a minute, go grab a little rest.
Doesn't happen enough.
And recently, from about midpoint last year to now, it hasn't been happening. If he can get back there, do you quit talking about any trade at all? If we start to see, at least in 7 of those 9 games, old Jamal, do we put this to rest?
It could be.
Or do you have to accept there's still flaws you need to...
It's going to be a flawed team, I think, regardless. But to your point, Andy, like if they really gel in the next 9, and remember, Jamal always plays. This is the time of year Jamal usually starts to cook. December, January, he starts to play better basketball. If that does indeed occur, and this thing starts to look a little bit better, the bench lineups aren't killing you quite as badly. You get to the end of this 9-game stretch, and you rip off a 7-2 or whatever it may be, and beat some of these good teams, beat a Cleveland, beat a Boston, whatever it may be. Then you look at it and you go, okay, no, we like the direction. This team had to fight through some things early on in the season. We had a bad loss in the playoffs. We had guys playing in the Olympics. We had to push through some things. We had some injuries. We had to get chemistry with our bench unit and Russell Westbrook. That very well could be the case, okay? It could also be that the team that lost to Portland last night is the one that sleepwalks their way through that 9-game stretch, and they win 4 of those games, and you got to look at it and go, something drastic has to happen because we have the best player in the NBA, and we can't pee away another year.
Man, it's so interesting you can bring that up. I kind of forgot about everybody playing in the Olympics. Like when look, there's just times where I feel like Jokic is a little tired, and I don't blame him.
Right.
As we said, everything's on him.
We're tired
He's
at the
got
end
a new
last
baby
year.
at home. Life. These guys have lives. We all remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I am. See, this is where you'd love to know if anybody could be honest. Hey, man, how'd that Olympic stint affect you? Did it cut the summer too short?
I think he had a great time.
Well, he had a real good time.
There was a great story a couple of weeks ago about how hammered they all got in between their bronze medal game and the medal ceremony because they had nothing to do all day. They just went to the bar. I think they had a pretty good time. But to your point, it is also more basketball getting played for an exhausted player. I brought this up before, Andy. I want to ask you something here about the Broncos.
Hit me up.
They're 0-2 this year against the Chargers.
Yeah.
Last year, when it was time to hire a new coach after they had fired Nathaniel Hackett, last day of the search, they went to Ann Arbor. They were trying to tell Jim, we need you, man. And Jim said, I'm going to spend another year at Michigan.
Per some reports, Jim let them believe that maybe he was going to be the guy.
15-0, won a national championship, then got out while the Connor Stallions getting was good.
Yeah.
Goes and gets himself Justin Herbert, who I don't think it's lip service. I think he does love that guy.
No, it's too creepy to be fake.
Also, you watch the second half of that game, and you're like, I can see it, Jim. That's some sexy stuff right there.
Oh, yeah, you remember. Look, Justin Herbert's a phenomenal quarterback.
That throw to Davis last night is one of the best throws I've ever seen. Yeah, just
stupid good.
Phenomenal. And his processing, Andy, like physical gifts and processing, he's got it all. You ever put skill position talent around that guy, and look out. But last night, Sean Payton was out-dueled and out-coached by Jim Harbaugh. The guy that the front office wanted more.
And you can paint it however you want to.
Yeah.
There are too many sources of just their desire to hire Harbaugh to deny that he was their guy.
He also got his butt kicked by D'Amico Ryans last year, the other guy they also wanted.
Yeah.
But D'Amico's wife wanted to stay in Houston, and so he's coaching the Texans. And again, he's already won that division this year. Looks as though that decision has panned out for D'Amico Ryans. If you're that ownership group, and you're the richest ownership group in sports, and you're paying that guy the second highest coaching salary in all the NFL, only Andy Reid is making more money than Sean Payton. Were you watching that thing last night and some of the decision-making that was made at the end of the half, at the end of the game, and were you wondering, is this really the guy?
Wow, I didn't expect this question from you.
Mm-hmm.
You've surprised me.
Yeah, I know. It's a big question.
You know, I think it's a hell of a question. I think it's too early to ask it because if I'm ownership, I'm going, well, Sean just got his guy in Bo. Bo was really, really raw in the first meeting and is still, look, we saw Bo still's got to learn some stuff.
Still a rookie.
He's got to make some improvements, but so does the rest of the team around him.
Yeah.
Where I find your question interesting is it is about decision making and whether it's the fourth down that you want to vehemently defend, which I'm not totally against you, but I also said that there's a world where, again, this defense has won you some games.
Yeah.
They're going to need to win you some games as this offense continues to mature.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, whether it's your fourth down, my questioning, throwing the ball on second, look to me,
the end of the
half, if you'd have got a big pop play on first down, yeah, we go. Isn't that kind of the script? Don't we all know the script? Take a shot at one pop play on first down. You didn't get it.
I can't believe
just
they
call
didn't.
It good.
I can't believe they didn't call a run on second down. Can't believe they didn't call a run.
Or at least a simple screen pass, something easier than the 5-yard over the middle, whatever.
You let Harbaugh reset, and then he schooled you.
Right. Well, and to your point, then Harbaugh is a guy that knows, because I want you to make clear this is a big point that I didn't catch again being in that bar.
Yeah.
But you had brought it up. They didn't even really mention it on the morning talk shows because of the fair catch. He was going to be able to get the free kick regardless, right?
Right. So
it wasn't because of the penalty. The penalty just moved it up.
Without the penalty, I think Harbaugh would have tried a 72-yard free kick because in 2013 with Phil Dawson, he tried a 71-yarder. And I think that Jim Harbaugh just sort of I think he's got that kind of that wild hair up his rear.
He likes trying new stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's get nutty.
It's an obscure rule, and he's a fan of it, and it was not a surprise that again, post-game, when he went on and on about it, it was like, I was like, are we sure? And then everyone's like, oh, wait, no, he's tried this before. This is a big Jim Harbaugh thing. He's a rule hipster.
He makes them practice it when other teams don't, apparently.
It doesn't surprise me that Jim Harbaugh is in on this thing. Okay? So I think he was going to try it anyway. I think the penalty was just a huge benefit to him. Oh, you're going to move it up 15 yards? Guess what? Here we go, 57-yarder with no rush coming. I think my guy's going to make this kick. And it was a momentum-changing moment.
I don't think Sean Payton has any problems this year. But if you get there, let's say you don't beat Kansas City this year and you take the offer against those two teams again next year, yeah, we start to have the bigger conversation.
Well, this is a part of the challenge that you're up against, Andy, is like the Chiefs aren't going anywhere.
No.
Okay?
Not anytime soon.
They got the guy and the coach in their prime, and they're cooking. It's not stopping anytime soon. I don't think they win a Super Bowl this year, but guess what? Brady and Belichick didn't win the Super Bowl every year. It just doesn't work that way. It's really friggin' hard to do. That's why it's special. But the Chargers are going to keep being good.
Yeah, he's just started his thing, too.
Right. He wins everywhere he goes, and
he probably has the best quarterback he's had outside of coaching Andrew Luck at Stanford.
I think almost without a doubt. Yeah, this might be the best one that he has ever had. And this is a quarterback that has all of the gifts and has never had a good organization around him, and Jim Harbaugh is maybe the guy that can change that. And I think that's another team that's a couple of drafts away, but Jim's got it cooking. And so there's no easy path for the Broncos to the top. That's not to say this team can't keep building it, can't win playoff games, all those things. It's just a really hard road ahead of them to be able to do it. And if Sean Payton keeps getting a banana stuck in his tailpipe by the guy that they actually wanted more, that's the kind of thing that makes extremely rich people, like the Broncos ownership, just sit around and go, do we really have the guy?
Well, especially when they're paying what is a huge staff.
It
is a huge coaching staff.
It's their first coaching hire.
It is.
They didn't hire Hackett.
No.
You know?
No.
And they reserve the right to change their mind. I'm not...
It all feels kumbaya right now, but I think it is a question that could be looming come next year if we see more of this.
Bigger games will be coming.
You cannot have big leads in a game you both need and lose those leads without the owners starting to get frustrated.
Yeah.
I'm saying they're there right now.
And you're not losing to just some clown. You're losing to the guy that they liked more.
That they took a trip to go see.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Something for Sean to think about going forward. You better start beating the Chargers eventually. Crackman and Lindahl.